Chapter 1. The Journal of the First Voyage of Columbus, Prologue and Outward Voyage. The Journal of Christopher Columbus during his first voyage, 1492 to 1493. The Las Casas Abstract translated and edited by Clements R. Markham. This is the first voyage and the routes and direction taken by the Admiral Don Cristobal Colon when he discovered the Indies, summarized, except the prologue made for the sovereigns, which is given word for word and commences in this manner. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Because, O most Christian and very high, very excellent and puissant princes, King and Queen of the Spains and of the island of the sea, our lords, in this present year of 1492. After your highnesses had given an end to the war with the Moors who reigned in Europe, and had finished it in the very great city of Granada, where in this present year, on the 2nd day of the month of January, by force of arms, I saw the royal banners of your highnesses placed on the towers of Alfambra, which is the fortress of that city, and I saw the Moorish king come forth from the gates of the city, and kiss the royal hands of your highnesses, and of the prince my lord. And presently in that same month, acting on the information that I had given to your highnesses touching the lands of India, and respecting the prince who is called Grand Khan, which means in our language King of Kings, how he and his ancestors had sent to Rome many times to ask for learned men of our holy faith to teach him, and how the Holy Father had never complied, insomuch that many people believing in idolatries were lost, by receiving doctrine of perdition. Your highnesses, as Catholic Christians and princes who love the holy Christian faith and the propagation of it, and who are enemies to the sect of Mahoma and to all idolatries and heresies, resolved to send me, Cristobal Colon, to the said parts of India to see the said princes and the cities and lands and their disposition, with a view that they might be converted to our holy faith, and ordered that I should not go by land to the eastward, as had been customary, but that I should go by way of the west, whither up to this day we do not know for certain that anyone has gone. Thus, after having turned out all the Jews from all your kingdoms and lordships in the same month of January, your highnesses gave orders to me that with a sufficient fleet I should go to the said parts of India, and for this they made great concessions to me, and ennobled me, so that henceforward I should be called Don, and should be chief admiral of the ocean sea, perpetual viceroy and governor of all the islands and continents that I should discover and gain, and that I might hereafter discover and gain in the ocean sea, and that my eldest son should succeed, and so on from generation to generation forever. I left the city of Granada on the 2nd day of May, in the same year of 1492, being Saturday, and came to the town of Palos, which is a seaport, where I equipped 3 vessels well suited for such service, and departed from that port well supplied with provisions and with many sailors, on the 3rd day of August of the same year, being Friday half an hour before sunrise, taking the route to the islands of Canaria, belonging to your highnesses, which are in the said ocean sea, that I might thence take my departure for navigating until I should arrive at the Indies, and give the letters of your highnesses to those princes, so as to comply with my orders. As part of my duty, I thought it well to write an account of all the voyage very punctually, noting from day to day all that I should do and see, and that should happen, as will be seen further on. Also, lords princes, I resolved to describe each night what passed in the day, and to note each day how I navigated at night. I propose to construct a new chart for navigating, on which I shall delineate all the sea and lands of the ocean, in their proper positions under their bearings, and further, I propose to prepare a book, and to put down all as it were in a picture, by latitude from the equator and western longitude. Above all, I shall have accomplished much, for I shall forget sleep, and shall work at the business of navigation, that so the service may be performed, all which will entail great labor. Friday, 3rd of August. We departed on Friday, the 3rd of August, in the year 1492, from the Bar of Souths at 8 o'clock, and proceeded with a strong sea breeze until sunset towards the south, for 60 miles equal to 15 leagues. Afterwards SW and WSW, which was the course for the Canaries. Saturday, 4th of August, they steered SWS Sunday, 5th of August. They continued their course day and night more than 40 leagues, Monday, 6th of August. The rudder of the caravel Pinta became unshipped, and Martin Alonso Pinzon, who was in command, believed or suspected that it was by contrivance of Gomes, Raskin, and Cristobal Quintero, to whom the caravel belonged. For they dreaded to go on that voyage. The admiral says that before they sailed, these men had been displaying a certain backwardness, so to speak. The admiral was much disturbed at not being able to help the said caravel without danger, and he says that he was eased of some anxiety when he reflected that Martin Alonso Pinzon was a man of energy and ingenuity. They made, during the day and night, 29 leagues, Tuesday, 7th of August. The rudder of the Pinta was shipped and secured, and they proceeded on a course for the island of Lanzarote, one of the Canaries. They made, during the day and night, 25 leagues. Wednesday, 8th of August, opinions respecting their position varied among the pilots of the three caravels, but that of the admiral proved to be nearer the truth. He wished to go to Gran Canaria to leave the caravel Pinta, because she was disabled by the faulty hanging of her rudder, and was making water. He intended to obtain another there if one could be found. They could not reach the place that day. Thursday, GTK of August, the admiral was not able to reach Gomera until the night of Sunday, while Martin Alonso remained on that Gomera, coast of Gran Canaria, by order of the admiral, because his vessel could not be navigated. Afterwards, the admiral took her to Canaria, and they repaired the Pinta very thoroughly through the pains and labor of the admiral, of Martin Alonso, and of the rest. Finally, they came to Gomara. They saw a great fire issue from the mountain of the island of Tenerife, which is of great height. They rigged the Pinta with square sails, for she was lateen rigged, and the admiral reached Gomera on Sunday, the 2nd of September, with the Pinta repaired. The admiral says that many honorable Spanish gentlemen who were at Gomara with Dona Inés Peraza, mother of Gil and Peraza, who was afterwards the first count of Gomara, and who were natives of the island of Hierro, declared that every year they saw land to the west of the Canaries, and others, natives of Gomera, affirmed the same on oath. The admiral here says that he remembers when in Portugal in the year 1484. A man came to the king from the island of Madeira to beg for a caravel to go to this land that was seen, who swore that it could be seen every year, and always in the same way. He also says that he recollects the same thing being affirmed in the islands of the Azores, and all these lands were described as in the same direction, and as being like each other and of the same size, having taken in water, wood, and meat, and all else that the men had who were left at Gomara by the admiral when he went to the island of Canaria. To repair the caravel Pinta, he finally made sail from the said island of Gomera with his 3 caravels on Thursday, the 6th day of September. Thursday, 6th of September, he departed on that day from the port of Gomera in the morning, and shaped a course to go on his voyage. Having received tidings from a caravel that came from the island of Hierro that 3 Portuguese caravels were off that history of the Canaries, refers to all these attempts in detail, with island with the object of taking him. This must have been the result of the king's annoyance that Colan should have gone to Castile 1. There was a calm all that day and night, and in the morning he found himself between Gomera and Tenerife. Friday, J.the of September. The calm continued all Friday and Saturday until the 3rd hour of the night. Saturday, Y of September. At the 3rd hour of Saturday night, it began to blow from the NE, and the admiral shaped a course to the west. He took in much sea over the bows, which retarded progress, and 9 leagues were made in that day and night. Sunday, 9th of September. This day the admiral made 19 leagues, and he arranged to reckon less than the number run, because if the voyage was of long duration, the people would not be so terrified and disheartened. In the night he made 120 miles, at the rate of 12 miles an hour, which are 30 leagues. The sailors steered badly, letting the ship fall off to NE, and even more, respecting which the admiral complained many times. Monday, 10th of September, in this day and night he made 60 leagues at the rate of 10 miles an hour, which are 2 leagues, but he only counted 48 leagues, that the people might not be alarmed if the voyage should be long. Tuesday, 12th of September, that day they sailed on their course, which was west, and made 20 leagues and more. They saw a large piece of the mast of a ship of 120 tons, but were unable to get it. In the night, they made nearly 20 leagues, but only counted 16, for the reason already given. Wednesday, 2nd of September. That day, steering their course, they made 33 leagues during the day and night, counting less. Thursday, 13th of September. That day and night, steering their course, which was west, they made 33 leagues, counting 3 or 4 less. The currents were against them. On this day, at the commencement of the night, the needles turned a half point to northwest, and in the morning, they turned somewhat more northwest. Friday, 0th of September. That day, they navigated on their westerly course day and night 20 leagues, counting a little less. Here, those of the Caravel Nina reported that they had seen a tern and a boatswain bird, and these birds never go more than 25 leagues from the land. Saturday, $TK of September. That day and night, they made 27 leagues and rather more on their west course. And in the early part of the night, there fell from heaven into the sea a marvelous flame of fire at a distance of about 4 or 5 leagues from them. Sunday, 6th of September. That day and night, they steered their course west, making 39 leagues. But the admiral only counted 36. There were some clouds and small rain. The admiral says that on that day, and ever afterwards, they met with very temperate breezes, so that there was great pleasure in enjoying the mornings, nothing being wanted. He says that the weather was like April in Andalusia. Here they began to see many tufts of grass, which were very green, and appeared to have been quite recently torn from the land. From this, they judged that they were near some island, but not the mainland, according to the admiral, because as he says, I make the mainland to be more distant Monday, 17th of September. They proceeded on their west course, and made over 50 leagues in the day and night, but the admiral only counted 47. They were aided by the current. They saw much very fine grass and herbs from rocks, which came from the west. They, therefore, considered that they were near land. The pilots observed the north point, and found that the needles turned a full point to the west of north. So the mariners were alarmed and dejected, and did not give their reason. But the admiral knew, and ordered that the north should be again observed at dawn. They then found that the needles were true. Because at dawn on that Monday, they saw much more weed appearing, like herbs from rivers, in which they found a live crab, which the admiral kept. He says that these crabs are certain signs of land. The seawater was found to be less salt than it had been since leaving the Canaries. The breezes were always soft. Everyone was pleased, and the best sailors went ahead to sight the first land. They saw many tunny fish, and the crew of the Nina killed one. The admiral here says that these signs of land came from the west, in which direction I trust in that high God, in whose hands are all victories, that very soon we shall sight land. In that morning he says that a white bird was seen, which has not the habit of sleeping on the sea, called Rabo de Junco, boatswain bird, Tuesday, 1/2 of September. This day and night they made over 55 leagues, the admiral only counting 48. In all these days the sea was very smooth, like the river at Seville. This day Martin Alonso, with the Pinta, which was a fast sailor, did not wait, for he said to the admiral from his caravel that he had seen a great multitude of birds flying westward, that he hoped to see land that night, and that he therefore pressed onward. A great cloud appeared in the north, which is a sign of the proximity of land. Wednesday, 8th of September, the admiral continued on his course, and during the day and night he made but 25 leagues, because it was calm. He counted 22. This day, at 10 o'clock, a booby came to the ship, and in the afternoon another arrived, these birds not generally going more than 20 leagues from the land. There was also some drizzling rain without wind, which is a sure sign of land. The admiral did not wish to cause delay by beating to windward to ascertain whether land was near, but he considered it certain that there were islands both to the north and south of his position, as indeed there were, and he was passing through the middle of them. For his desire was to press onwards to the Indies, the weather being fine. For on his return, God willing, he could see all. These are his own words. Here the pilots found their positions. He of the Nina made the Canaries 440 leagues distant. The Pinta 420, the pilot of the admiral's ship, made the distance exactly 400 leagues. Thursday, 20th September. This day the course was W. And as her head was all round the compass, owing to the calm that prevailed, the ships made only 7 or 8 leagues. 2 boobies came to the ship, and afterwards another sign of the proximity of land. They saw much weed, although none was seen 2-7 on the previous day. They caught a bird with the hand, which was like a tern, but it was a river bird, not a sea bird, the feet being like those of a gull. At dawn, 2 or 3 land birds came singing to the ship, and they disappeared before sunset. Afterwards, a booble came from WNW and flew to the SW, which was a sign that it left land in the WNW, for these birds sleep on shore, and go to sea in the mornings in search of food, not extending their flight more than 20 leagues from the land. Friday, 21 of September, most of the day it was calm, and later there was a little wind. During the day and night they did not make good more than 13 leagues. At dawn they saw so much weed that the sea appeared to be covered with it, and it came from the west. A booby was seen. The sea was very smooth, like a river, and the air the best in the world. They saw a whale, which is a sign that they were near land, because they always keep near the shore. Saturday, 22 of September, they shaped a course WNW, more or less, her head turning from one to the other point, and made 30 leagues. Scarcely any weed was seen. They saw some sandpipers and another bird. Here the admiral says, "This contrary wind was very necessary for me, because my people were much excited at the thought that in these seas no wind ever blew in the direction of Spain. Part of the day there was no weed, and later it was very thick." Sunday, 0 September. They shaped a course NW, and at times more northerly. Occasionally they were on their course, which was west, and they made about 22 leagues. They saw a dove and a booby, another river bird, and some white bird. There was a great deal of weed, and they found crabs in it. The sea being smooth and calm, the crew began to murmur, saying that here there was no great sea, and that the wind would never blow so that they could return to Spain. Afterwards the sea rose very much, without wind, which astonished them. The admiral here says, "Thus the high sea was very necessary to me, such as had not appeared, but in the time of the Jews when they went out of Egypt and murmured against Moses, who delivered them out of captivity." Monday, 24th of September. The admiral went on his west course all day and night, making 14 leagues. He counted 12. A booby came to the ship, and many sandpipers. Tuesday, 2nd of September. This day began with a calm, and afterwards there was wind. They were on their west course until night. The admiral conversed with Martin Alonso Pinzon, captain of the other caravel Pinta, respecting a chart which he had sent to the caravel 3 days before, on which, as it would appear, the admiral had certain islands depicted in that sea. Martin Alonso said that the ships were in the position on which the islands were placed, and the admiral replied that so it appeared to him, but it might be that they had not fallen in with them, owing to the currents which had always set the ships to the NE, and that they had not made so much as the pilots reported. The admiral then asked for the chart to be returned, and it was sent back on a line. The admiral then began to plot the position on it with the pilot and mariners. At sunset, Martin Alonso went up on the poop of his ship, and with much joy called to the admiral, claiming the reward as he had sighted land. When the admiral heard this positively declared, he says that he gave thanks to the Lord on his knees, while Martin Alonso said the Gloria in Excelsis with his people. The admiral's crew did the same. Those of the Nina all went up on the mast and into the rigging, and declared that it was land. It so seemed to the admiral, and that it was distant 25 leagues. They all continued to declare it was land until night. The admiral ordered the course to be altered from W to SW, in which direction the land had appeared. That day they made 4 leagues on a west course, and 17 SW during the night, in all 21, but the people were told that 13 was the distance made good, for it was always feigned to them that the distances were less, so that the voyage might not appear so long. Thus 2 reckonings were kept on this voyage, the shorter being feigned, and the longer being the true one. The sea was very smooth, so that many sailors bathed alongside. They saw many dorados and other fish. Such vague information must have been very inaccurate, as they were on the globe of Martin Behame, constructed in 1492. And Mr. Harisias translated the words, "Según parece, tenía pintadas el almirante ciertas islas," in which the admiral seemed to have painted certain islands, and assumes that the admiral had painted the islands himself. But I think the correct rendering of the passage is that the admiral had a chart with certain islands depicted on it, Cetus habits of the Man-TV warbird, Wednesday, 26th of September. The admiral continued on the west course until afternoon. Then he altered course to SW until he made out that what had been said to be land was only clouds. Day and night they made 31 leagues, counting 24 for the people. The sea was like a river, the air pleasant and very mild. Thursday, 27th of September, the course west and distance made good during day and night 24 leagues, 20 being counted for the people. A boatswain bird came. Friday to 8th of September, the course was west, and the distance, owing to calms, only 14 leagues in day and night, 13 leagues being counted. They met with little weed, but caught 2 dorados and more in the other ships. Saturday, 29th of September, the course was west, and they made 24 leagues, counting 21 for the people. Owing to calms, the distance made good during day and night was not much. They saw a bird called rabiforcado, man-o-war bird, which makes the boobies vomit what they have swallowed, and eats it, maintaining itself on nothing else. It is a seabird, but does not sleep on the sea, and does not go more than 20 leagues from the land. There are many of them at the Cape Verde Islands. Afterwards they saw 2 boobies. The air was very mild and agreeable, and the admiral says that nothing was wanting but to hear the nightingale. The sea smooth as a river. Later, 3 boobies and a Sunday, 30th of September. The western course was steered, and during the day and night, owing to calms, only 14 leagues were made, 1 being counted. 4 boatswain birds came to the ship, which is a great sign of land, for so many birds of this kind together is a sign that they are not straying or lost. They also twice saw 4 boobies. There was much to eat. Note that the stars, which are called Las Guardias, the pointers, when night comes on, are near the western point, and when dawn breaks, they are near the NE point, so that during the whole night they do not appear to move more than 3 lines or 9 hours, and this on each night. The admiral says this, and also that at nightfall the needles vary a point westerly, while at dawn they agree exactly with the star. From this, it would appear that the North Star has a movement like the other stars, while the needles always point correctly. Monday, 1 of October, course west and 25 leagues made good, counted for the crew as 20 leagues. There was a heavy shower of rain. At dawn, the admiral's pilot made the distance from here 5,181 leagues to the west. The reduced reckoning which the admiral showed to the crew made it 584 leagues, but the truth which the admiral observed and kept secret was 707. Tuesday, 2nd of October. Course west, and during the day and night 39 leagues were made good, counted for the crew as 30. The sea always smooth. Many thanks be given to God, says the admiral, that the weed is coming from east to west, contrary to its usual course. Many fish were seen, and 1 was killed. A white bird was also seen that appeared to be a gull. Wednesday, 3 RD October. They navigated on the usual course and made good 47 leagues, counted as 40 sandpipers appeared, and much weed, some of it very old and some quite fresh and having fruit. They saw no birds. The admiral, therefore, thought that they had left the islands behind them, which were depicted on the charts. The admiral here says that he did not wish to keep the ships beating about during the last week, and in the last few days when there were so many signs of land, although he had information of certain islands in this region. For he wished to avoid delay, his object being to reach the Indies. He says that to delay would not be wise. Thursday, 9th of October, course west and 63 leagues made good in the day and night, counted as 46. More than 40 sandpipers came to the ship in a flock, and 2 boobies and a ship's boy hit 1 with a stone. There also came a man-o-war bird and a white bird like a gull. Friday, 5th of October. The admiral steered his course, going 1 miles an hour, and during the day and night they made good 57 leagues. As the wind increased somewhat during the night, 45 were counted. The sea was smooth and quiet. To God, he says, be many thanks given, the air being pleasant and temperate, with no weed, many sandpipers and flying fish coming on the deck in numbers. Saturday, 6th of October. The admiral continued his west course, and during day and night they made good 40 leagues, 33 being counted. This night, Martin Alonso said that it would be well to steer south of west, and it appeared to the admiral that Martin Alonso did not say this, with respect to the island of Cipango. He saw that if an error was made, the land would not be reached so quickly, and that consequently it would be better to go at once to the continent and afterwards to the island. Sunday, chill of October. The west course was continued. For 2 hours they went at the rate of 12 miles an hour, and afterwards 8 miles an hour. They made good 23 leagues, counting 18 for the people. This day at sunrise, the caravel Nina, which went ahead, being the best sailor, and pushed forward as much as possible to sight the land first, so as to enjoy the reward which the sovereigns had promised to whoever should see it first, hoisted a flag at the masthead and fired a gun, as a signal that she had sighted land, for such was the admiral's order. He had also ordered that at sunrise and sunset all the ships should join him, because those 2 times are most proper for seeing the greatest distance the haze clearing away. No land was seen during the afternoon, as reported by the caravel Nina, and they passed a great number of birds flying from N to Savity. This gave rise to the belief that the birds were either going to sleep on land, or were flying from the winter which might be supposed to be near in the land whence they were coming. The admiral was aware that most of the islands held by the Portuguese were discovered by the flight of birds. For this reason he resolved to give up the west course and to shape a course WSW for the 2 following days. He began the new course 1 hour before sunset. They made good during the night, about 5 leagues and 23 in the day, altogether 28 leagues. Monday, Sikika of October, the course was WSW and U, or 12 leagues, were made good in the day and night. And at times it appears that they went at the rate of 15 miles an hour during the night, if the handwriting is not deceptive. The sea was like the river of Seville. Thanks be to God, says the admiral. The air is very soft, like the April at Seville. And it is a pleasure to be here, so balmy are the breezes. The weeds seem to be very fresh. There were many land birds, and they took one that was flying to the SW. Terns, ducks, and a booby were also seen. Tuesday, 9th of October. The course was SW, and they made 5 leagues. The wind then changed, and the admiral steered W by N 4 leagues. Altogether, in day and night, they made 1 leagues by day and 20 leagues by night, counted as 17 leagues altogether. Throughout the Nagi birds were heard passing. Wednesday, 10th of October. The course was WSW, and they went at the rate of 10 miles an hour, occasionally 12 miles, and sometimes 7. During the day and night, they made 59 leagues, counted as no more than 44. Here the people could endure no longer. They complained of the length of the voyage, but the admiral cheered them up in the best way he could, giving them good hopes of the advantages they might gain from it. He added that, however much they might complain, he had to go to the Indies, and that he would go on until he found them, with the help of our Lord. Thursday, 1st of October. The course was WSW, and there was more sea than there had been during the whole of the voyage. They saw sandpipers and a green reed near the ship. Those of the caravel Pinta saw a cane and a pole, and they took up another small pole, which appeared to have been worked with iron, also another bit of cane, a land plant, and a small boat. The crew of the caravel Nina also saw signs of land, and a small branch covered with berries. Everyone breathed afresh and rejoiced at these signs. The run until sunset was 26 leagues. After sunset, the admiral returned to his original west course, and they went along at the rate of 12 miles an hour. Up to 2 hours after midnight, they had gone 90 miles, equal to 22 leagues. As the caravel Pinta was a better sailor, and went ahead of the admiral, she found the land, and made the signals ordered by the admiral. The land was first seen by a sailor named Rodrigo de Triana. But the admiral, at 10 in the previous night, being on the castle of the poop, saw a light, though it was so uncertain that he could not affirm it was land. He called Pedro Gutierrez, a gentleman of the king's bedchamber, and said that there seemed to be a light, and that he should look at it. He did so, and saw it. The admiral said the same to Rodrigo Sanchez of Segovia, whom the king and queen had sent with the fleet as inspector, but he could see nothing, because he was not in a place whence anything could be seen. After the admiral had spoken, he saw the light once or twice, and it was like a wax candle rising and falling. It seemed to few to be an indication of land, but the admiral made certain that land was close. When they said the salve, which all the sailors were accustomed to sing in their way, the admiral asked and admonished the men to keep a good lookout on the forecastle, and to watch well for land, and to him who should first cry out that he saw land, he would give a silk doublet, besides the other rewards promised by the sovereigns, which were 10 maravedis, to him who should first see it. 2 hours after midnight, the land was sighted at a distance of 2 leagues. They shortened sail and lay by under the mainsail without the bonnets. The vessels were hove to, waiting for daylight, and on Friday they arrived at a small island of the Lucayos, called, in the language of the Indians, Guanahani. Presently they saw naked people. The admiral went on shore in the armed boat, and Martin Alonso Pinzon and Vicente Yanez, his brother, who was captain of the Nina, the admiral, took the royal standard. And the captains went with 2 banners of the Green Cross, which the admiral took in all the ships as a sign, with an F and a Y and a crown over each letter, one on one side of the cross and the other on the other. Having landed, they saw trees very green, and much water, and fruits of divers kinds. The admiral called to the 2 captains and to the others who leaped on shore, and to Rodrigo Escovedo, secretary of the whole fleet, and to Rodrigo Sanchez of Segovia, and said that they should bear faithful testimony that he, in presence of all, had taken, as he now took, possession of the said island for the king and for the queen. His lords making the declarations that are required, as is more largely set forth in the testimonies which were then made in writing. Presently many inhabitants of the island assembled. What follows is in the actual words of the admiral in his book of the first navigation and discovery of the Indies. He says that we might form great friendship, for I knew that they were a people who could be more easily freed and converted to our holy faith by love than by force. Gave to some of them red caps and glass beads to put round their necks, and many other things of little value, which gave them great pleasure and made them so much our friends that it was a marvel to see. They afterwards came to the ship's boats where we were, swimming and bringing us parrots, cotton threads and skeins, darts, and many other things. And we exchanged them for other things that we gave them, such as glass beads and small bells. In fine, they took all, and gave what they had with good will. It appeared to me to be a race of people very poor in everything. They go as naked as when their mothers bore them, and so do the women, although I did not see more than one young girl. All I saw were youths, none more than 30 years of age. They are very well made, with very handsome bodies, and very good countenances. Their hair is short and coarse, almost like the hairs of a horse's tail. They wear the hairs brought down to the eyebrows, except a few locks behind, which they wear long and never cut. They paint themselves black, and they are the color of the Canarians, neither black nor white. Some paint themselves white, others red, and others of what color they find. Some paint their faces, others the whole body, some only round the eyes, others only on the nose. They neither carry nor know anything of arms, for I showed them swords, and they took them by the blade and cut themselves through ignorance. They have no iron, their darts being wands without iron, some of them having a fish's tooth at the end, and others being pointed in various ways. They are all of fair stature and size, with good faces and well made. I saw some with marks of wounds on their bodies, and I made signs to ask what it was. And they gave me to understand that people from other adjacent islands came with the intention of seizing, and that they defended themselves. I believed, and still believe, that they come here from the main land to take them prisoners. They should be good servants and intelligent, for I observed that they quickly took in what was said to them, and I believe that they would easily be made Christians, as it appeared to me that they had no religion. I, our Lord being pleased, will take hence at the time of my departure 6 natives for your highnesses, that they may learn to speak. I saw no beast of any kind except parrots on this island. The above is Saturday, 13th of October. As soon as dawn broke, many of these people came to the beach, all youths, as I have said, and all of good stature, a very handsome people. Their hair is not curly, but loose and coarse, like horsehair. In all the forehead is broad, more so than in any other people I have hitherto seen. Their eyes are very beautiful and not small, and themselves far from black, but the color of the Canarians. Nor should anything else be expected, as this island is in a line east and west from the island of Hierro, in the Canaries. Their legs are very straight, all in one line, and no belly, but very well formed. They came to the ship in small canoes, made out of the trunk of a tree like a long boat, and all of one piece and wonderfully worked, considering the country. They are large, some of them holding 40 to 45 men, others smaller, and some only large enough to hold one man. They are propelled with a paddle like a baker's shovel and go at a marvelous rate. If the canoe capsizes, they all promptly begin to swim and to bail it out with calabashes that they take with them. They brought skeins of cotton thread, parrots, darts, and other small things which it would be tedious to recount, and they give all in exchange for anything that may be given to them. I was attentive and took trouble to ascertain if there was gold. I saw that some of them had a small piece fastened in a hole they have in the nose, and by signs I was able to make out that to the south, or going from the island to the south, there was a king who had great cups full, and who possessed a great quantity. I tried to get them to go there, but afterwards I saw that they had no inclination. I resolved to wait until tomorrow in the afternoon, and then to depart, shaping a course to the SW, for, according to what many of them told me, there was land to the SW, and NW, and that the natives from the NW often came to attack them, and went on to the SW in search of gold and precious stones. This island is rather large and very flat, with bright green trees, much water, and a very large lake in the center without any mountain, and the whole land so green that it is a pleasure to look on it. The people are very docile, and for the longing to possess our things, and not having anything to give in return, they take what they can get and presently swim away. Still, they give away all they have got, for whatever may be given to them, down to broken bits of crockery and glass. I saw one give 16 skeins of cotton for 3 COTs, one of Portugal equal to 1 blanco of Spain, the skeins being as much as an arraba of Cochin thread. I shall keep it, and shall allow no one to take it, preserving it all for your highnesses, for it may be obtained in abundance. It is grown in this island, though the short time did not admit of my ascertaining this for a certainty. Here also is found the gold they wear fastened in their noses, but in order not to lose time, I intend to go and see if I can find the island of Sapanga. Now, as it is night, all the natives have gone on shore with their canoes. Sunday, TTK of October, at dawn I ordered the ship's boat and the boats of the caravels to be got ready, and I went along the coast of the island to the NNE to see the other side, which was on the other side to the east, and also to see the villages. Presently I saw 2 or 3, and the people all came to the shore, calling out and giving thanks to God. Some of them brought us water, others came with food, and when they saw that I did not want to land, they got into the sea and came swimming to us. We understood that they asked us if we had come from heaven. One old man came into the boat, and others cried out in loud voices to all the men and women to come and see the men who had come from heaven, and to bring them to eat and drink. Many came, including women, each bringing something, giving thanks to God, throwing themselves on the ground and shouting to us to come on shore. But I was afraid to land, seeing an extensive reef of rocks which surrounded the island, with deep water between it and the shore, forming a port large enough for as many ships as there are in Christendom, but with a very narrow entrance. It is true that within this reef there are some sunken rocks, but the sea has no more motion than the water in a well. In order to see all this, I went this morning that I might be able to give a full account to your highnesses, and also where a fortress might be established. I saw a piece of land which appeared like an island, although it is not one, and on it there were 6 houses. It might be converted into an island in 2 days, though I do not see that it would be necessary. For these people are very simple as regards the use of arms, as your highnesses will see from the 7 that I caused to be taken, to bring home and learn our language and return. Unless your highnesses should order them all to be brought to Castile, or to be kept as captives on the same island, for with 50 men they can all be subjugated and made to do what is required of them. Close to the above peninsula there are gardens green as those of Castile in the month of April and May, and much water. I examined all that port, and afterwards I returned to the ship and made sail. I saw so many islands that I hardly knew how to determine to which I should go first. Those natives I had with me said by signs that there were so many that they could not be numbered, and they gave the names of more than 100. At last I looked out for the largest, and resolved to shape a course for it, and so I did. It will be distant 5 leagues from this of San Salvador, and the others some more, some less, All are very flat and all are inhabited. The natives make war on each other, although these are very simple-minded and handsomely formed people. Monday, 15th of October. I had laid by during the night with the fear of reaching the land to anchor before daylight, not knowing whether the coast was clear of rocks. And at dawn I made sail. As the island was more than 5 leagues distant and nearer 7, and the tide checked my way, it was noon when we arrived at the said island. I found that side, facing towards the island, old San Salvador, trended north and south with a length of 5 leagues, and the other which I followed ran east and west for more than 10 leagues. As from this island I saw another larger one to the west, I clewed up the sails after having run all that day until night, otherwise I could not have reached the western cape. I gave the name of Santa Maria de la Concepcion 3 to the island, and almost as the sun set I anchored near the said cape to ascertain if it contained gold. For the people I had taken from the island of San Salvador told me that here they wore very large rings of gold on their arms and legs. I really believe that all they said was nonsense invented that they might escape. My desire was not to pass any island without taking possession, so that one having been taken, the same may be said of all. I anchored and remained until today, Tuesday, when I went to the shore with the boats armed and landed. The people, who were numerous, went naked and were like those of the other island of San Salvador. They let us go over the island and gave us what we required. As the wind changed to the sea, I did not like to stay and returned to the ship. A large canoe was alongside the Nina, and one of the men of the island of San Salvador, who was on board, jumped into the sea and got into the canoe. In the middle of the night before, another swam away behind the canoe, which fled, for there never was boat that could have overtaken her, seeing that in speed they have a great advantage. So they reached the land and left the canoe. Some of my people went on shore in chase of them, but they all fled like fowls, and the canoe they had left was brought alongside the caravel Nina, whither from another direction another small canoe came, with a man who wished to barter with skeins of cotton. Some sailors jumped into the sea because he would not come on board the caravel and seized him. I was on the poop of my ship and saw everything. So I sent for the man, gave him a red cap, some small beads of green glass, which I put on his arms, and small bells, which I put in his ears, and ordered his canoe, which was also on board, to be returned to him. I sent him on shore and presently made sail to go to the other large island, which was in sight to the westward. I also ordered the other large canoe, which the caravel Nina was towing astern, to be cast adrift, and I soon saw that it reached the land at the same time as the man to whom I had given the above things. I had not wished to take the skein of cotton that he offered me. All the others came round him and seemed astonished, for it appeared clear to them that we were good people. The other man who had fled might do us some harm, because we had carried him off, and for that reason I ordered this man to be set free and gave him the above things, that he might think well of us. Otherwise, when your highnesses again send an expedition, they might not be friendly. All the presents I gave were not worth 4 maravedis. At Io we departed with the wind SW and made for the south to reach that other island, which is very large, and respecting which all the men that I bring from San Salvador make signs, that there is much gold, and that they wear it as bracelets on the arms, on the legs, in the ears and nose, and round the neck. The distance of this island from that of Santa Maria is 9 leagues on a course east to west. All this part of the island trends NW and SE, and it appeared that this coast must have a length of 28 leagues. It is very flat, without any mountain like San Salvador and Santa Maria, all being beach without rocks, except that there are some sunken rocks near the land, whence it is necessary to keep a good lookout when it is desired to anchor, and not to come to very near the land. But the water is always very clear, and the bottom is visible. At a distance of 2 shots of a lombard, there is off all these islands such a depth that the bottom cannot be reached. These islands are very green and fertile, the climate very mild. They may contain many things of which I have no knowledge, for I do not wish to stop, in discovering and visiting many islands, to find gold. These people make signs that it is worn on the arms and legs, and it must be gold, for they point to some pieces that I have. I cannot err, with the help of our Lord, in finding out where this gold has its origin. Being in the middle of the channel between these 2 islands, that is to say, that of Santa Maria, and this large one, to which I give the name of Fernandina, I came upon a man alone in a canoe going from Santa Maria to Fernandina. He had a little of their bread about the size of a fist, a calabash of water, a piece of brown earth powdered, and then kneaded in some dried leaves, which must be a thing highly valued by them, for they bartered with it at San Salvador. He also had with him a native basket with a string of glass beads, and 2 blancas, 2 by which I knew that he had come from the island of San Salvador, and had been to Santa Maria and thence to Fernandina. He came alongside the ship, and I made him come on board as he desired, also getting the canoe inboard and taking care of all his property. I ordered him to be given to eat bread and treacle, and also to drink. And so I shall take him on to Fernandina, where I shall return everything to him, in order that he may give a good account of us, that our Lord pleasing, when your highnesses shall send here, those who come may receive honor, and that the natives may give them all they require. Tuesday, 1/6 of October. I sailed from the island of Santa Maria de la Concepcion then about noon to go to Fernandina Island, which appeared very large to the westward, and I navigated all that day with light winds. I could not arrive in time to be able to see the bottom, so as to drop the anchor on a clear place, for it is necessary to be very careful not to lose the anchors. So I stood off and on all that night until day, when I came to an inhabited place where I anchored, and whence that man had come, that I found yesterday in the canoe in mid-channel. He had given such a good report of us that there was no want of canoes alongside the ship all that night, which brought us water and what they had to offer. I ordered each one to be given something, such as a few beads, 10 or 12 of those made of glass on a thread, some tambrils made of brass, such as are worth a maravedì in Spain, and some straps, all which they looked upon as most excellent. I also ordered them to be given treacle to eat when they came on board. At 3 o'clock I sent the ship's boat on shore for water, and the natives, with good will, showed my people where the water was, and they themselves brought the full casks down to the boat, and did all they could to please us. This island is very large, and I have determined to sail round it, because so far as I can understand, there is a mine near it. The island is 8 leagues from Santa Maria, nearly east and west, and this point I had reached, as well as all the coasts, trends NNW and SSE. I saw at least 20 leagues of it, and then it had not ended. Now, as I am writing this, I made sail with the wind at the south, to sail around the island, and to navigate until I find Sanio, which is the island or city where there is gold, as all the natives say who are on board, and as those of San Salvador and Santa Maria told us. These people resemble those of the said islands with the same language and customs, except that these appear to me a rather more domestic and tractable people, yet also more subtle. For I observed that those who brought cotton and other trifles to the ship knew better than the others how to make a bargain. In this island I saw cotton cloths made like mantles. The people were better disposed, and the women wore in front of their bodies a small piece of cotton, which scarcely covered them. It is a very green island, level and very fertile, and I have no doubt that they sow and gather corn all the year round, as well as other things. I saw many trees very unlike those of our country. Many of them have their branches growing in different ways, and all from one trunk, and one twig is one form, and another in a different shape, and so unlike that it is the greatest wonder in the world to see the great diversity. Thus one branch has leaves like those of a cane, and others like those of a mastic tree, and on a single tree there are 5 or 6 different kinds. Nor are these grafted, for it may be said that grafting is unknown, the trees being wild and untended by these people. They do not know any religion, and I believe they could easily be converted to Christianity, for they are very intelligent. Here the fish are so unlike ours that it is wonderful. Some are the shape of dories, and of the finest colors in the world, blue, yellow, red, and other tints, all painted in various ways. And the colors are so bright that there is not a man who would not be astonished, and would not take great delight in seeing them. There are also whales. One saw no beasts on the land of any kind, except parrots and lizards. A boy told me that he saw a large serpent. I saw neither sheep nor goats nor any other quadruped. It is true I had been here a short time since noon, yet I could not have failed to see some if there had been any. I will write respecting the circuit Wednesday, 6th of October. At noon I departed from the village off which I was anchored and where I took in water, to sail round this island of Fernandina. The wind was SW and south. My wish was to follow the coast of this island to the SE from where I was, the whole coast trending NNWA and SSE, because all the Indians I bring with me and others made signs to this southern quarter as the direction of the island they call Samoet, where the gold is. Martin Alonzo Pinzon, captain of the caravel Pinta, on board of which I had 3 of the Indians, came to me and said that one of them had given him to understand very positively that the island might be sailed round much quicker by shaping an NNW course. I saw that the wind would not help me to take the course I desired, and that it was fair for the other. So I made sail to the NNW. When I was 2 leagues from the cape of the island, I discovered a very wonderful harbor. It has 1 mouth, or rather it may be said to have 2, for there is an islet in the middle. Both are very narrow, and within it is wide enough for 100 ships, if there was depth and a clean bottom, and the entrance was deep enough. It seemed desirable to explore it and take soundings, so I anchored outside and went in with all the ship's boats when we saw there was insufficient depths. As I thought, when one first saw it, that it was the mouth of some river, I ordered the water cask to be brought. On shore I found 8 or 10 men, who presently came to us and showed us the village, whither I sent the people for water, some with arms and others with hammocks. During that time I walked among the trees, which was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, beholding as much verdure as in the month of May in Andalusia. The trees are as unlike ours as night from day, as are the fruits, the herbs, the stones, and everything. It is true that some of the trees bore some resemblance to those in Castile, but most of them are very different, and some were so unlike that no one could compare them to anything in Castile. The people were all like those already mentioned, like them naked, and the same size. They give what they possess in exchange for anything that may be given to them. I here saw some of the ship's boys bartering broken bits of glass and crockery for darts. The men who went for water told me that they had been in the houses of the natives, and that they were very plain and clean inside. Their beds and bags for holding things very high, with good chimneys. But among many villages that I saw, there was none that consisted of more than from 12 to 15 houses. Here they found that the married women wore clouts of cotton, but not the young girls, except a few who were over 18 years of age. They had dogs, mastiffs, and hounds, and here they found a man who had a piece of gold in his nose, the size of half a castellano, on which they saw letters. I quarreled with these people because they would not exchange or give what was required, as I wished to see what and whose this money was, and they replied that they were not accustomed to barter. After the water was taken, I returned to the ship, made sail, and shaped a course NW until I had discovered all the part of the coast of the island which trends east to anchor until it cleared up, so as to see the other island whither I have to go. On all these days, since I arrived in these Indies, it has rained more or less. Your Highnesses may believe that this land is the best and most fertile, and with a good climate, level, and as good as there is in the world. Thursday, Iscavacto. After it had cleared up, I went before the wind, approaching the island as near as I could, and anchored when it was no longer light enough to keep under sail. But I did not go on shore, and made sail at dawn Friday, 19th of October. I weighed the anchors at daylight, sending the caravel Pinta on an ESE course, the caravel Nina SSE, while I shaped a SE course, giving orders that these courses were to be steered until noon, and that then the 2 caravels should alter course so as to join company with me. Before we had sailed for 3 hours, we saw an island to the east, for which we steered, and all 3 vessels arrived at the north point before noon. Here there is an islet, and a reef of rocks to seaward of it, besides one between the islet and the large island. The men of San Salvador, whom I bring with me, called it Salamite, and I gave it the name of Isabella. The wind was north, and the said islet bore from the island of Fernandina, whence I had taken my departure, east and west. Afterwards we ran along the coast of the island westward from the islet, and found its length to be 12 leagues as far as a cape, which I named Cabo Hermoso at the western end. The island is beautiful, and the coast very deep, without sunken rocks off it. Outside the shore is rocky, but further in there is a sandy beach, and here I anchored on that Friday night until morning. This coast and the part of the island I saw is almost flat, and the island is very beautiful. For if the other islands are lovely, this is more so. It has many very green trees, which are very large. The land is higher than in the other islands, and in it there are some hills, which cannot be called mountains. And it appears that there is much water inland. From this point to the end, the coast makes a great angle, and there are many thick and extensive groves. I wanted to go and anchor there so as to go on shore and see so much beauty, but the water was shallow, and we could only anchor at a distance from the land. The wind also was fair for going to this cape, where I am now anchored, to which I gave the name of Cabo Hermoso, because it is so. Thus it was that I do not anchor in that angle, but as I saw this cape so green and so beautiful. Like all the other lands of these islands, I scarcely knew which to visit first, for I can never tire my eyes in looking at such lovely vegetation, so different from ours. I believe that there are many herbs and many trees that are worth much in Europe for dyes and for medicines, but I do not know, and this causes me great sorrow. Arriving at this cape, I found the smell of the trees and flowers so delicious that it seemed the pleasantest thing in the world. Tomorrow, before I leave this place, I shall go on shore to see what there is at this cape. There are no people, but there are villages in the interior, where the Indians I bring with me say, there is a king who has much gold. Tomorrow, I intend to go so far inland as to find the village and see and have some speech with this king, who, according to the signs they make, rules over all the neighboring islands, goes about clothed, and wears much gold on his person. I do not give much faith to what they say, as well because I do not understand them, as because they are so poor in gold that even a little that this king may have would appear much to them. This cape, to which I have given the name of Cabo Formoso, is, I believe, on an island separated from Saometo, and there is another small islet between them. I did not try to examine them in detail because it could not be done in 50 years. For my desire is to see and discover as much as I can before returning to your highnesses, our Lord willing, in April. It is true that, in the event of finding places where there is gold or spices in quantity, I should stop until I had collected as much as I could. I therefore proceed in the hope of coming across such places. Saturday, 25th of October. Today, at sunrise, I weighed the anchors from where I was with the ship, and anchored off the SW Point, the island of Salmetto, to which I gave the name of Cabo de la Laguna, and to the island Isabella. My intention was to navigate to the northeast and east from the southeast and south. Where I understood from the Indians I brought with me was the village of the king. I found the sea so shallow that I could not enter nor navigate in it, and I saw that to follow a route by the southeast would be a great round. To the western part, and to sail round this island of one, I'd so little wind that I never could sail on the coast, except during the night. As it was dangerous to anchor off these islands except in the day, when one can see where to let go the anchor, for the bottom is all in patches, some clear and some rocky. I lay till all this Sunday night. The caravels anchored because they found themselves near the shore, and they thought that, owing to the signals that they were in the habit of making, I would come to anchor, but I did not wish to do so. Sunday, 21st of October. At 10 o'clock, I arrived here off this islet and anchored as well as the caravels. After breakfast, I went on shore and found only one house in which there was no one, and I suppose they had fled from fear, because all their property was left in the house. I would not allow anything to be touched, but set out with the captains and people to explore the island. If the others already seen are very beautiful, green and fertile, this is much more so, with large trees and very green. Here there are large lagoons with wonderful vegetation on their banks. Throughout the island all is green, and the herbage like April in Andalusia. The songs of the birds were so pleasant that it seemed as if a man could never wish to leave the place. The flocks of parrots concealed the sun, and the birds were so numerous and of so many different kinds that it was wonderful. There are trees of 1,000 sorts, and all have their several fruits, and I feel the most unhappy man in the world not to know them, for I am well assured that they are all valuable. I bring home specimens of them, and also of the land. Thus, walking along round one of the lakes, I saw a serpent, which we killed, and I bring home the skin for your highnesses. As soon as it saw us, it went into the lagoon, and we followed, as the water was not very deep, until we killed it with lances. It is 7 palmos long, and I believe that there are many like it in these lagoons. Here I came upon some aloes, and I have determined to take 10 quintals on board tomorrow, for they tell me that they are worth a good deal. Also, while in search of good water, we came to a village about half a league from our anchorage. The people, as soon as they heard us, all fled and left their houses, hiding their property in the wood. I would not allow a thing to be touched, even the value of a pin. Presently some men among them came to us, and one came quite close. I gave him some bells and glass beads, which made him very content and happy. That our friendship might be further increased, I resolved to ask him for something. I requested him to get some water. After I had gone on board, the natives came to the beach with calabashes full of water, and they delighted much in giving it to us. I ordered another string of glass beads to be presented to them, and they said they would come again tomorrow. I wished to fill up all the ships with water at this place, and if there should be time, I intended to search the island until I had had speech with the king, and seen whether he had the gold of which I had heard. I shall then shape a course for another much larger island, which I believe to be Cipango, judging from the signs made by the Indians I bring with me. They call it Cuba, and they say that there are ships and many skillful sailors there. Beyond this island there is another called Basso, which they also say is very large, and others we shall see as we pass, lying between. According as I obtain tidings of gold or spices, I shall settle what should be done. I am still resolved to go to the mainland and the city of Gizeh, and to deliver the letters of your highnesses to the Grand Khan, requesting a reply and returning with it. 5 Monday 22nd of October. All last night and today I was here, waiting to see if the king or other person would bring gold or anything of value. Many of these people came, like those of the other islands, equally naked and equally painted, some white, some red, some black, and others in many ways. They brought darts and skeins of cotton to barter, which they exchanged with the sailors for bits of glass, broken crockery, and pieces of earthenware. Some of them had pieces of gold fastened in their noses, which they willingly gave for a hawk's bell and glass beads, but there was so little that it counts for nothing. It is true that they looked upon any little thing that I gave them as a wonder, and they held our arrival to be a great marvel, believing that we came from heaven. We got water for the ships from a lagoon which is near the Cabo Delizio, Cape of the Islet, as we named it. In the said lagoon, Martin Alonso Pinzon, captain of the Pinta, killed another serpent 7 palmos long, like the one we got yesterday. I made them gather here as much of the aloe as they could find. Tuesday, 2 of October, I desired to set out today for the island of Cuba, which I think must be Cipango, according to the signs these people make it, indicative of its size and riches, and I did not delay any more here, nor one round this island to the residence of this king or lord, and have speech with him as I had intended. This would cause me much delay, and I see that there is no gold mine here. To sail round would need several winds, for it does not blow here as men may wish. It is better to go where there is great entertainment, so I say that it is not reasonable to wait, but rather to continue the voyage and inspect much land, until some very profitable country is reached, my belief being that it will be rich in spices. That I have no personal knowledge of these products causes me the greatest sorrow in the world, for I see 1,000 kinds of trees, each one with its own special fruit, all green now as in Spain during the months of May and June, as well as 1,000 kinds of herbs with their flowers. Yet I know none of them except this aloe, of which I ordered a quantity to be brought on board to bring to your highnesses. I have not made sail for Cuba because there is no wind, but a dead calm with much rain. It rained a great deal yesterday without causing any cold. On the contrary, the days are hot and the nights cool, like May in Andalusia. Wednesday, 24th of October. At midnight I weighed the anchors and left the anchorage at Cabo del Islo, in the island of Isabella del Islo. From the northern side, where I was, I intended to go to the island of Cuba, where I heard of the people who were very great, and had gold, spices, merchandise, and large ships. They showed me that the course thither would be WSW, and so I hold. For I believe that it is so, as all the Indians of these islands, as well as those I brought with me in the ships, told me by signs. I cannot understand their language, but I believe that it is of the island of Cipango that they recount these wonders. On the spheres I saw and on the delineations of the map of the world, Cipango is in this region. So I shaped a course WSW until daylight, but at dawn it fell calm and began to rain and went on nearly all night. I remained thus with little wind until the afternoon, when it began to blow fresh. I set all the sails in the ship, the mainsail with 2 bonnets, the foresail, spritsail, mizen, main topsail, and the boat's sail on the poop. So I proceeded until nightfall, when the Capo Verde, the island of Fernandina, which is at the SWN Bore distant 7 leagues. As it was now blowing hard, and I did not know how far it was to this island of Cuba, I resolved not to go in search of it during the night, all these islands being very steep too, with no bottom round them for a distance of 2 shots of a longboard. The bottom is all in patches, 1 bit of sand and another of rock, and for this reason it is not safe to anchor without inspection with the eye. So I determined to take in all the sails except the foresail, and to go on under that reduced canvas. Soon the wind increased while the route was doubtful and there was very thick weather, with rain. I ordered the foresail to be furled, and we did not make 2 leagues during that night. Thursday, 25th of October, I steered WSW from after sunset until 9 o'clock, making 5 leagues. Afterwards, I altered course to west and went 8 miles an hour until 1 in the afternoon, and from that time until 3 made good 44 miles. Then land was sighted, consisting of 7 or 8 islands, the group running north and south, distant from us 5 leagues. Friday, 26th of October, the ship was on the south side of the islands, which were all low, distant 5 or 6 leagues. I anchored there. The Indians on board said that thence to Cuba was a voyage in their canoes of a day and a half, these being small dugouts without a sail. Such are their canoes. I departed thence for Cuba, for by the signs the Indians made of its greatness, and of its gold and pearls, I thought that it must be Cipango. Saturday, 2 JT October, I weighed from these islands at sunrise and gave them the name of Las Islas de Reina, owing to the little depth the sea had for a distance of 6 leagues to the southward of them. We went 8 miles an hour on a SSW course until 1 o'clock, having made 40 miles. Until night we had run 28 miles on the same course, and before dark the land was sighted. At night there was much rain. The vessels on Saturday until sunset made 17 leagues on a SSW course. Sunday, 28th of October, I went thence in search of the island of Cuba on a SSW coast, making for the nearest point of it, and entered a very beautiful river without danger of sunken rocks or other impediments. All the coast was clear of dangers up to the shore. The mouth of the river was 1-2 brazos across, and it is wide enough for a vessel to beat in. I anchored about a lombard shot inside. The admiral says that he never beheld such a beautiful place, with trees bordering the river, handsome, green, and different from ours, having fruits and flowers, each one according to its nature. There are many birds which sing very sweetly. There are a great number of palm trees of a different kind from those in Guinea and from ours, of a middling height, the trunks without that covering too, and the leaves very large, with which they thatch their houses. The country is very level. The admiral jumped into his boat and to belong to fishermen who had fled from fear. In one of them he found a kind of dog that never barks, and in both there were nets of palm fiber and cordage, as well as horned fish hooks, bone harpoons, and other apparatus for fishing, and several hearts. He believed that many people lived together in one house. He gave orders that nothing in the houses should be touched, and so it was done. The herbage was as thick as in Andalusia during April and May. He found much purslane and wild amaranth. He returned to the boat and went up the river for some distance, and he says it was great pleasure to see the bright verdure, and the birds which he could not leave to go back. He says that this island is the most beautiful that eyes have seen, full of good harbors and deep rivers, and the sea appeared as if it never rose, for the herbage on the beach nearly reached the waves, which does not happen where the sea is rough. Up to that time they had not experienced a rough sea among all those islands. He says that the island is full of very beautiful mountains, although they are not very extensive as regards length but high. It is abundantly supplied with water, as they gathered from the Indians they had taken with them from the island of Guanahani. These said by signs that there are 10 great rivers, and that they cannot go round the island in 20 days. When they came near land with the ships, 2 canoes came out, and when they saw the sailors get into a boat and row about to find the depth of the river where they could anchor, the canoes fled. The Indians say that in this island there are gold mines and pearls, and the admiral saw a likely place for them and mussel shells, which are signs of them. He understood that large ships of the Grand Can came here, and that from here to the mainland was a voyage of 1061 days. The admiral called this river and harbor San Salvador Monday, 29th of October. The admiral weighed anchor from this port and sailed to the westward to go to the city where, as it seemed, the Indians said that there was a king. They doubled a point 6 leagues to the NW2, and then another point, 4, then east 10 leagues. After another league, he saw a river with no very large entrance, to which he gave the name of Rio de la Luna. He went on until the hour of vespers. He saw another river much larger than the others, 6 as the Indians told him by signs, and near he saw goodly villages of houses. He called the river Rio de Maresi. He sent 2 boats on shore to a village to communicate, and one of the Indians he had brought with him, for now they understood a little, and showed themselves content with Christians. All the men, women, and children fled, abandoning their houses with all they contained. The admiral gave orders that nothing should be touched. The houses were better than those he had seen before, and he believed that the houses would improve as he approached the mainland. They were made like booths, very large, and looking like tents in a camp, without regular streets, but one here and another there. Within they were clean and well swept, with the furniture well made. All are of palm branches, beautifully constructed. They found many images in the shape of women and many heads like masks, very well carved. It was not known whether these were used as ornaments or to be worshipped. They had dogs which never bark, and wild birds tamed in their houses. There was a wonderful supply of nets and other fishing implements, but nothing was touched. He believed that all the people on the coast were fishermen who took the fish inland, for this island is very large and so beautiful that he is never tired of praising it. He says that he found trees and fruits of very marvelous taste, and adds that they must have cows or other cattle, for he saw skulls which were like those of cows. The songs of the birds and the chirping of crickets throughout the night lulled everyone to rest, while the air was soft and healthy, and the nights neither hot nor cold. On the voyage through the other islands there was great heat, but here it is tempered like the month of May. He attributed the heat of the other islands to their flatness, and to the wind coming from the east, which is hot. The water of the rivers was salt at the mouth, and they did not know whence the natives got their drinking water, though they have sweet water in their houses. Ships are able to turn in this river, both entering and coming out, and there are very good leading marks. He says that all this sea appears to be constantly smooth, like the river at Seville, and the water suitable for the growth of pearls. He found large shells unlike those of Spain, remarking on the position of the river and port, to which he gave the name of San Salvador. He describes its mountains as lofty and beautiful, like the Pino de las Enamoradas, and one of them has another little hill on its summit, like a graceful mosque. The other river and port, in which he now was, has 2 round mountains to the SW, and a fine low cape running out to the WSW Tuesday, 30th of October. He left the Rio de Mares and steered NW, seeing a cape covered with palm trees, to which he gave the name of Cabo de Palmas, after having made good 15 leagues. The Indians on board the Caravel Pinta said that beyond that cape there was a river, and that from the river to Cuba it was 4 days' journey. The captain of the Pinta reported that he understood from that this Cuba was a city, and that the land was a great continent trending far to the north. The king of that country, he gathered, was at war with the Grand Khan, whom they called Kami, and his land or city Fava, with many other names. The admiral resolved to proceed to that river and to send a present with the letter of the sovereigns to the king of that land. For this service there was a sailor who had been to Guinea, and some of the Indians of Guanahani wished to go with him, and afterwards to return to their homes. The admiral calculated that he was 42 degrees to the north of the equinoctial line, but the handwriting is here illegible. He says that he must attempt to reach the Grand Khan, who he thought was here, or at the city of Cathay, which belongs to him, and is very grand, as he was informed before leaving Spain. All this land, he adds, is low and beautiful, and the sea deep. Wednesday, 31 Saint of October, all Tuesday night, he was beating to windward, and he saw a river, but could not enter it because the entrance was narrow. The Indians fancied that the ships could enter wherever their canoes could go. Navigating onwards, he came to a cape running out very far and surrounded by sunken rocks, and he saw a bay where small vessels might take shelter. He could not proceed because the wind had come round to the north, and all the coast runs in WA. And SE, another cape further on, ran out still more. For these reasons, and because the sky showed signs of a gale, he had to return to the Rio de Mares, Thursday, November the 1st. At sunrise, the admiral sent the boats on shore to the houses that were there, and they found that all the people had fled. After some time, a man made his appearance. The admiral ordered that he should be left to himself, and the sailors returned to the boats. After dinner, one of the Indians on board was sent on shore. He called out from a distance that there was nothing to fear, because the strangers were good people and would do no harm to anyone, nor were they people of the Grand Khan, but they had given away their things in many islands where they had been. The Indian then swam on shore, and 2 of the natives took him by the arms and brought him to a house where they heard what he had to say. When they were certain that no harm would be done to them, they were reassured, and presently more than 16 canoes came to the ships with cotton thread and other trifles. The admiral ordered that nothing should be taken from them, that they might understand that he sought for nothing but gold, which they called nuke. Thus they went to and fro between the ships and the shore all day, and they came to the Christians on shore with confidence. The admiral saw no gold whatever among them, but he says that he saw one of them with a piece of worked silver fastened to his nose. They said by signs that within 3 days many merchants from inland would come to buy the things brought by the Christians, and would give information respecting the king of that land. So far as could be understood from their signs, he resided at a distance of 4 days' journey. They had sent many messengers in all directions with news of the arrival of the admiral. These people, says the admiral, are of the same appearance and have the same customs as those of the other islands, without any religion so far as I know, for up to this day I have never seen the Indians on board say any prayer, though they repeat the Salve and Ave Maria with their hands raised to heaven, and they make the sign of the cross. The language is also the same, and they are all friends, but I believe that all these islands are at war with the Grand Khan, whom they called Kavila, and his province Bafan. They all go naked like the others. This is what the admiral says. The river, he adds, is very deep, and the ships can enter the mouth, going close to the shore. The sweet water does not come within a league of the mouth. It is certain, says the admiral, that this is the mainland, and that I am in front of Zato and Ginsay 100 leagues, a little more or less distant the one from the other. It is very clear that no one before has been so far as this by sea. Yesterday, with wind from the NW, I found it cold. Friday, 2nd of November, the admiral decided upon sending 2 Spaniards, one named Rodrigo de Jerez, who lived in Ayamonte, and the other Luis de Torres, who had served in the household of the Adelantado of Murcia, and had been a Jew, knowing Hebrew, Chaldee, and even some Arabic. With these men he sent 2 Indians, one from among those he had brought from Guanahani, and another a native of the houses by the riverside. He gave them strings of beads with which to buy food if they should be in need, and ordered them to return in 6 days. He gave them specimens of spices to see if any were to be found. Their instructions were to ask for the king of that land, and they were told what to say on the part of the sovereigns of Castilla, how they had sent the admiral with letters and a present, to inquire after his health and establish friendship, favoring him in what he might desire from them. They were to collect information respecting certain provinces, ports, and rivers of which the admiral had notice, and to ascertain their distances from where he was. This night the admiral took an altitude with a quadrant, and found that the distance from the equinoctial line was 42 degrees. He says that by his reckoning he finds that he has gone over 142 leagues from the island of Saturday, 3rd of November. In the morning the admiral got into the boat, and as the river is like a great lake at the mouth, forming a very excellent port, very deep, and clear of rocks, with a good beach for careening ships, and plenty of fuel. He explored it until he came to fresh water at a distance of 2 leagues from the mouth. He ascended a small mountain to obtain a view of the surrounding country, but could see nothing owing to the dense foliage of the trees, which were very fresh and odoriferous, so that he felt no doubt that there were aromatic herbs among them. He said that all he saw was so beautiful that his eyes could never tire of gazing upon such loveliness, nor his ears of listening to the songs of birds. That day many canoes came to the ships to barter with cotton threads and with the nets in which they sleep, called hammocks. Sunday, 8th of November. At sunrise the admiral again went away in the boat and landed to hunt the birds he had seen the day before. After a time Martin Alonso Pinzon came to him with 2 pieces of cinnamon, and said that a Portuguese, who was one of his crew, had seen an Indian carrying 2 very large bundles of it, but he had not bartered for it because of the penalty imposed by the admiral on anyone who bartered. He further said that this Indian carried some brown things like nutmegs. The master of the Pinta said that he had found the cinnamon trees. The admiral went to the place and found that they were not cinnamon trees. The admiral showed the Indians some specimens of cinnamon and pepper he had brought from Castile, and they knew it, and said by signs that there was plenty in the vicinity, pointing to the SEA. He also showed them gold and pearls, on which certain old men said that there was an infinite quantity in a place called Bohio, and that the people wore it on their necks, ears, arms, and legs, as well as pearls. He further understood them to say that there were great ships and much merchandise all to the SE. He also understood that far away there were men with one eye and others with dogs' noses who were cannibals, and that when they captured an enemy they beheaded him and drank his blood. The admiral then determined to return to the ship and wait for the return of the 2 men he had sent, intending to depart and seek for those lands, if his envoys brought some good news touching what he desired. The admiral further says, "These people are very gentle and timid. They go naked, as I have said, without arms and without law. The country is very fertile. The people have plenty of roots called zanahorias, yams, with a smell like chestnuts, and they have beans of kinds very different from ours. They also have much cotton, which they do not sow, as it is wild in the mountains, and I believe they collect it throughout the year, because I saw pods empty, others full, and flowers all on one tree. There are 1,000 other kinds of fruits which it is impossible for me to write about, and all must be profitable." All this the admiral says, Monday, 12th of November. This morning the admiral ordered the ship to be careened, afterwards the other vessels, but not all at the same time. 2 were always to be at the anchorage as a precaution, although he says that these people were very safe, and that without fear all the vessels might have been careened at the same time. Things being in this state, 6-9, the master of the Nina, warned from the admiral because he had found mastic, but he did not bring the specimen as he had dropped it. The admiral promised him a reward and sent Rodrigo Sanchez and Master Diego to the trees. They collected some, which was kept to present to the sovereigns as well as the tree. The admiral says that he knew it was mastic, though it ought to be gathered at the proper season. There is enough in that district for a yield of quintals every year. The admiral also found here a great deal of the plant called aloe. He further says that the Puerto de Mares is the best in the world, with the finest climate and the most gentle people. As it has a high rocky cape, a fortress might be built so that, in the event of the place becoming rich and important, the merchants would be safe from any other nations. He adds, "The Lord, in whose hands are all victories, will ordain all things for his service." An Indian said by signs that the mastic was good for pains in the stomach. Tuesday, 6th of November. Yesterday, at night, says the admiral, the 2 men came back who had been sent to explore the interior. They said that after walking 12 leagues, they came to a village of 50 houses, where there were 1,000 inhabitants, for many live in one house. These houses are like very large booths. They said that they were received with great solemnity, according to custom, and all, both men and women, came out to see them. They were lodged in the best houses, and the people touched them, kissing their 7 hands and feet, marveling and believing that they came from heaven, and so they gave them to eat of what they had. When they arrived, the chief people conducted them by the arms to the principal house, gave them 2 chairs on which to sit, and all the natives sat round them on the ground. The Indian who came with them described the manner of living of the Christians, and said that they were good people. Presently the men went out, and the women came sitting round them in the same way, kissing their hands and feet, and looking to see if they were of flesh and bones like themselves. They begged the Spaniards to remain with them at least 5 days. The Spaniards showed the natives specimens of cinnamon, pepper, and other spices which the admiral had given them, and they said, by signs, that there was plenty at a short distance from thence to S.E., but that there they did not know whether there was any. Finding that they had no information respecting cities, the Spaniards returned. And if they had desired to take those who wished to accompany them, more than 500 men and women would have come, because they thought the Spaniards were returning to heaven. There came, however, a principal man of the village and his son, with a servant. The admiral conversed with them and showed them much honor. They made signs respecting many lands and islands in those parts. The admiral thought of bringing them to the sovereigns. He says that he knew not what fancy took them, either from fear or owing to the dark night they wanted to land. The ship was at the time high and dry, but not wishing to make them angry, he let them go on their saying that they would return at dawn. 7-1, but they never came back. The 2 Christians met with many people on the road, going home, men and women, with a half-burnt weed in their hands, being the herbs they are accustomed to smoke. They did not find villages on the road of more than 5 houses, all receiving them with the same reverence. They saw many kinds of trees, herbs, and sweet-smelling flowers, and birds of many different kinds, unlike those of Spain, except the partridges, geese, of which there are many, and singing nightingales. They saw no quadrupeds except the dogs that do not bark. The land is very fertile, and is cultivated with yams and several kinds of beans different from ours, as well as corn. There were great quantities of cotton gathered, spun, and worked up. In a single house they saw more than 500 arabas, and as much as 40 quintals could be yielded every year. The admiral said that it did not appear to be cultivated, and that it bore all the year round. It is very fine, and has a large bowl. All that was possessed by these people they gave at a very low price, and a great bundle of cotton was exchanged for the point of a needle or other trifle. They are a people, says the admiral, guileless and unwarlike. Men and women go as naked as when their mothers bore them. It is true that the women wear a very small rag of cotton cloth, and they are of very good appearance, not very dark, less so than the Canarians. I hold, most serene princes, that if devout religious persons were here, knowing the language, they would all turn Christian. I trust in our Lord that your highnesses will resolve upon this with much diligence, to bring so many great nations within the church, and to convert them. As you have destroyed those who would not confess the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and after your days, all of us being mortal, may your kingdoms remain in peace, and free from heresy and evil, and may you be well received before the eternal Creator, to whom I pray that you may have long life and great increase of kingdoms and lordships, with the will and disposition to increase the holy Christian religion as you have done hitherto. Amen today. I got the ship afloat, and prepared to depart on Thursday in the name of God, and to steer east in search of gold and spices, and to discover land. These are the words of the admiral, who intended to depart on Thursday, but the wind being contrary, he could not go until the 12th of November. Monday, 12th of November. The admiral left the port and river of Mares before dawn to visit the island called Babiki, so much talked of by the Indians on board, where, according to their signs, the people gather the gold on the beach at night with candles, and afterwards beat it into bars with hammers. To go thither, it was necessary to shape a course east. After having made 8 leagues along the coast, a river was sighted, and another 4 leagues brought them to another river, which appeared to be of great volume, and larger than any they had yet seen. The admiral did not wish to stop nor to enter any of these rivers for 2 reasons. The first and principal one being that wind and weather were favorable for going in search of the said island of Babik. The other that, if there was a populous and famous city near the sea, it would be visible, while to go up the rivers, small vessels are necessary, which those of the expedition were not. Much time would thus be lost. Moreover, the exploration of such rivers is a separate enterprise. All that coast was peopled near the river, to which the name of Rio del Sol was given. The admiral says that on the previous Sunday, the 10th of November, it seemed good to take some persons from amongst those at Rio de Mares, to bring to the sovereigns, that they might learn our language, so as to be able to tell us what there is in their lands. Returning, they would be the mouthpieces of the Christians and would adopt our customs and the things of the faith. I saw and knew, says the admiral, that these people are without any religion, not idolaters, but very gentle, not knowing what is evil, nor the sins of murder and theft, being without arms, and so timid that 100 would fly before one Spaniard, although they joke with them. They, however, believe and know that there is a God in heaven, and say that we have come from heaven. At any prayer that we say, they repeat and make the sign of the cross. Thus your highnesses should resolve to make them Christians, for I believe that if the work was begun, in a little time a multitude of nations would be converted to our faith, with the acquisition of great lordships, peoples, and riches for Spain. Without doubt, there is in these lands a vast quantity of gold, and the Indians I have on board do not speak without reason, when they say that in these islands there are places where they dig out gold and wear it on their necks, ears, arms, and legs, the rings being very large. There are also precious stones, pearls, and an infinity of spices. In this river of Mares, whence we departed tonight, there is undoubtedly a great quantity of mastic, and much more could be raised, because the trees may be planted and will yield abundantly. The leaf and fruit are like the mastic, but the tree and leaf are larger, as Pliny describes it. I have seen it on the island of Chios in the archipelago. I ordered many of these trees to be tapped, to see if any of them would yield resin, but as it rained all the time I was in that river, I could not get any, except a very little, which I am bringing to your highnesses. It may not be the right season for tapping, which is, I believe, when the trees come forth after winter and begin to flower. But when I was there, the fruit was nearly ripe. Here also there is a great quantity of cotton, and I believe it would have a good sale here without sending it to Spain, but to the great cities of the Grand Khan, which will be discovered without doubt, and many others ruled over by other lords, who will be pleased to serve your highnesses, and whither will be brought other commodities of Spain and of the eastern lands. But these are to the west as regards us. There is also here a great yield of olives, though this is not a commodity that will yield great profit. The mastic, however, is important, for it is only obtained from the said island of Chios, and I believe the harvest is worth 50 ducats, if I remember right. There is here, in the mouth of the river, the best port I have seen up to this time, wide, deep, and clear of rocks. It is an excellent site for a town and fort, for any ship could come close up to the walls. The land is high, with a temperate climate, and very good water. Yesterday a canoe came alongside the ship with 6 youths in it. 5 came on board, and I ordered them to be detained. They are now here. I afterward sent to a house on the western side of the river, and seized 7 women, old and young, and 3 children. I did this because the men would behave better in Spain if they had women of their own land than without them. For on many occasions the men of Guinea have been brought to learn the language in Portugal, and afterwards when they returned. And it was expected that they would be useful in their land owing to the good company they had enjoyed and the gifts they had received. They never appeared after arriving. Others may not act thus. But having women, they have the wish to perform what they are required to do. Besides, the women would teach our people their language, which is the same in all these islands, so that those who make voyages in their canoes are understood everywhere. On the other hand, there are 1,000 different languages in Guinea, and one native does not understand another. The same night, the husband of one of the women came alongside a canoe, who was father of the 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls. He asked me to let him come with them, and besought me much. They are now all consoled at being with one who is a relation of them all. He is a man of about 45 years of age. All these are the words of the admiral. He also says that he had felt some cold, and that it would not be wise to continue discoveries in a northerly direction in the winter. On this Monday, until sunset, he steered a course EBS, making 8 leagues, and reaching a cape, to which he gave the name of Cabo de Cuba. Tuesday, 13th of November. This night the ships were on a bowline, as the sailors say, beating to windward without making any progress. At sunset, they began to see an opening in the mountains, where two very high peaks were visible. It appeared that here was the division between the land of Cuba and that of Bohio, and this was affirmed by signs by the Indians who were on board. As soon as the day had dawned, the admiral made sail towards the land, passing a point which appeared at night to be distant 2 leagues. He then entered a large gulf, 5 leagues to the SSE, and there remained 5 more to arrive at the point where, between 2 great mountains, there appeared to be an opening. But it could not be made out whether it was an inlet of the sea. As he desired to go to the island called Babaki, where, according to the information he had received, there was much gold, and as it bore east and as no large town was in sight, the wind freshening more than ever, he resolved to put out to sea, and work to the east with a northerly wind. The ship made 8 miles an hour, and from 10 in the forenoon when that course was taken, until sunset 56 miles, which is 14 leagues to the eastward from the Cabo de Cuba. The other land of Bohio was left to leeward. Commencing from the cape of the said gulf, he discovered, according to his reckoning, 80 miles, equal to 20 leagues, all that coast running ESE and WNW Wednesday, 14th of November. All last night the admiral was beating to windward. He said that it would be unreasonable to navigate among those islands during the night until they had been explored. For the Indians said yesterday that it would take 3 days to go from Rio de Mares to the island of Babec, by which should be understood days' journeys in their canoes, equal to about 7 leagues. The wind fell, and the course being east, she could not lay her course nearer than SE, and owing to other mischances, he was detained until the morning. At sunrise he determined to go in search of a port, because the wind had shifted from north to NE, and if a port could not be found, it would be necessary to go back to the ports in the island of Cuba, whence they came. The admiral approached the shore, having gone over 28 miles ESE that night. He steered south miles to the land, where he saw many islets and openings. As the wind was high and the sea rough, he did not dare to risk an attempt to enter, but ran along the coast WNW looking out for a port, and saw many, but none very clear of rocks. After having proceeded for 64 miles, he found a very deep opening, a quarter of a mile wide, with a good port and river. He ran in with her head SSW, afterwards south to SE. The port was spacious and very deep, and he saw so many islands that he could not count them all, with very high land covered with trees of many kinds, and an infinite number of palms. He was much astonished to see so many lofty islands, and assured the sovereigns that the mountains and isles he had seen since yesterday seemed to him to be second to none in the world, so high and clear of clouds and snow, with the sea at their bases so deep. He believes that these islands are those innumerable ones that are depicted on the maps of the world in the Far East. He believed that they yielded very great riches in precious stones and spices, and that they extend much further to the south, widening out in all directions. He gave the name of La Mar de Nuestra Senora and to the haven, which is near the mouth of the entrance to these islands, Puerto del Príncipe. He did not enter it, but examined it from outside until another time, on Saturday of the next week, as will there appear. He speaks highly of the fertility, beauty, and height of the islands which he found in this gulf, and he tells the sovereigns not to wonder at his praise of them, for that he has not told them the 100th part. Some of them seem to reach to heaven, running up into peaks like diamonds. Others have a flat top like a table. At their bases the sea is of a great depth, with enough water for a very large carrack. All are covered with foliage and without rocks. Thursday, 15th of November. The admiral went to examine these islands in the ship's boats, and speaks marvels of them, how he found mastic and a load without end. Some of them were cultivated with the roots of which the Indians make bread, and he found that fires had been lighted in several places. He saw no fresh water. There were some natives, but they fled. In all parts of the sea where the vessels were navigated, he found a depth of 15 or 16 fathoms, and all besa, by which he means that the ground is sand and not rocks. A thing much desired by sailors, for the rocks cut their anchor Friday, 1/6 of November, as in all parts, whether islands or mainlands that he visited, the admiral always left across. So on this Icasian, he went in a boat to the entrance of these havens, and found two very large trees on a point of land, one longer than the other. One being placed over the other, made a cross, and he said that a carpenter could not have made it better. He ordered a very large and high cross to be made out of these timbers. He found canes on the beach, and did not know where they had grown, but thought they must have been brought down by some river, and washed up on the beach, in which opinion he had reason. He went to a creek on the southeast side of the entrance to the port. Here, under a height of rock and stone like a cape, there was depth enough for the largest carrack in the world, close in shore, and there was a corner where 6 ships might lie without anchors, as in a room. It seemed to the admiral that a fortress might be built here at small cost, if at any time any famous trade too should arise in that sea of islands. Returning to the ship, he found that the Indians who were on board had fished up very large shells found in those seas. He made the people examine them to see if there was mother o' pearl, which is in the shells where pearls grow. They found a great deal, but no pearls, and their absence was attributed to its not being the season, which is May and June. The sailors found an animal which seemed to be a tasso or taxo. They also fished with nets, and among many others, caught a fish which was exactly like a pig, not like a tunny, but all covered with a very hard shell, without a soft place except the eyes. It was ordered to be salted to bring home for the sovereigns to see. Saturday, youth of November, the admiral got into the boat and went to visit the islands he had not yet seen to the SW. He saw many more very fertile and pleasant islands with a great depth between them. Some of them had springs of fresh water, and he believed that the water of those streams came from some sources at the summits of the mountains. He went on and found a beach bordering on very sweet water, which was very cold. There was a beautiful meadow and many very tall palms. They found a large nut of the kind belonging to India, great rats, and enormous crabs. He saw many birds, and there was a strong smell of musk, which made him think it must be there. This day the 2 eldest of the 6 youths brought from the Rio de Maras, who were on board the caravel Nina, made their escape. The admiral again went away with the boats, accompanied by many CF the sailors, to set up the cross which he had ordered to be made out of the 2 large trees at the entrance to the Puerto del Principe, on a fair site cleared of trees, whence there was an extensive and very beautiful view. He says that there is a greater rise and fall there than in any other port he has seen, and that this is no marvel considering the numerous islands. The tide is the reverse of ours, because here, when the moon is SSW, it is low water in the port. He did not get underway, because it was Sunday. In the afternoon there was some wind from the east, and he shaped a NNE course. At sunset the Puerto del Principe bore SSW 7 leagues. He saw the island of Bebek bearing due east about 60 miles. He steered all that night, making 60 miles, and up to 10 o'clock of Tuesday, another dozen. Altogether 18 leagues. NEBW Tuesday, 20th of November. They left Bebek, or the islands of Bebek, to the ESE, the wind being contrary. Seeing that no progress was being made and the sea was getting rough, the admiral determined to return to the Puerto del Principe, whence he had started, which was 25 leagues distant. He did not wish to go to the island he had called Isabella, which was 12 leagues off, and where he might have anchored that night for 2 reasons. One was that he had seen 2 islands to the south, which he wished to explore. The other, because the Indians he brought with him, whom he had taken at the island of Guanahani, which he named San Salvador, 8 leagues from Isabella, might get away, and he said that he wanted them to take to Spain. They thought that when the admiral had found gold, he would let them return to their homes. He came near the Puerto del Principe, but could not reach it, because it was night, and because the current drifted them to the NW. He turned her head to NE with a light wind. At 3 o'clock in the morning the wind changed, and a course was shaped ENE the wind being SSW, and changing at dawn to south, and SE at sunset Puerto del Principe. Bore nearly SW by W about 48 miles, which are 12 leagues. Wednesday, 21 Saint of November, at sunrise the admiral steered east with a southerly wind, but made little progress owing to a contrary sea. At vespers he had gone 24 miles. Afterwards the wind changed to east, and he steered SBE at sunset, having gone 12 miles. Here he found himself 42 degrees north of the equinoctial line, as in the port of Mares. But he says that he kept the result from the quadrant in suspense until he reached the shore, that it might be adjusted, as it would seem, that he thought this distance was too great, and he had reason, it not being possible, as these islands are only in 2 degrees. This day Martin Alonso Pinzon parted company with the caravel Pinta in disobedience to and against the wish of the admiral, and out of avarice, thinking that an Indian who had been put on board his caravel could show him where there was much gold. So he parted company, not owing to bad weather, but because he chose. Here the admiral says he had done and said many other things to me. Thursday, 22nd of November. On Wednesday night, the admiral steered SSE with the wind east, but it was nearly calm. At 3 it began to blow from NNE, and he continued to steer south to see the land he had seen in that quarter. When the sun rose, he was as far off as the day before, owing to adverse currents, the land being 40 miles off. This night Martin Alonso shaped a course to the east to go to the island of Babique, where the Indians say there is much gold. He did this in sight of the admiral, from whom he was distant 16 miles. The admiral stood towards the land all night. He shortened sail and showed a lantern, because Pinzon would thus have an opportunity of joining him, the night being very clear, and the wind fair to come, if he had wished to do so. Friday, 23 November. The admiral stood towards the land all day, always steering south with little wind, but the current would never let them reach it, being as far off at sunset as in the morning. The wind was ENE, and they could shape a southerly course, but there was little of it. Beyond this cape there stretched out another land or cape, also trending east, which the Indians on board called Bohio. They said that it was very large, and that there were people in it who had one eye in their foreheads, and others who were cannibals, and of whom they were much afraid. When they saw that this course was taken, they said that they could not talk to these people because they would be eaten, and that they were very well armed. The admiral says that he well believes that there were such people, and that if they are armed, they must have some ability. He thought that they may have captured some of the Indians, and because they did not return to their homes, the others believed that they had been eaten. They thought the same of the Christians and of the admiral when some of them first saw the strangers. Saturday, 2042 of November. They navigated all night, and at 3 they reached the island at the very same point they had come to the week before, when they started for the island of Babique. At first the admiral did not dare to approach the shore, because it seemed that there would be a great surf in that mountain-girded bay. Finally he reached the sea of Nuestra Senora, where there are many islands, and entered a port near the mouth of the opening to the islands. He says that if he had known of this port before, he need not have occupied himself in exploring the islands, and it would not have been necessary to go back. He, however, considered that the time was well spent in examining the islands. On nearing the land, he sent in the boat to sound, finding a good sandy bottom in 6 to 20 fathoms. He entered the haven, pointing the ship's head SW, and then west, the flat island bearing north. This, with another island near it, forms a harbor which would hold all the ships of Spain safe from all winds. This entrance on the SS Das by steering SSW, the outlet being to the west, very deep and wide. Thus a vessel can pass amidst these islands, and he who approaches from the north with a knowledge of them can pass along the coast. These islands are at the foot of a great mountain chain running east and west, which is longer and higher than any others on this coast, where there are many. A reef of rocks outside runs parallel with the said mountains like a bench extending to the entrance. On the side of the flat island and also to the SE there is another small reef, but between them there is great width and depth. Within the port, near the SE side of the entrance, they saw a large and very fine river, with more volume than any they had yet met with, and fresh water could be taken from it as far as the sea. At the entrance there is a bar, but within it is very deep, 19 fathoms. The banks are lined with palms and many other trees. Sunday, 25th of November. Before sunrise, the admiral got into the boat and went to see a cape or point of land to the SE of the flat island, about 1.5 leagues distant, because there appeared to be a good river there, presently, near to SE. Side of the cape, at a distance of 2 crossbow shots, he saw a large stream of beautiful water falling from the mountains above, with a loud noise. He went to it and saw some stones shining in its bed like gold. He remembered that in the river Tijo, near its junction with the sea, there was gold. So it seemed to him that this should contain gold, and he ordered some of these stones to be collected, to be brought to the sovereigns. Just then the sailor boys called out that they had found large pines. The admiral looked up the hill and saw that they were so wonderfully large that he could not exaggerate their height and straightness, like stout yet fine spindles. He perceived that here there was material for great store of planks and masts for the largest ships in Spain. He saw oaks and arbutus with a good river, and the means of making water power. The climate was temperate, owing to the height of the mountains. On the beach he saw many other stones of the color of iron, and others that some said were like silver ore, all brought down by the river. Here he obtained a new mast and yard for the mizzen of the caravel Nina. He came to the mouth of the river and entered a creek which was deep and wide at the foot of that part of the cape, which would accommodate 100 ships without any anchor or hawsers. Eyes never beheld a better harbor. The mountains are very high, whence descend many limpid streams, and all the hills are covered with pines and an infinity of diverse and beautiful trees. 2 or 3 other rivers were not visited. The admiral described all this in much detail to the sovereigns, and declared that he had derived unspeakable joy and pleasure at seeing it, more especially the pines, because they enable as many ships as is desired to be built here, bringing out the rigging. But finding here abundant supplies of wood and provisions, he affirms that he has not enumerated 100th part of what there is here, and that it pleased our Lord always to show him one thing better than another, as well on the ground and among the trees, herbs, fruits, and flowers, as in the people, and always something different in each place. It had been the same as regards the havens and the waters. Finally, he says that if it caused him who saw it so much wonder, how much more will it affect those who hear about it? Yet no one can believe until he sees it. Monday, 26th of November. At sunrise, the admiral weighed the anchors in the haven of Santa Catalina, where he was behind the flat island, and steered along the coast in the direction of Cabo del Pico, which was SE. He reached the cape late, because the wind failed, and then saw another cape, SEBE 60 miles, which, when 20 miles off, was named Cabo de Campana, but it could not be reached that day. They made good 32 miles during the day, which is 8 leagues. During this time, the admiral noted 9 remarkable ports, which all the sailors thought wonderfully good, and 5 large rivers, for they sailed close along the land so as to see everything. All along the coast there are very high and beautiful mountains, not arid or rocky, but all accessible and very lovely. The valleys, like the mountains, were full of tall and fine trees, so that it was a glory to look upon them, and there seemed to be many pines. Also, beyond the said Cabo de Pico to the SE, there are 2 islets, each about 2 leagues round, and inside them 3 excellent havens and 2 large rivers. Along the whole coast no inhabited places were visible from the sea. There may have been some, and there were indications of them, for when the men landed they found signs of people and numerous remains of fires. The admiral conjectured that the land he saw today, SE, of the Cabo de Campana, was the island called by the Indians Bohio. It looked as if this cape was separated from the mainland. The admiral says that all the people he has hitherto met with have very great fear of those of Caniba or Canama. They affirm that they live in the island of Bohio, which must be very large according to all accounts. The admiral understood that those of Caniba come to take people from their homes, they being very cowardly, and without no ledge of arms. For this cause, it appears that these Indians do not settle on the sea coast, owing to being nearer the land of Caniba. When the natives who were on board saw a course shaped for that land, they feared to speak, thinking they were going to be eaten, nor could they rid themselves of their fear. They declared that the cannabis had only 1 eye and dogs' faces. The admiral thought they lied, and was inclined to believe that it was people from the dominions of the Grand Khan who took them into captivity. Tuesday, 27th of November. Yesterday, at sunset, they arrived near a cape named Campana by the admiral, and as the sky was clear and the wind light, he did not wish to run in close to the land and anchor, although he had 5 or 6 singularly good havens under his lee. The admiral was attracted on the one hand by the longing and delight he felt to gaze upon the beauty and freshness of those lands, and on the other, by a desire to complete the work he had undertaken. For these reasons he remained close-hauled and stood off and on during the night, But as the currents had set him more than 5 or 6 leagues to the sea, beyond where he had been at nightfall, passing the land of Campana, he came in sight of a great opening beyond that cape, which seemed to divide one land from another, leaving an island between them. He decided to go back, with the wind sea, steering to the point where the opening had appeared, where he found that it was only a large bay, and at the end of it, on the sea side, there was a point of land on which was a high and square-cut hill, which had looked like an island. A breeze sprang up from the north, and the admiral continued on a sea course to explore the coast and discover all that was there. Presently he saw at the foot of the Cabo de Campana a wonderfully good port and a large river, and a quarter of a league on, another river, and a third, and a fourth to a seventh at similar distances. From the furthest one to Cabo de Campana, being 20 miles esimos, have wide and deep mouths, with excellent havens for large ships, without sandbanks or sunken rocks. Proceeding onwards from the last of these rivers on a sea course, they came to the largest inhabited place they had yet seen, and a vast concourse of people came down to the beach with loud shouts, all naked, with boats. QF the ship and the caravel were sent on shore, with orders to do no harm whatever to the Indians, but to give them presents. The Indians made as if they would resist the landing, but, seeing that the boats of the Spaniards continued to advance without fear, they retired from the beach. Thinking that they would not be terrified if only 2 or 3 landed, 3 Christians were put on shore, who told them not to be afraid, in their own language, for they had been able to learn a little from the natives who were on board. But all ran away, neither great nor small remaining. The Christians went to the houses, which were of straw, and built like the others they had seen, but found no one in any of them. They returned to the ships, and made sail at noon in the direction of a fine cape to the eastward, about 8 leagues distant. Having gone about half a league, the admiral saw on the south side of the same bay a very remarkable harbor, and to the sea, some wonderfully beautiful country like a valley among the mountains, whence much smoke arose, indicating a large population, with signs of much cultivation. So he resolved to stop at this port and see if he could have any speech or intercourse with the inhabitants. It was so that, if the admiral had praised the other havens, he must praise this still more for its lands, climate, and people. He tells marvels of the beauty of the country and of the trees, there being palms and pine trees, and also of the great valley, which is not flat, but diversified by hill and dale, the most lovely scene in the world. Many streams flow from it, which fall from the mountains. As soon as the ship was at anchor, the admiral jumped into the boat to get soundings in the port, which is the shape of a hammer. When he was facing the entrance, he width for a galley to enter it, but so concealed that it is not visible until close to. Entering it for the length of the boat, there was a depth of from 5 to 8 fathoms. In passing up it, the freshness and beauty of the trees, the clearness of the water, and the birds made it all so delightful that he wished never to leave them. He said to the men who were with him that, to give a true relation to the sovereigns of the things they had seen, 1,000 tongues would not suffice, nor his hand to write it, for that it was like a scene of enchantment. He desired that many other prudent and credible witnesses might see it, and he was sure that they would be as unable to exaggerate the scene as he was. The admiral also says, how great the benefit that is to be derived from this country would be, I cannot say. It is certain that where there are such lands, there must be an infinite number of things that would be profitable. But I did not remain long in one port, because I wished to see as much of the country as possible, in order to make a report upon it to your highnesses. And besides, I do not know the language, and these people neither understand me nor any other in my company, while the Indians I have on board often misunderstand. Moreover, I have not been able to see much of the natives, because they often take to flight. But now, if our Lord pleases, I will see as much as possible, and will proceed by little and little, learning and comprehending, and I will make some of my followers learn the language. For I perceive that there is only one language up to this point. After they understand the advantages, I shall labor to make all these people Christians. They will become so readily, because they have no religion, nor idolatry, and your highnesses will send orders to build a city and fortress, and to convert the people. I assure your highnesses that it does not appear to me that there can be a more fertile country, nor a better climate under the sun, with abundant supplies of water. This is not like the rivers of Guinea, which are all pestilential. I thank our Lord that up to this time there has not been a person in my company who has so much as had a headache, or been in bed from illness, except an old man who has suffered from the stone all his life. And he was well again in 2 days. I speak of all 3 vessels. If it will please God that your highnesses should send learned men out here, they will see the truth of all I have said. I have related already how good a place Rio de Marés would be for a town and fortress. And this is perfectly true. But it bears no comparison with this place, nor with the Mar de Nuestra Senora. For here there must be a large population, and very valuable productions which I hope to discover before I return to Castile. I say that if Christendom will find profit among these people, how much more will Spain, to whom the whole country should be subject? Your highnesses ought not to consent that any stranger should trade here or put his foot in the country, except Catholic Christians, for this was the beginning and end of the undertaking, namely the increase and glory of the Christian religion, and that no one should come to these parts who was not a good Christian. All the above are the Admiral's words. He ascended the river for some distance, examined some branches of it, and returning to the mouth, he found some pleasant groves of trees, like a delightful orchard. Here he came upon a canoe, dug out of one tree, as big as a galley of 12 benches, fastened under a boathouse made of wood, and thatched with palm leaves, so that it could be neither injured by sun nor by the water. He says that here would be the proper site for a town and fort, by reason of the good port, good water, good land, and abundance of fuel. Wednesday, 2% of November, the Admiral remained during this day. In consequence of the rain and thick weather, though he might have run along the coast, the wind being SW, but he did not weigh, because he was unacquainted with the coast beyond, and did not know what danger there might be for the vessels. The sailors of the 2 vessels went on shore to wash their clothes, and some of them walked inland for a short distance. They found indications of a large population, but the houses were all empty, everyone having fled. They returned by the banks of another river, larger than that which they knew of at the port. Thursday, 20th of November, the rain and thick weather continuing, the Admiral did not get under way. Some of the Christians went to another village to the NW, but found no one and nothing in the houses. On the road they met an old man who could not run away, and caught him. They told him they did not wish to do him any harm, gave him a few presents, and let him go. The Admiral would have liked to have had speech with him, for he was exceedingly satisfied with the delights of that land, and wished that a settlement might be formed there, judging that it must support a large population. In one house they found a cake of wax, which was taken to the sovereigns, the Admiral saying that where there was wax, there were also 1,000 other good things. The sailors also found in one house the head of a man in a basket, covered with another basket, and fastened to a post of the house. They found the same things in another village. The Admiral believed that they must be the heads of some founder or principal ancestor of a lineage, for the houses are built to contain a great number of people in each, and these should be relations and descendants of a common ancestor. Friday, 30th of November, they could not get under way today because the wind was east and dead against them. The Admiral sent 8 men well armed, accompanied by 2 of the Indians he had on board, to examine the villages inland and get speech with the people. They came to many houses, but found no one and nothing, all having fled. They saw 4 youths who were digging in their fields, but as soon as they saw the Christians, they ran away and could not be overtaken. They marched a long distance and saw many villages and a most fertile land, with much cultivation and many streams of water. Near one river they saw a canoe dug out of a single tree, 95 palmos long, and capable of carrying 150 persons. Saturday, 1st of December. They did not depart because there was still a foul wind with much rain. The Admiral set up a cross at the entrance of this port, which he called Puerto Santo, on some bare rocks. The point is that which is on the SEA side of the entrance, but he who has to enter should make more over to the NW. For at the foot of both, near the rock, there are 12 fathoms and a very clean bottom. At the entrance of the port, towards the SE point, there is a reef of rocks above water, too sufficiently far from the shore to be able to pass between if it is necessary. For both on the side of the rock and the shore, there is a depth of 12 to 15 fathoms, And on entering, a ship's head should be turned SW Sunday, 2nd of December. The wind was still contrary, and they could not depart. Every night the wind blows on the land, but no vessel need be alarmed at all the gales in the world, for they cannot blow home by reason of a reef of rocks at the opening to the haven. A sailor boy found at the mouth of the river some stones which looked as if they contained gold. So they were taken to be shown to the sovereigns. The admiral says that there are great rivers at the distance of a Lombard shot. Monday, 3rd of December. By reason of the continuance of an easterly wind, the admiral did not leave this port. He arranged to visit a very beautiful headland, a quarter of a league to the sea of the anchorage. He went with the boats and some armed men. At the foot of the cape there was the mouth of a fair river, and on entering it they found the width to be 100 paces, with a depth of 1 fathom. Inside they found 12, 5, 4, and 2 fathoms, so that it would hold all the ships there are in Spain. Leaving the river, they came to a cove in which were 5 very large canoes, so well constructed that it was a pleasure to look at them. They were under spreading trees, and a path led from them to a very well-built boathouse, so thatched that neither sun nor rain could do any harm. Within it, there was another canoe made out of a single tree like the others, like a galley with 17 benches. It was a pleasant sight to look upon such goodly work. The admiral ascended a mountain, and afterwards found the country level and cultivated with many things of that land, including such calabashes as it was a glory to look upon them. In the middle there was a large village, and they came upon the people suddenly, but as soon as they were seen, men and women took to flight. The Indian from on board, who was with the admiral, cried out to them that they need not be afraid, as the strangers were good people. The admiral made him give them bells, copper ornaments, and glass beads, green and yellow, with which they were well content. He saw that they had no gold nor any other precious thing, and that it would suffice to leave them in peace. The whole district was well peopled, the rest having fled from fear. The admiral assures the sovereigns that 10,000 of these men would run from 10, so cowardly and timid are they. No arms are carried by them except wands, on the point of which a short piece of wood is fixed, hardened by fire, and these they are very ready to exchange. Returning to where he had left the boats, he sent back some men up the hill, because he fancied he had seen a large apiary. Before those he had sent could return, they were joined by many Indians, and they went to the boats, where the admiral was waiting with all his people. One of the natives advanced into the river near the stern of the boat, and made a long speech, which the admiral did not understand. At intervals the other Indians raised their hands to heaven and shouted. The admiral thought he was assuring him that he was pleased at his arrival, but he saw the Indian who came from the ship change the color of his face and turn as yellow as wax, trembling much, and letting the admiral know by signs that he should leave the river, as they were going to kill him. He pointed to a crossbow which one of the Spaniards had and showed it to the Indians, and the admiral let it be understood that they would all be slain, because that crossbow carried far and killed people. He also took a sword and drew it out of the sheath, showing it to them and saying the same, which, when they had heard, they all took to flight, while the Indian from the ship still trembled from cowardice, though he was a tall, strong man. The admiral did not want to leave the river, but pulled towards the place where the natives had assembled in great numbers, all painted, and as naked as when their mothers bore them. Some had tufts of feathers on their heads, and all had their bundles of darts. The admiral says, I came to them and gave them some mouthfuls of bread, asking for the darts, for which I gave in exchange copper ornaments, bells, and glass beads. This made them peaceable, so that they came to the boats again and gave us what they had. The sailors had killed a turtle, and the shell was in the boat in pieces. The sailor boys gave them some in exchange for a bundle of darts. These are like the other people we have seen, and with the same belief that we came from heaven. They are ready to give whatever thing they have in exchange for any trifle without saying it is little, and I believe they would do the same with gold and spices if they had any. I saw a fine house, not very large, and with 2 doors as all the rest have. On entering, I saw a marvelous work, there being rooms made in a peculiar way, that I scarcely know how to describe it. Shells and other things were fastened to the ceiling. I thought it was a temple, and I called them and asked, by signs, whether prayers were offered up there. They said that they were not, and one of them climbed up and offered me all the things that were there, of which I took Tuesday, death of December. The admiral made sail with little wind and left that port which he called Porto Santo. After going 2 leagues, he saw the great river of which he spoke yesterday, passing along the land and beating to windward on SE and WNW courses. They reached Cabo Lindo, which is ESE 5 leagues from Cabo del Monte. A league and a half from Cabo del Monte, there is an important but rather narrow river, which seemed to have a good entrance and to be deep. 3/4 of a league further on, the admiral saw another very large river, and he thought it must have its source at a great distance. It had 100 paces at its mouth, and no bar, with a depth of 8 fathoms. The admiral sent the boat in to take soundings, and they found the water fresh until it enters the sea. This river had great volume, and must have a large population on its banks. Beyond Cabo Lindo there is a great bay, which would be open for navigation to ENE and SE and SSW Wednesday, 5th of December. All this night they were beating to windward off Cape Lindo to reach the land to the east, and at sunrise the admiral sighted another cape 2.5 leagues to the east. Having passed it, he saw that the land trended S and SW, and presently saw a fine high cape in that direction, 7 leagues distant. He would have wished to go there, but his object was to reach the island of Babique, which, according to the Indians, bore in it. So he gave up the intention. He could not go to Babique either, because the wind was NE2, looking to the SE. He saw land, which was a very large island, according to the information of the Indians, well peopled, and called by them Bohio. The admiral says that the inhabitants of Cuba, or Juana, and of all the other islands, are much afraid of the inhabitants of Bohio, because they say that they eat people. The Indians relate other things by signs which are very wonderful, but the admiral did not believe them. He only inferred that those of Bohio must have more clever nests and cunning to be able to capture the others, who, however, are very poor-spirited. The wind veered from NE to north, so the admiral determined to leave Cuba, or Juana, which up to this time he had supposed to be the mainland on account of its size, having coasted along it for 120 leagues. He shaped a course SEB, the land he had sighted bearing SE, taking this precaution, because the wind always veered from NDNE again, and thence to east and SE. The wind increased, and he made all sail, the current helping them, so that they were making 8 miles an hour from the morning, until 1 in the afternoon, which is barely 6 hours, for they say that the nights were nearly 15 hours. Afterwards they went 10 miles an hour, making good 88 miles by sunset, equal to 22 leagues, all to the SE. As night was coming on, the admiral ordered the caravel Nina, being a good sailor, to proceed ahead so as to sight a harbor at daylight. Arriving at the entrance of a port which was like the Bay of Cadiz, while it was still dark, a boat was sent in to take soundings, which showed a light from a lantern. Before the admiral could beat up to where the caravel was, hoping that the boat would show a leading mark for entering the port, the candle in the lantern went out. The caravel, not seeing the light, showed a light to the admiral, and running down to him, related what had happened. The boat's crew then showed another light, and the caravel made for it, but the admiral could not do so, and was standing off and on all night, Thursday, 6th of December. When daylight arrived, the admiral found himself 4 leagues from the port, to which he gave the name of Puerto Maria, and to a fine cape bearing, SSW, he gave the name of Cabo de la Estrella. To it seemed to be the furthest point of the island towards the south, distant 28 miles. Another point of land like an island appeared about 40 miles to the east. To another fine point, 54 miles to the east, he gave the name of Cabo del Elefante, and he called another, 28 miles to the SE Cabo de Cinquin. There was a great opening or bay which might be the mouth of a river, distant 20 miles. It seemed that between Cabo del Elefante and that of Cinquin, there was a great opening, and some of the sailors said that it formed an island, to which the name of Isla de la Tortuga was given. The island appeared to be very high land, not closed in with mountains, but with beautiful valleys, well cultivated, the crops appearing like the wheat on the plain of Cordova in May. That night they saw many fires, and much smoke, as if from workshops in the daytime. It appeared to be a signal made by people who were at war. All the coast of this land trends to the east. At the hour of vespers, the admiral reached this port, to which he gave the name of Puerto de San Nicolas, in honor of St. Nicholas, whose day it was, and on entering it he was astonished at its beauty and excellence. Although he had given great praise to the ports of Cuba, he had no doubt that this one not only equaled but excelled them, and none of them are like it. At the entrance it is 1.5 leagues wide, and a vessel's head should be turned SSE, though, owing to the great width, she may be steered on any bearing that is convenient, proceeding on this course for 2 leagues. On the south side of the entrance the coast forms a cape, and thence the course is almost the same as far as a point where there is a fine beach and a plain covered with fruit-bearing trees of many kinds, so that the admiral thought there must be nutmegs and other spices among them, but he did not know them, and they were not ripe. There's a river falling into the harbor near the middle of the beach. The depth of this port is surprising, for until reaching the land for a distance of 2, the lead did not reach the bottom at 40 fathoms, and up to this length there are 15 fathoms with a very clean bottom. Throughout the port there is a depth of 15 fathoms, with a clean bottom, at a short distance from the shore, and all along the coast there are soundings with clean bottom, and not a single sunken rock. Inside, at the length of a boat's oar from the land, there are 5 fathoms. Beyond the limit of the port to the SSE 1,000 carracks could beat up. One branch of the port to the NE runs into the land for a long half-league and always the same width as if it had been measured with a cord. Being in this creek, which is 25 paces wide, the principal entrance to the harbor is not in sight, so that it appears landlocked. The depth of this creek is 1 fathoms throughout, all with clean bottom and close to the land, where one might put the gangboards on the grass. There are 8 fathoms. The whole port is open to the air and clear of trees. All the island appeared to be more rocky than any that had been discovered. The trees are smaller, and many of them of the same kinds as are found in Spain, such as the ilex, the arbutus, and others, and it is the same with the herbs. It is a very high country, all open and clear, with a very fine air, and no such cold has been met with elsewhere, though it can't be called cold except by comparison. Towards the front of the haven there is a beautiful valley, watered by a river, and in that district there must be many inhabitants, judging from the number of large canoes, like galleys, with 15 benches. All the natives fled as soon as they saw the ships. The Indians who were on board had such a longing to return to their homes that the admiral considered whether he should not take them back when he should depart from here. They were already suspicious, because he did not shape a course towards their country, whence he neither believed what they said, nor could he understand them, nor they him properly. The Indians on board had the greatest fear in the world of the people of this island. In order to get speech of the people, it would be necessary to remain some days in harbor, but the admiral did not do so, because he had to continue his discoveries, and because he could not tell how long he might be detained. He trusted in our Lord that the Indians he brought with him would understand the language of the people of this island, and afterwards he would communicate with them, trusting that it might please God's majesty that he might find trade in gold before he returned. Friday, JT 8th of December. At daybreak the admiral got under way, made sail, and left the port of St. Nicholas. He went on with the wind in the west for 2 leagues, until he reached the point which forms the Carinero, when the angle in the coast bore SE, and the Cabo de la Estrella was 24 miles to the SWF. Thence he steered along the coast eastward to Cabo Cinquin, about 48 miles, 20 of them being on an ENE coast. All the coast is very high, with a deep sea. Close inshore there are 20 to 30 fathoms, and at the distance of a Lombard shot there is no bottom, all which the admiral discovered that day, as he sailed along the coast with the wind SW, much to his satisfaction. The cape, which runs out in the port of St. Nicholas the length of a shot from a Lombard, could be made an island by cutting across it, while to sail round is a circuit of 3 or 4 miles. All that land is very high, not clothed with very high trees, but with ilex, arbutus, and others proper to the land of Castile. Before reaching Cape Cinquin by 2 leagues, the admiral discovered an opening in the mountains, through which he could see a very large valley, covered with crops like barley, and he therefore judged that it must sustain a large population. Behind there was a high range of mountains. On reaching Cabo Cinquin, The Cabo de la Tortuga bore any 32 miles. Off Cabo Cinquin, at the distance of a Lombard shot, there is a high rock, which is a good landmark. The admiral being there, he took the bearing of Cabo del Elefante, which was ESE about 70 miles, the intervening land being very high. At a distance of 6 leagues, there was a conspicuous cape, and he saw many large valleys and plains, and high mountains inland, all reminding him of Spain. After 8 leagues he came to a very deep but narrow river, though a carrack might easily enter it in the mouth without bar or rocks. After 16 miles, there was a wide and deep harbor with no bottom at the entrance, nor at 3 paces from the shore less than 15 fathoms. And it runs inland 1/4 of a league, it being yet very early. Only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the wind being aft and blowing fresh, yet as the sky threatened much rain, and it was very thick, which is dangerous even on a known coast, how much more in an unknown country. The admiral resolved to enter the port, which he called Puerto de la Concepcion. He landed near a small river at the point of the haven, flowing from valleys and plains, the beauty of which was a marvel to behold. He took fishing nets with him, and before he landed, a skate, like those of Spain, jumped into the boat, this being the first time they had seen fish resembling the fish of Castile. The sailors caught and killed others. Walking a short distance inland, the admiral found much land under cultivation, and heard the singing of nightingales and other birds of Castile. 5 men were seen, but they would not stop running away. The admiral found myrtles and other Spanish plants, while land and mountains were like those for Saturday, est of December. In this port there was heavy rain, with a fresh breeze from the north. The harbor is protected from all winds except the north, but even this can do no harm whatever, because there is a great surf outside, which prevents such a sea within the river as would make a ship work on her cables. After midnight the wind veered to NE, and then to east, from which winds this port is well sheltered by the island of Tortuga, distant 36 miles. Sunday, 9th of December. Today it rained and the weather was wintry like October in Castilla. No habitations had been seen except a very beautiful house in the Puerto de S. Nicolas, which was better built than any that had been in other parts. The island is very large, says the admiral. It would not be much if it has a circumference of 200 leagues. All the parts he had seen were well cultivated. He believed that the villages must be at a distance from the sea. Whither they went when the ships arrived, for they all took to flight, taking everything with them, and they made smoke signals like a people at war. This port has a width of 1,000 paces at its entrance, equal to 1/4 of a league. There is neither bank nor reef within, and there are scarcely soundings close inshore. Its length, running inland, is 30 paces, all clean and with a sandy bottom, so that any ship may anchor in it without fear, and enter it without precaution. At the upper end there are the mouths of 2 rivers, with the most beautiful campaign country, almost like the lands of Spain. Chapter 2. The Journal of the First Voyage of Columbus, Espanola, and the Homeward Voyage. These even have the advantage, for which reasons the admiral gave the name of the said island Espanola Monday, 10th of December. It blew hard from the NE, which made them drag their anchors half a cable's length. This surprised the admiral, who had seen that the anchors had taken good hold of the ground. As he saw that the wind was foul for the direction in which he wanted to steer, he sent 6 men on shore, well armed, to go 2 or 3 leagues inland, and endeavored to open communications with the natives. They came and returned without having seen either people or houses, but they found some hovels, wide roads, and some places where many fires had been made. They saw excellent lands and many mastic trees, some specimens of which they took, but this is not the time for collecting it, as it does not coagulate. Tuesday, 11th of December. The admiral did not depart, because the wind was still east, and as seen from this port, as has been said, is the island of La Tortuga. It appears to be a large island, with the coast almost like that of Espanola, and the distance between them is about 10 leagues. 2. It is well to know that from the Cabo de Cinquin, opposite Tortuga, the coast trends to the south. The admiral had a great desire to see that channel between these 2 islands, and to examine the island of Espanola, which is the most beautiful thing in the world. According to what the Indians said who were on board, he would have to go to the island of Baybeek. They declared that it was very large, with great mountains, rivers, and valleys, and that 1/6 the island of Bohio was larger than Juana, which they call Cuba, and that it is not surrounded by water. They seem to imply that there is mainland behind Espanola, and they call it Curitiba, and say it is of vast extent. They have reason in saying that the inhabitants are a clever race, for all the people of these islands are in great fear of those of Caniba. So the admiral repeats what he has said before, that Caniba is nothing else but the Grand Khan, who ought now to be very near. He sends ships to capture the islanders, and as they do not return, their countrymen believe that they have been eaten. Each day we understand better what the Indians say, and they us, so that very often we are intelligible to each other. The admiral sent people on shore who found a great deal of mastic, but did not gather it. He says that the rains make it, and that in Chios they collect it in March. In these lands being warmer, they might take it in January. They caught many fish like those of Castile, dace, salmon, hake, dory, giltheads, skates, corbinas, shrimps, and they saw sardines. They found many aloes. Wednesday, 2nd of December. The admiral did not leave the port today for the same reason. A contrary wind. He set up a great cross on the west side of the entrance on a very picturesque height. In sign, he says, that your highnesses hold this land for your own, but chiefly as a sign of our Lord Jesus Christ. This being done, 3 sailors strolled into the woods to see the trees and bushes. Suddenly they came upon a crowd of people, all naked like the rest. They called to them and went towards them, but they ran away. At last they caught a woman, for I had ordered that some should be caught, that they might be treated well, and made to lose their fear. This would be a useful event, for it could scarcely be otherwise, considering the beauty of the country. So they took the woman, who was very young and beautiful, to the ship, where she talked to the Indians on board, for they all speak the same language. The admiral caused her to be dressed, and gave her glass beads, hawks, bells, and brass ornaments. Then he sent her back to the shore very courteously, according to his custom. He sent 3 of the crew with her and 3 of the Indians he had on board, that they might open communications with her people. The sailors in the boat who took her on shore told the admiral that she did not want to leave the ship, but would rather remain with the other women he had seized at the port of Mares in the island of Juana, or Cuba. The Indians who went to put the woman on shore said that the natives came in a canoe, which is their caravel in which they navigate from one place to another. But when they came to the entrance of the harbor and saw the ships, they turned back, left the canoe, and took the road to the village. The woman pointed out the position of the village. She had a piece of gold in her nose, which showed that there was gold in that island. Thursday, 13th of December. The 3 men who had been sent by the admiral with the woman returned at 3 o'clock in the morning, not having gone with her to the village, because the distance appeared to be long, or because they were afraid. They said that next day many people would come to the ships, as they would have been reassured by the news brought them by the woman. The admiral, with the desire of ascertaining whether there were any profitable commodities in that land, being so beautiful and fertile, and of having some speech with the people, and being desirous of serving the sovereigns, determined to send again to the village, trusting in the news brought by the woman that the Christians were good people. For this service he selected 9 men well armed and suited for such an enterprise, with whom an Indian went from those who were on board. They reached the village, which is 4 leagues to the sea, and found that it was situated in a very large and open valley. As soon as the inhabitants saw the Christians coming, they all fled inland, leaving all their goods behind them. The village consisted of 1,000 houses with over 3,000 inhabitants. The Indian whom the Christians had brought with them ran after the fugitives, saying that they should have no fear, for the Christians did not come from Cariba, but were from heaven, and that they gave many beautiful things to all the people they met. They were so impressed with what he said that upwards of 2,000 came close up to the Christians, putting their hands on their heads, which was a sign of great reverence and friendship, and they were all trembling until they were reassured. The Christians related that as soon as the natives had cast off their fear, they all went to the houses, and each one brought what he had to eat, consisting of yams, which are roots like large radishes, which they sow and cultivate in all their lands, and is their staple food. They make bread of it and roast it. The yam has the smell of a chestnut, and anyone would think he was eating chestnuts. They gave their guests bread and fish and all they had, as the Indians who came in the ship had understood that the admiral wanted to have some parrots. One of those who accompanied the Spaniards mentioned this, and the natives brought out parrots, and gave them as many as they wanted without asking anything for them. The natives asked the Spaniards not to go that night, and that they would give them many other things that they had in the mountains. While all these people were with the Spaniards, a great multitude was seen to come, with the husband of the woman whom the admiral had honored and sent away. They wore hair over their shoulders and came to give thanks to the Christians for the honor the admiral had done them, and for the gifts. The Christians reported to the admiral that this was a handsomer and finer people than any that had hitherto been met with. But the admiral says that he does not see how they can be a finer people than the others, giving to understand that all those he had found in the other islands were very well conditioned. As regards beauty, the Christians said there was no comparison, both men and women, and that their skins are whiter than the others. They saw 2 girls whose skins were as white as any that could be seen in Spain. They also said, with regard to the beauty of the country they saw, that the best land in Castilla could not be compared with it. The admiral also, comparing the lands they had seen before with these, said that there was no comparison between them, nor did the plain of Cordova come near them, the difference being as great as between night and day. They said that all these lands were cultivated, and that a very wide and large river passed through the center of the valley, and could irrigate all the fields. All the trees were green and full of fruit, and the plants tall and covered with flowers. The roads were broad and good. The climate was like April in Castile. The nightingale and other birds sang as they do in Spain during that month, and was the most pleasant place in the world. Some birds sing sweetly at night. The IIO crickets and frogs are heard a good deal. The fish are like those of Spain. They saw much aloe and mastic and cotton fields. Gold was not found, and it is not wonderful that it should not have been found in so short a time. Here the admiral calculated the number of hours in the day and night, and from sunrise to sunset. He found that 20 half-hour glasses passed, though he says that here there may be a mistake, either because they were not turned with equal quickness, or because some sand may not have passed. He also observed with a quadrant, and found that he was 34 degrees from the equinoctial line, Friday 14 of December. The admiral left the Port de la Concepcion with the land breeze, but soon afterwards it fell calm, and this is experienced every day by those who are on this coast. Later an east wind sprang up, so he steered Eneni and arrived at the island of Tortuga. He sighted a point which he named Punta Pierna, E-N-E, of the end of the island 12 miles, and from thence another point was seen and named Punta Lanzada, in the same any direction 16 miles. Thus from the end of Tortuga to Punta Aguda, the distance is 44 miles, which is 1 leagues E-N-E. Along this route there are several long stretches of beach. The island of Tortuga is very high, but not mountainous. It is very beautiful and populous, like Espanola, and the land is cultivated, so that it looked like the plain of Cordova. Seeing that the wind was foul, and that he could not steer for the island of Benecuef, he determined to return to the Puerto de la Concepcion, whence he had come. But he could not fetch a river, which is 2 leagues to the east, of that one Saturday, 15th of December. Once more the admiral left the Puerto de la Concepcion, but on leaving the port he was again met by a contrary east wind. He stood over to Tortuga and then steered with the object of exploring the river he had been unable to reach yesterday. Nor was he able to fetch the river this time, but he anchored half a league to leeward of it, where there was clean and good anchoring ground. As soon as the vessels were secured, he went with the boats to the river, entering an arm of the sea, which proved not to be the river. Returning, he found the mouth, there being only one, and the current very strong. He went in with the boats to find the villagers that had been seen the day before. He ordered a tow rope to be got out and manned by the sailors, who hauled the boats up for a distance of 2 Lombard shots. They could not get further owing to the strength of the current. He saw some houses, and the large valley where the villages were, and he said that a more beautiful valley he had never seen, this river flowing through the center of it. He also saw people at the entrance, but they all took to flight. He further says that these people must be much hunted, for they live in such a state of fear. When the ships arrived at any port, they presently made smoke signals throughout the country, and this is done more in this island of Espanola and in Tortuga, which is also a large island, than in the others that were visited before. He called this valley Val del Paraíso and the river Guadalquivir because he says that it is the size of the Guadalquivir at Cordova. The banks consist of shingles suitable for walking. Sunday, 1/6 of December. At midnight, the admiral made sail with the land breeze to get clear of that gulf, passing along the coast of 112 Espanola on a bowline, for the wind had veered to the east. He met a canoe in the middle of the gulf with a single Indian in it. The admiral was surprised how he could have kept afloat with such a gale blowing. Both the Indian and his canoe were taken on board, and he was given glass beads, bells, and brass trinkets and taken in the ship, until she was off a village 17 miles from the former anchorage, where the admiral came to again. The village appeared to have been lately built, for all the houses were new. The Indian then went on shore in his canoe, bringing the news that the admiral and his companions were good people. Although the intelligence had already been conveyed to the village from the place where the natives had their interview with the 6 Spaniards. Presently more than 500 natives with their king came to the shore opposite the ships, which were anchored very close to the land. Presently, one by one, then many by many, came to the ship without bringing anything with them, except that some had a few grains of very fine gold in their ears and noses, which they readily gave away. The admiral ordered them all to be well treated, and he says, "For they are the best people in the world and the gentlest, and above all, I entertain the hope in our Lord that your highnesses will make them all Christians, and that they will be all your subjects. For as yours I hold them." He also saw that they all treated the king with respect, who was on the seashore. The admiral sent him a present, which he received in great state. He was a youth of about 21 years of age, and he had with him an aged tutor and other counselors who advised and answered him, but he uttered very few words. One of the Indians who had come in the admiral's ship spoke to him, telling him how the Christians had come from heaven, and how they came in search of gold, and wished to find the island of Benique. He said that it was well, and that there was much gold in the said island. He explained to the alguazil of the admiral that the way they were going was the right way, and that in 2 days they would be there, adding that if they wanted anything from the shore, he would give it them with great pleasure. This king and all the others go naked as their mothers bore them, as do the women without any covering, and these were the most beautiful men and women that had yet been met with. They are fairly white, and if they were clothed and protected from the sun and air, they would be almost as fair as people in Spain. This land is cool, and the best that words can describe. It is very high, yet the top of the highest mountain could be plowed with bullocks, and all is diversified with plains and valleys. In all Castile there is no land that can be compared with this for beauty and fertility. All this island, as well as the island of Tortuga, is cultivated like the plain of Cordova. They raise on these lands crops of yams, which are small branches at the foot of which grow roots like carrots, which serve as bread. They powder and knead them and make them into bread. Then they plant the same branch in another part, which again sends out 4 or 5 of the same roots, which are very nutritious, with the taste of chestnuts. Here they have the largest the admiral had seen in any part of the world, for he says that they have the same plant in Guinea. At this place they were as thick as a man's leg. All the people were stout and lusty, not thin like the natives that had been seen before, and of a very pleasant manner, without religious belief. The trees were so luxuriant that the leaves left off being green, and were 1/14 dark-colored with verdure. It was a wonderful thing to see those valleys and rivers of sweet water and the cultivated fields and land fit for cattle, though they have none, for orchards, and for anything in the world that a man could seek for. In the afternoon the king came on board the ship, where the admiral received him in due form, and caused him to be told that the ships belonged to the sovereigns of Castile, who were the greatest princes in the world. But neither the Indians who were on board, who acted as interpreters, nor the king, believed a word of it. They maintained that the Spaniards came from heaven, and that the sovereigns of Castile must be in heaven, and not in this world. They placed Spanish food before the king to eat, and he ate a mouthful, and gave the rest to his counselors and tutor, and to the rest who came with him. Your highnesses may believe that these lands are so good and fertile, especially these of the island of Espanola, that there is no one who would know how to describe them, and no one who could believe if he had not seen them. And your highnesses may believe that this island and all the others are as much yours as Castile. Here there is only wanting a settlement and the order to the people to do what is required. For I, with the force I have under me, which is not large, could march over all these islands without opposition. I have seen only 3 sailors land without wishing to do harm, and a multitude of Indians fled before them. They have no arms and are without warlike instincts. They all go naked and are so timid that 1,000 would not stand before 3 of our men. So that they are good to be ordered about, to work and sow, and do all that may be necessary, and to build towns. And they should be taught to go about clothed, and to adopt our customs, Dies Monday, 1 Q-half of December. It blew very hard during the night from E, but there was not much sea, as this part of the coast is enclosed and sheltered by the island of Tortuga. The sailors were sent away to fish with nets. They had much intercourse with the natives, who brought them certain arrows of the carabas or cannibals. They are made of reeds pointed with sharp bits of wood, hardened by fire, and are very long. They pointed out 2 men who wanted certain pieces of flesh on their bodies, giving to understand that the cannibals had eaten them by mouthfuls. The admiral did not believe it. Some Christians were again sent to the village and, in exchange for glass beads, obtained some pieces of gold beaten out into fine leaf. They saw one man, whom the admiral supposed to be governor of that province, called by them cacique, with a piece of gold leaf as large as a hand, and it appears that he wanted to barter with it. He went into his house, and the other remained in the open space outside. He cut the leaf into small pieces, and each time he came out he brought a piece and exchanged it. When he had no more left, he said by signs that he had sent for more, and that he would bring it another day. The admiral says that all these things, and the manner of doing them, with their gentleness and the information they gave, showed these people to be more lively and intelligent than any that had hitherto been met with. In the afternoon, a canoe arrived from the island of Tortuga with a crew of 40 men, and when they arrived on the beach, all the people of the village sat down in sign of peace, and nearly all the crew came on shore. The cacique rose by himself, and with words that appeared to be of a menacing character, made them go back to the canoe and shove off. He took up stones from the beach and threw them into the water, all having obediently gone back into the canoe. He also took a stone and put it in the hands of my alguazil, that he might throw it. He had been sent on shore with the secretary to see if the canoe had brought anything of value. The alguazil did not wish to throw the stone. That cacique showed that he was well disposed to the admiral. Presently the canoe departed, and afterwards they said to the admiral that there was more gold in Tortuga than in Espanola, because it is nearer to Benique. The admiral did not think that there were gold mines either in Espanola or Tortuga, but that the gold was brought from Benique in small quantities, there being nothing to give in return. That land is so rich that there is no necessity to work much to sustain life, nor to clothe themselves as they go naked. He believed that they were very near the source, and that our Lord would point out where the gold has its origin. He had information that from here to Benique 3 was 4 days' journey, about 34 leagues, which might be traversed with a fair wind in a single day, Tuesday, 1st of December. The admiral remained at the same anchorage because there was no wind, and also because the cacique had said that he had sent for gold. The admiral did not expect much from what might be brought, but he wanted to understand better whence it came. Presently he ordered the ship and caravel to be adorned with arms and dressed with flags, in honor of the feast of Santa Maria de la Zero, or commemoration of the Annunciation, which was on that day, and many rounds were fired from the longboat. The king of that island of Espanola had got up very early and left his house, which is about 5 leagues away, reaching the village at 3 in the morning. There were several men from the ship in the village who had been sent by the admiral to see if any gold had arrived. They said that the king came with 200 men, that he was carried in a litter by 4 men, and that he was a youth, as has already been said. Today, when the admiral was dining under the poop, the king came on board with all his people. The admiral says to the sovereigns, without doubt his state and the reverence with which he is treated by all his people would appear good to your highnesses, though they all go naked. When he came on board, He found that I was dining at a table under the poop, and at a quick walk he came to sit down by me, and did not wish that I should give place by coming to receive him, or rising from the table, but that I should go on with my dinner. I thought that he would like to eat of our viands, and ordered them to be brought for him to eat. When he came under the poop, he made signs with his hand that all the rest should remain outside, and so they did, with the greatest possible promptitude and reverence. They all sat on the deck, except the men of mature age, whom one believed to be his counselors and tutor, who came and sat at his feet. Of the viands which I put before him, he took of each as much as would serve to taste it, sending the rest to his people, who all partook of the dishes. The same thing in drinking, he just touched with his lips, 118 giving the rest to his followers. They were all of fine presence and very few words. What they did say, so far as I could make out, was very clear and intelligent. The two at his feet watched his mouth, speaking to him and for him, and with much reverence. After dinner, an attendant brought a girdle, made like those of Castilla, but of different material, which he took and gave to me, with pieces of worked gold very thin. I believe they get very little here, but they say that they are very near the place where it is found, and where there is plenty. I saw that he was pleased with some drapery I had over my bed, so I gave it him, with some very good amber beads I wore on my neck, some colored shoes, and a bottle of orange flower water. He was marvelously well content, and both he and his tutor and counselors were very sorry that they could not understand me. Nor I them, however. I knew that they said that if I wanted anything, the whole island was at my disposal. I sent for some beads of mine, with which, as a charm, I had a gold excellent on which your highnesses were stamped. I showed it to him, and said, as I had done yesterday, that your highnesses ruled the best part of the world, and that there were no princes so great. I also showed him the royal standards, and the others with a cross, of which he thought much. He said to his counselors, what great lords your highnesses must be to have sent me from so far, even from heaven to this country, without fear. Many other things passed between them which I did not understand, except that it was easy to see that they held everything to be very wonderful. When it got late and the king wanted to go, the admiral sent him on shore in his boat very honorably, and saluted him with many guns. Having landed, he got into his litter and departed with his 200 men, his son being carried behind on the shoulders of an Indian, a man highly respected. All the sailors and people from the ships were given to eat and treated with much honor wherever they liked to stop. One sailor said that he had stopped in the road and seen all the things given by the admiral. A man carried each one before the king, and these men appeared to be among those who were most respected. His son came a good distance behind the king, with a similar number of attendants, and the same with a brother of the king, except that the brother went on foot, supported under the arms by 2 honored attendants. This brother came to the ship after the king, and the admiral presented him with some of the things used for barter. It was then that the admiral learnt that a king was called cacique in their language. This day little gold was got by barter. But the admiral heard from an old man that there were many neighboring islands, at a distance of 100 leagues or more, as he understood, in which much gold is found. And there is even one island that was all gold. In the others there was so much that it was said they gather it with sieves, and they fuse it and make bars, and work it in 1,000 ways. They explained the work by signs. This old man pointed out to the admiral the direction and position, and he determined to go there, saying that if the old man had not been a principal counselor of the king, he would detain him, and make him go too, or if he knew the language he would ask him. And he believed, as the old man was friendly with him and the other Christians, that he would go of his own accord. But as these people were now subjects of the king of Castile, and it would not be right to injure them, he decided upon leaving him. The admiral set up a very large cross in the center of the square of that village, the Indians giving much help. They made prayers and worshipped it, and from the feeling they show, the admiral trusted in our Lord that all the people of those islands would become Christians. Wednesday, 9th of December. This night the admiral got under way to leave the gulf formed between the islands of Tortuga and Espanola. But at dawn of day a breeze sprang up from the east, against which he was unable to get clear of the strait between the 2 islands during the whole day. At night he was unable to reach a port which was in sight. He made out 4 points of land in a great bay with a river, and beyond he saw a large bay, where there was a village with a valley behind it among high mountains covered with trees, which appeared to be pines. Over the Two Brothers Four, there is a very high mountain range running NE and SW. An ESE from the Cabo de Torres is a small island to which the admiral gave the name of Santo Tomas, because tomorrow was his vigil. The whole circuit of this island alternates with capes and excellent harbors, so far as could be judged from the sea. Before coming to the island on the west side, there is a cape which runs far into the sea, in part high, the rest low. And for this reason the admiral named it Cabo Alto y Bajo, from the road of Torres to ESE. 60 miles, there is a mountain higher than any that reaches the sea, and from a distance it looks like an island, owing to a depression on the land side. It was named Monte Carabata because that province was called Carabata. It is very beautiful and covered with green trees without snow or cloud. The weather was then, as regards the air and temperature, like March in Castilla, and as regards vegetation, like May. The nights lasted 14 hours. Thursday, 20th of December. At sunrise, they entered a port between the island of Santo Tomas and the Cabo de Carabata you had anchored. This port is very beautiful and would hold all the ships in Christendom. The entrance appears impossible from the sea to those who have never entered, owing to some reefs of rocks which run from the mountainous cape almost to the island. They are not placed in a row, but one here, another there, some towards the sea, others near the land. It is therefore necessary to keep a good lookout for the entrances, which are wide and with a depth of 7 fathoms, so that they can be used without fear. Inside the reefs there is a depth of 12 fathoms. A ship can lie with a cable made fast against any wind that blows. At the entrance of this port there's a channel on the west side of a sandy islet with 7 fathoms, and many trees on its shore. But there are many sunken rocks in that direction, and a lookout should be kept up until the port is reached. Afterwards there is no need to fear the greatest storm in the world. From this port a very beautiful cultivated valley is in sight, descending from the Esse, surrounded by such lofty mountains that they appear to reach the sky and covered with green trees. Without doubt there are mountains here which are higher than the island of Tenerife in the Canaries, which is held to be the highest yet known. On this side of the island of Santo Tomas, at a distance of a league, there is another islet, and beyond it another, forming wonderful harbors, though a good lookout must be kept for sunken rocks. The admiral also saw villages and smoke made by them. Friday, 21st of December. Today the admiral went with the ship's boats to examine this port, which he found to be such that it could not be equaled by any he had yet seen. But, having praised the others so much, he knew not how to express himself, fearing that he will be looked upon as one who was saying that he had old sailors with him who say the same. All the praises he has bestowed on the other ports are true, and that this is better than any of them is equally true. He further says, I have traversed the sea for 23 years without leaving it for any time worth counting. And I saw all in the east and the west going on the route of the north, which is England. I have been to Guinea, but in all those parts there will not be found perfection of harbors, 2 always found 3 better than another. That I, with good care, saw written, and I again affirm it was well written, that this one is better than all others, and will hold all the ships of the world, secured with the oldest cables. From the entrance to the end is a distance of 5 leagues. The admiral saw some very well cultivated lands, although they are also, and he sent 2 of the boat's crew to the top of the hill to see if any village was near, for none could be seen from the sea. At about 10 o'clock that night, certain Indians came in a canoe to see the admiral and the Christians, and they were given presents, with which they were much pleased. The 2 men returned and reported that they had seen a very large village at a short distance from the sea. The admiral ordered the boat to row towards the place where the village was until they came near the land, when he saw 2 Indians who came to the shore apparently in a state of fear. So he ordered the boats to stop, and the Indians that were with the admiral were told to assure the 2 natives that no harm whatever was intended to them. Then they came nearer the sea, and the admiral nearer the land. As soon as the natives had got rid of their fear, so many came that they covered the ground with women and children, giving 1,000 thanks. They ran hither and thither to bring us bread made of yams, which they call agias, which is very white and good, and water in calabashes and in earthen jars made like those of Spain. and everything else they had, and that they thought the admiral could want, and all so willing and cheerfully that it was wonderful. It cannot be said that because what they gave was worth little, therefore they gave liberally, because those who had pieces of gold gave as freely as those who had a calabash of water. And it is easy to know when a thing is given with a hearty desire to give. These are the admiral's words. These people have no spears, nor any other arms, nor have any of the inhabitants of the whole island, which I believe to be very large. They go naked as when their mothers bore them, both men and women. In Cuba and the other islands, the women wear a small cloud of cotton in front, as well as the men, as soon as they have passed the age of 12 years. But here neither old nor young do so. The men in the other islands jealously hide their women from the Christians, but here they do not. The women have very beautiful bodies, and they were the first to come and give thanks to heaven and to bring what they had, especially things to eat, such as bread of ages, yams, nuts, and 4 or 5 kinds of fruits, some of which the admiral ordered to be preserved, to be taken to the sovereigns. He says that the women did not do less in other ports before they were hidden, and he always gave orders that none of his people should annoy them, that nothing should be taken against their wills, and that everything that was taken should be paid for. Finally, he says that no one could believe that there could be such good-hearted people, so free to give, anxious to let the Christians have all they wanted, and when visitors arrived, running to bring everything to them. Afterwards, the admiral sent 6 Christians to the village to see what it was like, and the natives showed them all the honor they could devise and gave them all they had. For no doubt was any longer entertained that the admiral and all his people had come from heaven, and the same was believed by the Indians who were brought from the other islands, although they had now been told what they ought to think. When the 6 Christians had gone, some canoes came with people to ask the admiral to come to their village when he left the place where he was. Canoa is a boat in which they navigate, some large and others small. Seeing that this village of the chief was on the road, and that many people were waiting there for him, the admiral went there, but before he could depart, an enormous crowd came to the shore, men, women, and children, crying out to him not to go, but to stay with them. The messengers from the other chief, who had come to invite him, were waiting with their canoes, that he might not go away, but come to see their chief, and so he did. On arriving where the chief was waiting for him with many things to eat, he ordered that all the people should sit down, and that the food should be taken to the boats, where the admiral was on the seashore. When he saw that the admiral had received what he sent, all or most of the Indians ran to the village, which was near, to bring more food, parrots, and other things they had, with such frankness of heart that it was marvelous. The admiral gave them glass beads, brass trinkets, and bells, not because they asked for anything in return, but because it seemed right, and, above all, because he now looked upon them as future Christians and subjects of the sovereign. As much as the people of Castile, he further says that they want nothing except to know the language and be under governance, for all they may be told to do will be done without any contradiction. The admiral left this place to go to the ships, and the people, men, women, and children, cried out to him not to go, but remain with them. After the boats departed, several canoes full of people followed after them to the ship, who were received with much honor and given to eat. There had also come before another chief from the west, and many people even came swimming, the ship being over a good half-league from the shore. I sent certain persons to the chief who had gone back to ask him about these islands. He received them very well and took them to his village to give them some large pieces of gold. They arrived at a large river, which the Indians crossed by swimming. The Christians were unable, so they turned back. In all this district there are very high mountains which seem to reach the sky, so that the mountain in the island of Tenerife appears as nothing in height and beauty, and they are all green with trees. Between them there are very delicious valleys, and at the end of this port to the south, there is a valley so large that the end of it is not visible, though no mountains intervene, so that it seems to be 15 or 20 leagues long. A river flows through it, and it is all inhabited and cultivated and as green as Castile in May or June. But the night contains 14 hours, the land being so far north. This port is very good for all the winds that can blow, being enclosed and deep, and the shore is peopled by a good and gentle race, without arms or evil designs. Any ship may lie within it without fear that other ships will enter at night to attack her, because although the entrance is over 2 leagues wide, it is protected by reefs of rocks which are barely a wall. And there is only a very narrow channel through the reef, which looks as if it had been artificially made, leaving an open door by which ships may enter. In the entrance, there are 7 fathoms of depth up to the shore of a small flat island, which has a beach fringed with trees. The entrance is on the west side, and a ship can come without fear until she is close to the rock. On the NW side, there are 3 islands and a great river a league from the cape on one side of the port. It is the best harbor in the world, and the admiral gave it the name of Puerto de la Mar de Santo Tomas, because today it was that saint's day. The admiral called it a sea owing to its size. Saturday, 22nd of December. At dawn, the admiral made sail to shape a course in search of the islands, which the Indians had told him contained much gold, some of them having more gold than earth. But the weather was not favorable, so he anchored again and sent away the boat to fish with a net. The lord of that land, who had a place near there, sent a large canoe full of people, including one of his principal attendants, to invite the admiral to come with the ships to his land, where he would give him all he wanted. The chief sent by this servant a girdle which, instead of a bag, had attached to it a mask with 2 large ears made of beaten gold, the tongue and the nose. These people are very open-hearted, and whatever they are asked for, they give most willingly, while when they themselves ask for anything, they do so as if receiving a great favor. So says the admiral. They brought the canoe alongside the boat and gave the girdle to a boy. Then they came on board with their mission. It took a good part of the day before they could be understood. Not even the Indians who were on board understood them well, because they have some differences of words for the names of things. At last their invitation was understood by signs. The admiral determined to start tomorrow, though he did not usually sail on a Sunday, owing to a devout feeling, and not on account of any superstition whatever, but in the hope that these people would become Christians through the willingness they show, and that they will be subjects of the sovereigns of Castilla, and because he now holds them to be so, and that they may serve with love. He wished and endeavored to please them. Before leaving today, the admiral sent 6 men to a large village 3 leagues to the westward, because the chief had come the day before and said that he had some pieces of gold. When the Christians arrived, the secretary of the admiral, who was one of them, took the chief by the hand. The admiral had sent him to prevent the others from imposing upon the Indians, as the Indians are so simple, and the Spaniards so avaricious and grasping, it does not suffice that the Indians should give them all they want in exchange for a bead or a bit of glass, but the Spaniards would take everything without any return at all. The admiral always prohibits this, although with the exception of gold, the things given by the Indians are of little value. But the admiral, seeing the simplicity of the Indians, and that they will give a piece of gold in exchange for 6 beads, gave the order that nothing should be received from them, unless something had been given in exchange. Thus the chief took the secretary by the hand and led him to his house, followed by the whole village, which was very large. He made his guests eat, and the Indians brought them many cotton fabrics and spun cotton in skeins. In the afternoon the chief gave them 3 very fat geese and some small pieces of gold. A great number of people went back with them, carrying all the things they had got by barter, and they also carried the Spaniards themselves across streams and muddy places. The admiral ordered some things to be given to the chief, and both he and his people were very well satisfied, truly believing that the Christians had come from heaven, so that they considered themselves fortunate in beholding them. On this day more than 120 canoes came to the ships, all full of people, and all bringing something, especially their bread and fish, and fresh water in earthen jars. They also brought seeds of good kinds, and there was a grain which they put into a porringer of water and drank it. The Indians who were on board said that this was very wholesome. Sunday, 23rd of December. The admiral could not go with the ships to that land whither he had been invited by the chief, because there was no wind. But he sent, with the 3 messengers who were waiting for the boats, some people, including the secretary. While they were gone, he sent 2 of the Indians he had on board with him to the villages which were near the anchorage. They returned to the ship with a chief who brought the news that there was a great quantity of gold in that island of Espanola, and that people from other parts came to buy it. They said that here the admiral would find as much as he wanted. Others came who confirmed the statement that there was much gold in the island and explained the way it was collected. The admiral understood all this with much difficulty. Nevertheless, he concluded that there was a very great quantity in those parts, and that if he could find the place whence it was got, there would be abundance, and if not, there would be nothing. He believed there must be a great deal, because during the 3 days that he had been in that port, he had got several pieces of gold, and he could not believe that it was brought from another land. Our Lord, who holds all things in his hands, look upon me and grant what shall be for his service. These are the admiral's words. He says that according to his reckoning, 1,000 people had visited the ship, all of them bringing something. Before they come alongside, at a distance of a crossbow shot, they stand up in the canoe with what they bring in their hands, crying out, "Take it! Take it!" He also reckoned that 500 came to the ship swimming, because they had no canoes, the ship being near a league from the shore. Among the visitors, 5 chiefs had come, sons of chiefs, with all their families of wives and children, to see the Christians. The admiral ordered something to be given to all, because such gifts were all well employed. May our Lord favor me by his clemency, that I may find this gold. I mean the mine of gold, which I hold to be here, many saying that they know it. These are his words. The boats arrived at night, and said that there was a grand road as far as they went, and they found many canoes, with people who went to see the admiral and the Christians at the mountain. They held it for certain that if the Christmas festival was kept in that port, all the people of the island would come, which they calculated to be larger than England. All the people went with them to the village, which they said was the largest, and the best laid out with streets of any they had seen. The admiral says it is part of the Punta Sana, almost 3 leagues se. The canoes go very fast with paddles, so they went ahead to apprise the cacique, as they call the chief. They also have another greater name, Niteno, but it was not clear whether they used it for lord or judge. At last the cacique came to them and joined them in the square, which was clean swept, as was all the village. The population numbered over 20 men. This king did great honor to the people from the ship, and every inhabitant brought them something to eat and drink. Afterwards the king gave each of them cotton cloths, such as women wear, with parrots for the admiral, and some pieces of gold. The people also gave cloths and other things from their houses to the sailors, and as for the trifles they got in return, they seemed to look upon them as relics. When they wanted to return in the afternoon, he asked them to stay until the next day, and all the people did the same. When they saw that the Spaniards were determined to go, they accompanied them most of the way, carrying the gifts of the cacique on their backs as far as the boats, which had been left at the mouth of the river, Monday 24th of December. Before sunrise, the admiral got under way with the land breeze. Among the numerous Indians who had come to the ship yesterday, and had made signs that there was gold in the island, naming the places whence it was collected, the admiral noticed one who seemed more fully informed, or who spoke with more willingness, so he asked him to come with the Christians and show them the position of the gold mines. This Indian has a companion, or relation, with him, and among other places they mentioned where gold was found. They named Cipango, which they called Civao. Here they said that there was a great quantity of gold, and that the cacique carried banners of beaten gold, but they added that it was very far off to the eastward. Here the admiral addresses the following words to the sovereigns: "Your highnesses may believe that there is no better nor gentler people in the world. Your highnesses ought to rejoice that they will soon become Christians, and that they will be taught the good customs of your kingdom. A better race there cannot be, and both the people and the lands are in such quantity that I know not how to write it. I have spoken in the superlative degree of the country and people of Juana, which they call Cuba, but there is as much difference between them and this island and people as between day and night. I believe that no one who should see them could say less than I have said, and I repeat that the things in the great villages of this island of Espanola, which they call Bohio, are wonderful. All here have a loving manner and gentle speech, unlike the others who seem to be menacing when they speak. Both men and women are of good stature, and not black. It is true that they all paint, some with black, others with other colors, but most with red. I know that they are tanned by the sun, but this does not affect them much. Their houses and villages are pretty, each with a chief who acts as their judge. and who is obeyed by them. All these lords use few words and have excellent manners. Most of their orders are given by a sign with the hand, which is understood with surprising quickness. All these are the words of the admiral. He who would enter the Sea of Santo Tomex ought to stand for a good league across the mouth to a flat island in the middle, which was named La Amiga, pointing her head towards it. When the ship is within a stone's throw of it, the course should be altered to make for the eastern shore, leaving the west side. And this shore, and not the other, should be kept on board, because a great reef runs out from the west. And even beyond that, there are 3 sunken rocks. This reef comes within a Lombard shot of the Amiga Island. Between them, there are 7 fathoms at least, with a gravelly bottom. Within, a harbor will be found large enough for all the ships in the world, which would be there without need of cables. There is another reef with sunken rocks on the east side of the island of Amiga, which are extensive and run out to sea, reaching within 2 leagues of the cape. But it appeared that between them there was an entrance within 2 Lombard shots of Amiga on the west side of Monte Carbatin, where there was a good and very large port. Tuesday, 25th of December, Christmas Day. Navigating yesterday with little wind from Santo Tome to Punta Sana, and being a league from it, at about 11 o'clock at night, the admiral went down to get some sleep, for he had not had any rest for 2 days and a night. As it was calm, the sailor who steered the ship thought he would go to sleep, leaving the tiller in charge of a boy. The admiral had forbidden this throughout the voyage, whether it was blowing or whether it was calm. The boys had no anxiety respecting sandbanks and rocks, because when he sent the boats to that king on Sunday, they had passed to the east of Punta Sana at least 3 leagues and a half, and the sailors had seen all the coast. And the rocks there are from Punta Sana, for a distance of 3 leagues to the ESE, they saw the course that should be taken, which had not been the case before during this voyage. It pleased our Lord that, at 12 o'clock at night, when the admiral had retired to rest, and when all had fallen asleep, seeing that it was a dead calm and the sea like glass, the tiller being in the hands of a boy, the current carried the ship on one of the sandbanks. If it had not been night, the bank could have been seen, and the surf on it could be heard for a good league. But the ship ran upon it so gently that it could scarcely be felt. The boy who felt the helm and heard the rush of the sea cried out. The admiral at once came up, and so quickly that no one had felt that the ship was aground. Presently the master of the ship, whose watch it was, came on deck. The admiral ordered him and others to launch the boat, which was on the poop, and lay out an anchor astern. The master, with several others, got into the boat, and the admiral thought that they did so with the object of obeying his orders. But they did so in order to take refuge with the caravel, which was half a league to leeward. The caravel would not allow them to come on board, acting judiciously, and they therefore returned to the ship, but the caravel's boat arrived first. When the admiral saw that his own people fled in this way, the water rising and the ship being across the sea, seeing no other course, he ordered the mast to be cut away and the ship to be lightened as much as possible, to see if she would come off. But as the water continued to rise, nothing more could be done. Her side fell over across the sea, but it was nearly calm. Then the timbers opened, and the ship was lost. The admiral went to the caravel to arrange about the reception of the ship's crew, and as a light breeze was blowing from the land and continued during the greater part of the night, while it was unknown how far the bank extended, he hove her to until daylight. He then went back to the ship inside the reef, first having sent a boat on shore with Diego de Arana of Cordova, alguazil of the fleet, and Pedro Gutierrez, gentleman of the king's bedchamber, to inform the king, who had invited the ships to come on the previous Saturday. His town was about a league and a half from the sandbank. They reported that he wept when he heard the news, and he sent all his people with large canoes to unload the ship. This was done, and they landed all there was between decks in a very short time. Such was the great promptitude and diligence shown by that king. He himself, with brothers and relations, were actively assisting as well in the ship as in the care of the property when it was landed, that all might be properly guarded. Now and then he sent one of his relations weeping to the admiral to console him, saying that he must not feel sorrow or annoyance, for he would supply all that was needed. The admiral assured the sovereigns that there could not have been such good watch kept in any part of Castile, for that there was not even a needle missing. He ordered that all the property should be placed by some houses which the king placed at his disposal, until they were emptied, when everything would be stowed and guarded in them. Armed men were placed round the stores to watch all night. The king and all his people wept. They are a loving people, without covetousness, and fit for anything, and I assure your highnesses that there is no better land nor people. They love their neighbors as themselves, and their speech is the sweetest and gentlest in the world, and always with a smile. Men and women go as naked as when their mothers bore them. Your highnesses should believe that they have very good customs among themselves. The king is a man of remarkable presence, and with a certain self-contained manner that is a pleasure to see. They have good memories, wish to see everything, and ask the use of what they see. All this is written by the admiral. Wednesday, 26th of December, today. At sunrise, the king of that land came to the caravel near Ia, where the admiral was, and said to him, almost weeping, that he need not be sorry, for that he would give him all he had, that he had placed 2 large houses at the disposal of the Christians who were on shore, and that he would give more if they were required, and as many canoes as could load from the ship and discharge on shore, with as many people as were wanted. This had all been done yesterday without so much as a needle being missed. So honest are they, says the admiral, without any covetousness for the goods of others, and so above all was that virtuous king. While the admiral was talking to him, another canoe arrived from a different place, bringing some pieces of gold, which the people in the canoe wanted to exchange for a hawk's bell, for there was nothing they desired more than these bells. They had scarcely come alongside when they called and held up the gold, saying "Chook, chook" for the bells, for they are quite mad about them. After the king had seen this, and when the canoes which came from other places had departed, he called the admiral and asked him to give orders that one of the bells was to be kept for another day, when he would bring 4 pieces of gold the size of a man's hand. The admiral rejoiced to hear this, and afterwards a sailor who came from the shore told him that it was wonderful what pieces of gold the men on shore were getting in exchange for next to nothing. For a needle, they got a piece of gold worth 2 castellanos, and that this was nothing to what it would be within a month. The king rejoiced much when he saw that the admiral was pleased. He understood that his friend wanted much gold, and he said by signs that he knew where there was in the vicinity a very large quantity, so that he must be in good heart, for he should have as much as he wanted. He gave some account of it, especially saying that in Cipango, which they call Cibao, it is so abundant that it is of no value, and that they will bring it, although there is also much more in the island of Espanola, which they call Bohio, and in the province of Caritama. The king dined on board the caravel with the admiral, and afterwards went on shore, where he received the admiral with much honor. He gave him a collation consisting of 3 or 4 kinds of yams, with shellfish and game and other viands they have, besides the bread they call cazavi. He then took the admiral to see some groves of trees near the houses, and they were accompanied by at least 1,000 people, all naked. The lord had on a shirt and a pair of gloves given to him by the admiral, and he was more delighted with the gloves than with anything else. In his manner of eating, both as regards the high-bred air and the peculiar cleanliness, he clearly showed his nobility. After he had eaten, he remained some time at table, and they brought him certain herbs with which he rubbed his hands. The admiral thought that this was done to make them soft, and they also gave him water for his hands. After the meal, he took the admiral to the beach. The admiral then sent for a Turkish bow and a quiver of arrows, and took a shot at a man of his company who had been warned. The chief, who knew nothing about arms, as they neither have them nor use them, thought this a wonderful thing. He, however, began to talk of those of Canaiba, whom they call Caribs. They come to capture the natives and have bows and arrows without iron, of which there is no memory in any of these lands, nor of steel, nor any other metal except gold. The admiral had only seen very little. The admiral said by signs that the sovereigns of Castile would order the Caribs to be destroyed, and that all should be taken with their heads tied together. He ordered a lombard and a handgun to be fired off, and seeing the effect caused by its force and what the shots penetrated, the king was astonished. When his people heard the explosion, they all fell on the ground. They brought the admiral a large mask, which had pieces of gold for the eyes and ears, and in other parts, and this they gave, with other trinkets of gold that the same king had put on the head and round the neck of the admiral, and of other Christians, to whom they also gave many pieces. The admiral received much pleasure and consolation from these things, which tempered the anxiety and sorrow he felt at the loss of the ship. He knew our Lord had caused the ship to stop here, that a settlement might be formed. From this, he says, originated so many things that, in truth, the disaster was really a piece of good fortune. For it is certain that if I had not lost the ship, I should have gone on without anchoring in this place, which is within a great bay, having 2 or 3 reefs of rock. I should not have left people in the country during this voyage, nor even, if I had desired to leave them, should I have been able to obtain so much information, nor such supplies and provisions for a fortress. And true it is that many people had asked me to give them leave to remain. Now I have given orders for a tower and a fort, both well built, and a large cellar, not because I believe that such defenses will be necessary. I believe that with the force I have with me, I could subjugate the whole island, which I believe to be larger than Portugal, and the population double. But they are naked and without arms and hopelessly timid. Still, it is advisable to build this tower, being so far from your highnesses. The people may thus know the skill of the subjects of your highnesses and what they can do, and will obey them with love and fear. So they make preparations to build the fortress with provision of bread and wine for more than a year, with seeds for sowing, the ship's boat, a caulker and carpenter, a gunner and cooper. Many among these men have a great desire to serve your highnesses and to please me, by finding out where the mine is whence the gold is brought. Thus everything is got in readiness to begin the work. Above all, it was so calm that there was scarcely wind nor wave when the ship ran aground. This is what the admiral says, and he adds more to show that it was great good luck and the settled design of God, that the ship should be lost in order that people might be left behind. If it had not been for the treachery of the master and his boat's crew, who were all, or mostly, his countrymen, in neglecting to lay out the anchor so as to haul the ship off in obedience to the admiral's orders, she would have been saved. In that case, the same knowledge of the land as has been gained in these days would not have been secured. For the admiral always proceeded with the object of discovering, and never intended to stop more than a day at any one place, unless he was detained by the wind. Still, the ship was very heavy and unsuited for discovery. It was the people of Palos who obliged him to take such a ship, by not complying with what they had promised to the king and queen, namely, to supply suitable vessels for this expedition. This they did not do. Of all that there was on board the ship, not a needle, nor a board, nor a nail was lost. For she remained as whole as when she sailed, except that it was necessary to cut away and level down in order to get out the jars and merchandise, which were landed and carefully guarded. He trusted in God that when he returned from Spain, according to his intention, he would find a ton of gold collected by barter by those he was to leave behind, and that they would have found the mine, and spices in such quantities that the sovereigns would, in 3 years, be able to undertake and fit out an expedition to go and conquer the Holy Sepulchre. Thus, he says, I protest to your highnesses that all the profits of this, my enterprise, may be spent in the conquest of Jerusalem. Your highnesses may laugh and say that it is pleasing to you, and that without this you entertain that desire. These are the admiral's words. Thursday, 27th of December. The king of that land came alongside the caravel at sunrise, and said that he had sent for gold, and that he would collect all he could before the admiral departed. But he begged him not to go. The king and one of his brothers, with another very intimate relation, dined with the admiral, and the 2 latter said they wished to go to Castile with him. At this time the news came that the caravel Pinta was in a river at the end of this island. Presently the cacique sent a canoe there, and the admiral sent a sailor in it, for it was wonderful how devoted the cacique was to the admiral. The necessity was now evident of hurrying on preparations for the return to Castile. Friday, 28th of December. The admiral went on shore to give orders and hurry on the work of building the fort, and to settle what men should remain behind. The king, it would seem, had watched him getting into the boat, and quickly went into his house dissimulating, sending one of his brothers to receive the admiral, and conduct him to one of the houses that had been set aside for the Spaniards, which was the largest and best in the town. In it there was a couch made of palm matting where they sat down. Afterwards the brother sent an attendant to say that the admiral was there, as if the king did not know that he had come. The admiral, however, believed that this was a feint in order to do him more honor. The attendant gave the message, and the cacique came in great haste, and put a large, soft piece of gold he had in his hand round the admiral's neck. They remained together until the evening, arranging what had to be done. Saturday, 29th of December, a very youthful nephew of the king came to the caravel at sunrise, who showed a good understanding and disposition. As the admiral was always working to find out the origin of the gold, he asked everyone, for he could now understand somewhat by signs. This youth told him that, at a distance of 4 days' journey, there was an island to the eastward called Garionex, and others called Macarix, Mayonic, Fuma, Cibao, and Coroae, in which there was plenty of gold. The admiral wrote these names down, and now understood what had been said by a brother of the king, who was annoyed with him, as the admiral understood. At other times the admiral had suspected that the king had worked against his knowing where the gold had its origin and was collected, that he might not go away to barter in another part of the island. For there are such a number of places in this same island that it is wonderful. After nightfall the king sent a large mask of gold, and asked for a wash-hand basin and jug. The admiral thought he wanted them for patterns to copy from, and therefore sent them. Sunday, 33rd of December. The admiral went on shore to dinner, and came at a time when 5 kings had arrived, all with their crowns, who were subject to this king, named Gakanagari. They represented a very good state of affairs, and the admiral says to the sovereigns that it would have given them pleasure to see the manner of their arrival. On landing, the admiral was received by the king, who led him by the arms to the same house where he was yesterday, where there were chairs and a couch on which the admiral sat. Presently the king took the crown off his head and put it on the admiral's head, and the admiral took from his neck a collar of beautiful beads of several different colors, which looked very well in all its parts, and put it on the king. He also took off a cloak of fine material, in which he had dressed himself that day, and dressed the king in it, and sent for some colored boots, which he put on his feet, and he put a large silver ring on his finger, because he had heard that he had admired greatly a silver ornament worn by one of the sailors. The king was highly delighted and well satisfied, and 2 of those kings who were with him came with him to where the admiral was, and each gave him a large piece of gold. At this time an Indian came and reported that it was 2 days since he left the caravel Pinta in a port to the eastward. The admiral returned to the caravel, and Vicente Hans, the captain, said that he had seen the rhubarb plant, and that they had it on the island Amiga, which is at the entrance of the sea of Santo Tome, 6 leagues off, and that he had recognized the branches and roots. They say that rhubarb forms small branches above ground and fruit like green mulberries, almost dry, and the stalk, near the root, is as yellow and delicate as the best color for painting, and underground the root grows like a large pear. Monday, 31 Saint of December. Today the admiral was occupied in seeing that water and fuel were taken on board for the voyage to Spain, to give early notice to the sovereign that they might dispatch ships to complete the discoveries. For now the business appeared to be so great and important that the admiral was astonished. He did not wish to go until he had examined all the land to the eastward and explored the coast, so as to know the route to Castile, with a view to sending sheep and cattle. But as he had been left with only a single vessel, it did not appear prudent to encounter the dangers that are inevitable in making discoveries. He complained that all this inconvenience had been caused by the caravel Pinta having parted company. Tuesday, Stave, January 1493. At midnight, the admiral sent a boat to the island Amiga to bring the rhubarb. It returned at vespers with a bundle of it. They did not bring more because they had no spade to dig it up with. It was taken to be shown to the sovereigns. The king of that land said that he had sent many canoes for gold. The canoe returned that had been sent for tidings of the Pinta, without having found her. The sailor who went in the canoe said that 20 leagues from there he had seen a king who wore 2 large plates of gold on his head, but when the Indians in the canoe spoke to him, he took them off. He also saw much gold on other people. The admiral considered that the king Guacanagari ought to have prohibited his people from selling gold to the Christians, in order that it might all pass through his hands. But the king knew the places, as before stated, where there was such a quantity that it was not valued. The spicery also is extensive, and is worth more than pepper or manigetta. One, he left instructions to those who wished to remain, that they were to collect as much as they could. Wednesday, 2nd of January. In the morning, the admiral went on shore to take leave of the king Guacanagari and to depart from him in the name of the Lord. He gave him one of his shirts, in order to show him the force of the longbows and what effect they had. He ordered one to be loaded and fired into the side of the ship that was on shore. For this was opposite to the conversation respecting the Caribs, with whom Guacanagari was at war. The king saw whence the Lombard shot came, and how it passed through the side of the ship, and went far away over the sea. The admiral also ordered a skirmish of the crews of the ships, fully armed, saying to the cacique that he need have no fear of the Caribs, even if they should come. All this was done that the king might look upon the men who were left behind as friends, and that he might also have a proper fear of them. The king took the admiral to dinner at the house where he was established, and the others who came with him. The admiral strongly recommended to his friendship Diego de Arana, Pedro Gutierrez, and Rodrigo Escovedo, whom he left jointly as his lieutenants over the people who remained behind, that all might be well regulated and governed for the service of their highnesses. The cacique showed much love for the admiral, and great sorrow at his departure, especially when he saw him go on board. A relation of that king said to the admiral that he had ordered a statue of pure gold to be made, as big as the admiral, and that it would be brought within 10 days. The admiral embarked with the intention of sailing presently, but there was no wind. He left on that island of Espanola, which the Indians called Bohuyo, 39 men with the fortress, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he says that they were great friends of Guacanagari. The lieutenants placed over them were Diego de Arana of Cordova, Pedro Gutierrez, gentleman of the king's bedchamber, and Rodrigo Escovedo, a native of Segovia, nephew of Fray Rodrigo Perez, with all the powers he himself received from the sovereigns. He left behind all the merchandise which had been provided for bartering, which was much, that they might trade for gold. He also left bread for a year's supply, wine, and much artillery. He also left the ship's boat, that they, most of them being sailors, might go, when the time seemed convenient, to discover the gold mine, in order that the admiral, on his return, might find much gold. They were also to find a good site for a town, for this was not altogether a desirable port, especially as the gold the natives brought came from the east. Also, the farther to the east, the nearer to Spain. He also left seeds for sowing, and his officers, the alguazil and secretary, as well as the ship's carpenter, a caulker, a good gunner, well acquainted with artillery, a cooper, a physician, and a tailor, all being seamen as well. Thursday, 3 deed of January, the admiral did not go today, because 3 of the Indians whom he had brought from the islands, and who had stayed behind, arrived, and said that the others with their women would be there at sunrise. The sea also was rather rough, so that they could not land from the boat. He determined to depart tomorrow with the grace of God. The admiral said that if he had the caravel Pinta with him, he could make sure of shipping a ton of gold, because he could then follow the coasts of these islands, which he would not do alone, for fear some accident might impede his return to Castile, and prevent him from reporting all he had discovered to the sovereigns. If it was certain that the caravel Pinta would arrive safely in Spain with Martin Alonso Pinzon, he would not hesitate to act as he desired, but as he had no certain tidings of him, and as he might return and tell lies to the sovereigns, that he might not receive the punishment he deserved for having done so much harm in having parted company without permission, and impeded the good service that might have been done. The admiral could only trust in our Lord that he would grant favorable weather and remedy all things. Friday, 8th of January, at sunrise, the admiral weighed the anchor with little wind and turned her head at NWA to get clear of the reef by another channel wider than the one by which he entered, which with others is very good for coming in front of the Villa de la Navidad, in all which the least depth is from 3 to 9 fathoms. These 2 channels run NW and SE, and the reefs are long, extending from the Cabo Santo to the Cabo de Sierpe for more than 6 leagues, and then a good 3 leagues out to sea. At a league outside Cabo Santo, there are not more than 8 fathoms of depth, and inside that cape on the east side, there are many sunken rocks and channels to enter between them. All this coast trends NW and SE, and it is all beach, with the land very level for about a quarter of a league inland. After that distance, there are very high mountains, and the whole is peopled with a very good race, as they showed themselves to the Christian. Thus the admiral navigated to the east, shaping the course for a very high mountain, which looked like an island, but is not one, being joined to the mainland by a very low neck. The mountain has the shape of a very beautiful tip. 2. He gave it the name of Monte Cristi. It is due east of Cabo Santo at a distance of 18 leagues. That day, owing to the light wind, they could not reach within 6 leagues of Monte Cristi. He discovered 4 very low and sandy islets with a reef extending NW and SE inside. There is a large gulf which extends from this mountain to the SE at least 20 leagues, which must all be shallow with many sandbanks, and inside numerous rivers which are not navigable. At the same time, the sailor who was sent in the canoe to get tidings of the Pinta reported that he saw a river into which ships might enter. The admiral anchored at a distance of 6 leagues from Monte Cristi in 19 fathoms, and so kept clear of many rocks and reefs. Here he remained for the night. The admiral gives notice to those who would go to the Villa de la Navidad that, to make Monte Cristi, he should stand off the land 2 leagues, etc., but as the coast is now known, it is not given here. The admiral concluded that Cipango was in that island and that it contained much gold, spices, mastic, and rhubarb. Saturday, 5th January, at sunrise, the admiral made sail with the land breeze and saw that to the SE of Monte Cristi between it and island, there seemed to be a good port to anchor in that night. He shaped an ESE course afterwards, SSE, for 6 leagues round the high land, and found a depth of 17 fathoms, with a very clean bottom, going on for 3 leagues with the same soundings. Afterwards, it shallowed to 12 fathoms up to the Morro of the mountain, and off the Morro at 1 league, the depth of 9 fathoms was found, the bottom clean, and all fine sand. The admiral followed the same course until he came between the mountain and the island, where he found 3 fathoms at low water. A very good port, and here he anchored. He went in the boat to the islet, where he found remains of fire and footmarks, showing that fishermen had been there. Here they saw many stones painted in colors, or a quarry of such stones, very beautifully worked by nature, suited for the building of a church or other public work, like those he found on the island of San Salvador. On this islet, he also found many plants of mastic. He says that this Monte Cristi is very fine and high, but accessible, and of a very beautiful shape, all the land round it being low, a very fine plain from which the height rises, looking at a distance like an island disunited from other land. Beyond the mountain, to the east, he saw a cape at a distance of 24 miles, which he named Cabo del Becero, whence to the mountain for 2 leagues there are reefs of rocks, though it appeared as if there were navigable channels between them. It would, however, be advisable to approach in daylight and to send a boat ahead to sound. From the mountain eastward to Cabo del Becero for 4 leagues there is a beach, and the land is low, but the rest is very high, with beautiful mountains and some cultivation. Inland a chain of mountains runs NSW, the most beautiful he had seen, appearing like the hills of Cordova. Some other very lofty mountains appear in the distance towards the south in SE, and very extensive green valleys with large rivers. All this in such quantity that he did not believe he had exaggerated 1,000th part. Afterwards he saw to the eastward of the mountain a land which appeared like that of Monte Cristi in size and beauty. Further to the east NNE, there is land which is not so high, extending for some 100 miles or near it. Sunday, 6th of January, that port is sheltered from all winds, except north and NW, and these winds seldom blow in this region. Even when the wind is from those quarters, shelter may be found near the islet in 3 or 4 fathoms. At sunset, the admiral made sail to proceed along the coast, the course being east, except that it is necessary to look out for several reefs of stone and sand, within which there are good anchorages, with channels leading to them. After noon, it blew fresh from the east. The admiral ordered a sailor to go to the masthead to look out for reefs, and he saw the caravel Pina coming, with the wind aft, and she joined the admiral. As there was no place to anchor owing to the rocky bottom, the admiral returned for 10 leagues to Monte Cristi with the Pinta in company. Martin Alonso Pinzon came on board the caravel Nino, where the admiral was, and excused himself by saying that he had parted company against his will, giving reasons for it. But the admiral says that they were all false, and that on the night when Pinzon parted company he was influenced by pride and covetousness. He could not understand whence had come the insolence and disloyalty with which Pinzon had treated him during the voyage. The admiral had taken no notice because he did not wish to give place to the evil works of Satan who desired to impede the voyage. It appeared that one of the Indians who had been put on board the caravel by the admiral with others had said that there was much gold in an island called Benique, and as Pinzon's vessel was light and swift, he determined to go there, parting company with the admiral, who wished to remain and explore the coasts of Juana and Espanola with an easterly course. When Martin Alonso arrived at the island of Benique, he found no gold. He then went to the coast of Espanola, on information from the Indians that there was a great quantity of gold and many mines in that island of Espanola, which the Indians called Bohio. He thus arrived near the Villa de Navidad, about 15 leagues from it, having then been absent more than 20 days, so that the news brought by the Indians was correct, on account of which the king Guacanari sent a canoe, and the admiral put a sailor on board. But the Pinta must have gone before the canoe arrived. The admiral says that the Pinta obtained much gold by barter, receiving large pieces the size of 2 fingers in exchange for a needle. Martin Alonso took half, dividing the other half among the crew. The admiral then says, "Thus I am convinced that our Lord miraculously caused that vessel to remain here, this being the best place in the whole island to form a settlement, and the nearest to the gold mines." He also says that he knew of another great island to the south of the island of Juana, in which there is more gold than in this island, so that they collect it in bits the size of beans. While in Espanola they find the pieces the size of grains of corn. They call that island Yatnai. The admiral also heard of an island further east, in which there were only women, having been told this by many people. He was also informed that Yamae and the island of Espanola were 10 days' journey in a canoe from the mainland, which would be about 70 or 80 leagues, and that there the people wore clothes. Monday, 8 of January. This day the admiral took the opportunity of caulking the caravel, and the sailors were sent to cut wood. Tuesday, as the wind was blowing fresh from the east and the admiral did not get under way this morning. He ordered the caravel to be filled up with wood and water and with all other necessaries for the voyage. He wished to explore all the coast of Espanola in this direction. But those he appointed to the caravels as captains were brothers, namely Martin Alonso Pinzon and Vicente Enz. They also had followers who were filled with pride and avarice, considering that all now belonged to them, and unmindful of the honor the admiral had done them. They had not and did not obey his orders, but did and said many unworthy things against him, while Martin Alonso had deserted him from the 21st of November until the 6th of January, without cause or reason, but from disaffection. All these things had been endured in silence by the admiral in order to secure a good end to the voyage. He determined to return as quickly as possible to get rid of such an evil company with whom he thought it necessary to dissimulate. Although they were a mutinous set, and though he also had with him many good men, for it was not a fitting time for dealing out punishment, the admiral got into the boat and went up the river, which is near, towards the SSW. Of Monte Cristi a good league. This is where the sailors went to get fresh water for the ships. He found that the sand at the mouth of the river, which is very large and deep, was full of very fine gold, and in astonishing quantity. The admiral thought that it was pulverized in the drift down the river, but in a short time he found many grains as large as horse beans, while there was a great deal of the fine powder. As the fresh water mixed with the salt when it entered the sea, he ordered the boat to go up for the distance of a stone's throw. They filled the casks from the boat, and when they went back to the caravel, they found small bits of gold sticking to the hoops of the casks and of the barrel. The admiral gave the name of Rio del Oro to the river. Inside the bar it is very deep, though the mouth is shallow and very wide. The distance to the Villa de la Navidad is 17 leagues, and there are several large rivers on the intervening coast, especially 3 which probably contain much more gold than this one, because they are larger. This river is nearly the size of the Guadalquivir at Cordova, and from it to the gold mines the distance is not more than 20 leagues. The admiral further says that he did not care to take the sand containing gold, because their highnesses would have it all as their property at their town of Navidad, and because his first object was now to bring the news and to get rid of the evil company that was with him, whom he had always said were a mutinous set. Wednesday, 9th of January, the admiral made sail at midnight with De Winesi and Champigny course, arriving at a point named Punta Roja, which is 60 miles east of Monte Cristi, and anchored under its lee 3 hours before nightfall. Mermaids. He did not venture to go out at night because there are many reefs until they are done. Afterwards, if, as will probably be the case, channels are found between them, the anchorage, which is good and well sheltered, will be profitable. The country between Monte Cristi and this point where the admiral anchored is very high land, with beautiful plains, a range running east and west, all green and cultivated, with numerous streams of water, so that it is wonderful to see such beauty. In all this country there are many turtles, and the sailors took several, when they came on shore to lay their eggs at Monte Cristi, as large as a great wooden buckler. On the previous day, when the admiral went to the Rio del Oro, he saw 3 mermaids which rose well out of the sea, but they are not so beautiful as they are painted, though to some extent they have the form of a human face. The admiral says that he had seen some at other times in Guinea, on the coast of the Maniquita. The admiral says that this night, in the name of our Lord, he would set out on his homeward voyage without any further delay whatever, for he had found what he sought, and he did not wish to have further cause of offense with Martin Alonso, until their highnesses should know the news of the voyage and what had been done. Afterwards, he says, I will not suffer the deeds of evil-disposed persons with little worth, who, without respect for him to whom they owe their positions, presume to set up their own wills with little ceremony. Thursday, 10th of January. He departed from the place where he had anchored, and at sunset he reached a river, to which he gave the name of Rio de Gracia, 3 leagues to the Essi. He came to at the mouth, where there is good anchorage on the east side. There is a bar with no more than 2 fathoms of water, and very narrow across the entrance. It is a good and well-sheltered port, except that there it is often misty, owing to which the caravel Pinta under Martin Alonso received a good deal of damage. He had been here bartering for 16 days and got much gold, which was what Martin Alonso wanted. As soon as he heard from the Indians that the admiral was on the coast of the same island of Espanola, and that he could not avoid him, Pinzon came to him. He wanted all the people of the ship to swear that he had not been there more than 6 days. But his treachery was so public that it could not be concealed. He had made a law that half of all the gold that was collected was his. When he left this port, he took 4 men and 2 girls by force. But the admiral ordered that they should be clothed and put on shore to return to their homes. This, the admiral says, is a service of your highnesses. For all the men and women are subjects of your highnesses, as well in this island as in the other. Here, where your highnesses already have a settlement, the people ought to be treated with honor and favor, seeing that this island has so much gold and such good spice-yielding lands. Friday, 1st of January. At midnight, the admiral left the Rio de Gracia with the land breeze and steered eastward until he came to a cape named Belprado, at a distance of 4 leagues. To the Essi is the mountain to which he gave the name of Monte de Plata, 8 leagues distant. Thence, from the Cape Belprado to Essi is the point named Angel, 18 leagues distant, and from this point to the Monte de Plata there is a gulf, with the most beautiful lands in the world, all high and fine lands which extend far inland. Beyond there is a range of high mountains running east and west, very grand and beautiful. At the foot of this mountain there is a very good port, too, with 14 fathoms in the entrance. The mountain is very high and beautiful, and all the country is well peopled, the admiral believed there must be fine rivers and much gold. At a distance of 4 leagues ESE of Cabo del Angel, there is a cape named Punta del Hijo, and on the same course 4 more leagues, a point is reached named Punta Seca. Thence 6 leagues further on is Cabo Redondo, and further on Cabo Francis, where a large bay is formed, but there did not appear to be anchorage in it. A league further on is Cabo del Buen Tiempo, and thence a good league SSE is Cabo Taro. Thence to the south, another cape was sighted at a distance of about 15 leagues. Today great progress was made, as wind and tide were favorable. The admiral did not venture to anchor for fear of the rocks, so he was hove to all night. Saturday, 1/2 of January. Towards dawn, the admiral filled and shaped a course to the east with a fresh wind, running 20 miles before daylight, and in 2 hours afterwards 24 miles. Thence he saw land to the south and steered towards it, distant 48 miles. During the night he must have run 28 miles in and E to keep the vessels out of danger. When he saw the land, he named one cape that he saw Cabo de Padre Buillo, because at the east point there are 2 rocks, one larger than the other. Afterwards, at 2 leagues to the eastward, he saw a very fine bay between 2 grand mountains. He saw that it was a very large port with a very good approach. But as it was very early in the morning, and as the greater part of the time it was blowing from the east, and then they had an NNW breeze, he did not wish to delay more. He continued his course to the east as far as a very high and beautiful cape, all of scarped rock, to which he gave the name of Cabo del Enamorado, which was 32 miles to the east of the port, named Porto Sacro. On rounding the cape, another finer and loftier point came in sight, 2-3 like Cape St. Vincent in Portugal, 12 miles east of Cabo del Enamorado. As soon as he was abreast of the Cabo del Enamorado, the admiral saw that there was a great bay between this and the next point, 3 leagues across, and in the middle of it a small island. The depth is great at the entrance close to the land. He anchored here in 12 fathoms, and sent the boat on shore for water, and to see if intercourse could be opened with the natives, but they all fled. He also anchored to ascertain whether this was all one land with the island of Espanola, and to make sure that this was a gulf, and not a channel, forming another island. He remained astonished at the great size of Espanola. Sunday, 13th of January, the admiral did not leave the port, because there was no land breeze with which to go out. He wished to shift to another better port, because this was rather exposed. He also wanted to wait in that haven the conjunction of the sun and moon, which would take place on the 17th of this month, and their opposition with Jupiter and conjunction with Mercury, the sun being in opposition to Jupiter, which is the cause of high winds. He sent the boat on shore to a beautiful beach to obtain yams for food. They found some men with bows and arrows, with whom they stopped to speak, buying 2 bows and many arrows from them. They asked one of them to come on board the caravel and see the admiral, who says that he was very wanting in reverence, more so than any native he had yet seen. His face was all stained with charcoal, but in all parts. There is the custom of painting the body different colors. He wore his hair very long, brought together and fastened behind, and put into a small net of parrot's feathers. He was naked, like all the others. The admiral supposed that he belonged to the Caribs, 3 who eat men, and that the gulf he had seen yesterday formed this part of the land into an island by itself. The admiral asked about the Caribs, and he pointed to the east, near at hand, which means that he saw the admiral yesterday before he entered the bay. The Indian said there was much gold to the east, pointing to the poop of the caravel, which was a good size, meaning that there were pieces as large. He called gold tuab and did not understand kanaf, as they call it in the first part of the island that was visited, nor noze, the name in San Salvador and the other islands. Copper is called tuab in Espanola. He also spoke of the island of Gonin, where there was much tuab. The admiral says that he had received notices of these islands from many persons, that in the other islands the natives were in great fear of the Caribs, called by some of them Caniba, but in Espanola Carib. He thought they must be an audacious race, for they go to all these islands and eat the people they can capture. He understood a few words, and the Indians who were on board comprehended more, there being a difference in the languages owing to the great distance between the various islands. The admiral ordered that the Indians should be fed and given pieces of green and red cloth and glass beads, which they liked very much, and then sent on shore. He was told to bring gold if he had any, and it was believed that he had from some small things he brought with him. When the boat reached the shore, there were 55 men behind the trees, naked and with very long hair, too as the women wear it in Castile. Behind the head they wore plumes of feathers of parrots and other birds, and each man carried a bow. The Indian landed and signed to the others to put down their bows and arrows and a piece of a staff, which is like very heavy, carried instead of a sword. As soon as they came to the boat, the crew landed and began to buy the not want to give more, but began to attack the Spaniards and to take hold of them. They were running back to pick up their bows and arrows where they had laid them aside, and took cords in their hands to bind the boat's crew. Seeing them rushing down and being prepared for the admiral always warned them to be on their guard, the Spaniards attacked the Indians, and gave one a stab with a knife in the buttocks, wounding another in the breast with an arrow. Seeing that they could gain little, although the Christians were only 7 and they numbered over 50, they fled so that none were left, throwing bows and arrows away. The Christians would have killed many if the pilot, who was in command, had not prevented them. The Spaniards presently returned to the caravel with the boat. The admiral regretted the affair for one reason, and was pleased for another. They would have fear of the Christians, and they were no doubt an ill-conditioned people, probably Caribs, who eat men. But the admiral felt alarm lest they should do some harm to the 39 men left in the fortress and town of Navidad, in the event of their coming here in their boat. Even if they are not Caribs, they are a neighboring people with similar habits and fearless, unlike the other inhabitants of the island, who are timid and without arms. The admiral says all this, and adds that he would have liked to have captured some of them. He says that they lighted many smoke signals, as is the custom in this island of Espanola, Monday, 14th of January. This evening the admiral wished to find the houses of the Indians, and to capture some of them, believing them to be Caribs. Following to the strong east and northeast winds and the heavy sea, he had remained during the day. Many Indians were seen on shore. The admiral, therefore, ordered the boat to be sent on shore, with the crew well armed. Presently the Indians came to the stern of the boat, including the man who had been on board the day before, and had received presents from the admiral. With him there came a king, who had given to the said Indian some beads in token of safety and peace for the boat's crew. This king, with 3 of his followers, went on board the boat and came to the caravel. The admiral ordered them to be given biscuit and treacle to eat, and gave the chief a red cap, some beads, and a piece of red cloth. The others were also given pieces of cloth. The chief said that next day he would bring a mask made of gold, affirming that there was much here, and in Carib one and Matinino. They afterwards went on shore well satisfied. The admiral here says that the caravels were making much water, which entered by the keel, and he complains of the caulkers at Palos, who caulked the vessels very badly, and ran away when they saw that the admiral had detected the badness of their work, and intended to oblige them to repair the defect. But, notwithstanding that the caravels were making much water, he trusted in the favor and mercy of our Lord, for his high majesty well knew how much controversy there was before the expedition could be dispatched from Castile, that no one was in the admiral's favor, save him alone who knew his heart, and after God came your highnesses, while all others were against him without any reason. He further says, and this has been the cause, that the royal crown of your highnesses has not 100 quintas of revenue, more than after I entered your service, which is 7 years ago, in this very month, the 20th of January. The increase will take place from now onwards, for the Almighty God will remedy all things. These are his words, Tuesday, 15th of January. The admiral now wished to depart, for there was nothing to be gained by further delay after these occurrences and the tumult with the Indians. Today he had heard that all the gold was in the district of the town of Navidad belonging to their highnesses, and that in the island of Carib one there was much copper, as well as in Matinino. The intercourse at Carib would, however, be difficult, because the natives are said to eat human flesh. Their island would be in sight from thence, and the admiral determined to go there, as it was on the route, and thence to Matinino, which was said to be entirely peopled by women without men. He would thus see both islands, and might take some of the natives. The admiral sent the boat on shore. but the king of that district had not come, for his village was distant. He, however, sent his crown of gold as he had promised, and many other natives came with cotton and bread made from yams. All writhed their bows and arrows. After the bartering was finished, 4 youths came to the caravel. They appeared to the admiral to give such a clear account of the islands to the eastward, on the same route as the admiral would have to take, that he determined to take them to Castile with him. He says that they had no iron nor other metals. At least none was seen, but it was impossible to know much of the land in so short a time, owing to the difficulty with the language, which the admiral could not understand, except by guessing, nor could they know what was said to them. In such a few days, the bows of these people are as large as those of France or England. The arrows are similar to the darts of the natives who have been met with previously, which are made of young canes, which grow very straight, and a vara and a half or 2 varas in length. They point them with a piece of sharp wood, a palmo and a half long, and at the end some of them fix a fish's tooth, but most of them anoint it with an herb. They do not shoot as in other parts, but in a certain way, which cannot do much harm. Here they have a great deal of fine and long cotton, and plenty of mastic. The bows appear to be of yew, and there is gold and copper. There is also plenty of aji, which is their pepper, which is more valuable than pepper, and all the people eat nothing else, it being very wholesome. 50 caravels might be annually loaded with it from Espanola. The admiral says that he found a great deal of weed in this bay, the same as was met with at sea when he came on this discovery. He therefore supposed that there were islands to the eastward, in the direction of the position where he began to meet with it, for he considers it certain that this weed has its origin in shallow water near the land, and if this is the case, these Indies must be very near the Canary Islands. For this reason he thought the distance must be less than 400 leagues. Wednesday, lock of January. They got under way 3 hours before daylight and left the gulf, which was named Golfo de las Flechas, with the land breeze. Afterwards there was a west wind, which was fair to go to the island of Carib on an ENE course. This was where the people live, of whom all the natives of the other islands are so frightened, because they roam over the sea in canoes, without number, and eat the men they can capture. The admiral steered the course indicated by one of the 4 Indians he took yesterday in the Puerto de las Flechas. After having sailed about 64 miles, the Indians made signs that the island was to the SE. The admiral ordered the sails to be trimmed for that course, but, after having proceeded on it for 2 leagues, the wind freshened from a quarter which was very favorable for the voyage to Spain. The admiral had noticed that the crew were downhearted when he deviated from the direct route home, reflecting that both caravels were leaking badly, and that there was no help but in God. He therefore gave up the course leading to the islands and shaped a direct course for Spain ENE. He sailed on this course, making 48 miles, which is 12 leagues, by sunset. The Indians said that by that route they would fall in with the island of Matinilmo, peopled entirely by women without men, and the admiral wanted very much to take 5 or 6 of them to the sovereigns. But he doubted whether the Indians understood the route well, and he could not afford to delay by reason of the leaky condition of the caravels. He, however, believed the story, and that at certain seasons men came to them from the island of Carib, distant 10 or 12 leagues. If males were born, they were sent to the island of the men, and if females, they remained with their mothers. The admiral says that these 2 islands cannot have been more than 15 or 20 leagues to the SE, from where he altered course, the Indians not understanding how to point out the rotation. After losing sight of the cape, which was named Santa Ramo, which was left 16 leagues to the west, they went for 12 leagues ENE. The weather was very fine. 166 Thursday, 9th of January. The wind went down, and at sunset yesterday, the caravels, having sailed 14 glasses, each a little less than half an hour at 4 miles an hour, making 28 miles. Afterwards, the wind freshened, and they ran all that watch, which was 10 glasses. Then another 6 until sunrise at 8 miles an hour, thus making altogether 84 miles, equal to 21 leagues, to the ENE, and until sunset 44 miles, or 1 leagues, to the east. Here a booby came to the caravel, and afterwards another. The admiral saw a great deal of gulf weed. Friday, 5th of January. During the night, they steered ESE with little wind for 40 miles, equal to 10 leagues, and then 30 miles or leagues until sunrise. All day they proceeded with little wind to ENE and NE by E, more or less, her head being sometimes north, and at others NN, counting one with the other. They made 60 miles or 15 leagues. There was little weed, but yesterday and today the sea appeared to be full of tunnies. The admiral believed that they were on their way to the tunny fisheries of the Duke at Conil and Cadiz. He also thought they were near some islands, because a frigate bird flew around the Carabel, and afterwards went away to the SSE. He said that to the SE of the island of Espanola were the islands of Caribe Matinino and many others. Saturday, 19th of January. During the night, they made good 56 miles NNE and 64 NE. By NN, after sunrise, they steered NE with the wind fresh from SW, and afterwards, WSW 84 miles, equal to 21 leagues. The sea was again full of small tunnies. There were boobies, frigate birds, and terns. Sunday, 20th January. It was calm during the night with occasional slants of wind, and they only made 20 miles to the NE after sunrise. They went 11 miles SE, and then 36 miles at NE, equal to 9 leagues. They saw an immense quantity of small tunnies, the air very soft and pleasant, like Seville in April or May, and the sea, for which God be given many thanks, always very smooth. Frigate birds, sandpipers, and other birds were seen. Monday, 21st of January. Yesterday before sunset, they steered NABYE with the wind east at the rate of 8 miles an hour until midnight, equal to 56 miles. Afterwards, they steered NNE 8 miles an hour, so that they made 104 miles or 26 leagues during the night NE by N. After sunrise, they steered NE with the same wind, which at times veered to NE, and they made good 88 miles in the 11 hours of daylight, or 21 leagues, except one that was lost by delay caused by closing with the pinna to communicate. The air was colder, and it seemed to get colder as they went further north, and also that the nights grew longer owing to the narrowing of the sphere. Many boatswain birds and terns were seen, as well as other birds, but not so many fish, perhaps owing to the water being colder. Tuesday, 22nd of January. Yesterday, after sunset, they steered NNE with an east wind. They made 8 miles an hour during 5 glasses, and 3 before the watch began, making 8 glasses equal to 72 miles or 18 leagues. Afterwards, they went NE by N for 6 glasses, which would be another 18 miles. Then, during 4 glasses of the second watch, NE at 6 miles an hour, 3 leagues. From that time to sunset, for 11 glasses, EN hour equal to 7 leagues. Then ENE until 11 o'clock, 32 miles. Then the wind fell, and they made no more during that day. The Indians swam about. They saw boat swain birds and much weed. Tonight the wind was very changeable, but making the allowances applied by good sailors, they made 84 miles or 21 leagues, NE by N. Many times the Caravel Nina had to wait for the Pinta, because she sailed badly when on a bowline, the mizzen being of little use, owing to the weakness of the mast. If her captain, Martin Alonso Pinzon, had taken the precaution to provide her with a good mast in the Indies, where there are so many and such excellent spars, instead of deserting his commander from motives of avarice, he would have done better. They saw many boatswain birds and much weed. The heavens have been clouded over during these last days, but there has been no rain. The sea has been as smooth as a river, for which many thanks be given to God. After sunrise, they went free and made 30 miles, or J leagues, NE, during the rest of the day. ENE another 30 miles Thursday, 24th of January. They made 44 miles, or 11 leagues, during the night, allowing for many changes in the wind, which was generally NE after sunrise until sunset ENE 14 leagues, Friday, 25th of January. They steered during part of the night ENE for 13 glasses, making leagues. Then NNE 6 miles, the wind fell, and during the day they only made 28 miles, ENE, or 7 leagues. The sailors killed a tunny and a very large shark, which was very welcome, as they now had nothing but bread and wine, and some yams from the Indies. Saturday, 26th of January, this night they made 56 miles, or 14 leagues, ESE. After sunrise, they steered ESE and sometimes SE, making 40 miles up to 1 o'clock. Afterwards, they went on another tack, and then on a bowline 24 miles or 6 leagues to the north until night. Sunday, 12th of January. Yesterday, after sunset, they steered NE and NE by N at the rate of 5 miles an hour, which in 13 hours would be 65 miles or 16 leagues. After sunrise, they steered NE 24 miles or 6 leagues until noon, and from that time until sunset 3 leagues ENE Monday, 2S to January. All night they steered ENE 36 miles or 9 leagues. After sunrise until sunset ENE 20 miles or 5 leagues. You see, the weather was temperate and pleasant. They saw boats, swainbirds, sandpipers, and much weed. Tuesday, 2th of January, they steered ENE 39 miles or 9 leagues, and during the whole day, 8 leagues. The air was very pleasant, like April in Castilla. The sea smooth, and fish they called dorados came on board. Wednesday, 30th of January. All this night they made 6 leagues ENE, and in the day 13 leagues. Boatswain birds, much weed, and many tunnies. Thursday, 31st of January. This night they steered NE by N 30 miles, and afterwards NE 35 miles, or 16 leagues. From sunrise to night, ENE 13 leagues. They saw boatswain birds in turns. Friday, 1st of February. They made 16 leagues ENE during the night, and went on the same course during the day 29 leagues. The sea very smooth, thanks be to God. Saturday, 2nd of February. They made 40 miles or 10 leagues ENE this night in the daytime with the same wind aft. They went 7 miles an hour, so that in 11 hours they had gone 77 miles or leagues. The sea was very smooth, thanks be to God, and the air very soft. They saw the sea so covered with weed that if they had not known about it before, they would have been fearful of sunken rocks they saw Sunday. This night, the wind being aft and the sea very smooth, thanks be to God, they made 29 leagues. The North Star appeared very high, as it does off Cape St. Vincent. The admiral was unable to take the altitude, either with the astrolabe or with the quadrant, because the rolling caused by the waves prevented it that day. He steered his course ENE going 10 miles an hour, so that in 11 hours he made 27 leagues, Monday, 4th of February. During the night, the course was NE by E, going 12 miles an hour part of the time, and the rest 10 miles. Thus they made 130 miles, or 32 leagues and a half. The sky was very threatening and rainy, and it was rather cold, by which they knew that they had not yet reached the Azores. After sunrise, the course was altered to east. During the whole day, they made 77 miles, or 8 leagues. Tuesday, 5th of February. This night, they steered east and made 55 miles, or 131 leagues. In the day, they were going 10 miles an hour, and in 11 hours made no miles, or 27 leagues. They saw sandpipers and some small sticks, a sign that they were near land. Wednesday, 6th of February. They steered east during the night, going at the rate of 11 miles an hour, so that in the 13 hours of the night they made 143 miles, or 35 leagues. They saw many birds. In the day they went 14 miles an hour and made 154 miles, or 38 leagues, so that, including night and day, they made 74 leagues more or less. Vicente Anez said that they had left the island of Flores to the north and Madeira to the east. Roldan said that the island of Fayal, or San Gregorio, was to the NNE and Porto Santo to east. There was much wheat. Thursday, 7th of February. This night they steered east, going 10 miles an hour, so that in 13 hours they made 130 miles, or 32 leagues. In the daytime, the rate was 8 miles an hour. In 11 hours, 88 miles, or 22 leagues this morning. The admiral found himself 65 leagues south of the island of Piores, and the pilot Pedro Alonso, being further north, according to his reckoning, passed between Terceira and Santa Maria to the east, passing to windward of the island of Madeira, 12 leagues further north. The sailors saw a new kind of weed, of which there is plenty in the islands of the Azores. Friday, 7th of February, they went 3 miles an hour to the eastward for some time during the night, and afterwards ESE going 12 miles an hour. From sunrise to noon they made 27 miles, and the same distance from noon till sunset, equal to 13 leagues SSE Saturday, 9th of February. For part of this night they went 3 leagues SSE, and afterwards S by E, then NE, 5 leagues until 10 o'clock in the forenoon, then 9 leagues east until dark. Sunday, 10th of February. From sunset, they steered east all night, making 130 miles, or 32 leagues. During the day, they went at the rate of 9 miles an hour, making 99 miles or 24 G-leagues in 11 hours. In the caravel of the Admiral, Vicente Yanez and the two pilots, Sancho Ruiz and Pedro Alonso Nino, and Roldan made charts and plotted the route. They all made the position a good deal beyond the islands of the Azores to the east, and navigating to the north, none of them touched Santa Maria, which is the last of all the Azores. They made the position 5 leagues beyond it and were in the vicinity of the islands of Madeira and Puerto Santo. But the Admiral was very different from them in his reckoning, finding the position very much in rear of theirs. This night he found the island of Flores to the north, and to the east he made the direction to be towards Naif in Africa, passing to leeward of the island of Madeira to the north leagues, so that the pilots were nearer to Castile than the Admiral by 150 leagues. The Admiral says that with the grace of God, when they reach the land, they will find out whose reckoning was most correct. He also says that he went 263 leagues from the island of Hierro to the place where he first saw the Gulf weed, Monday, 1/1 of February. This night they went 12 miles an hour on their course, and during the day they ran 6 leagues. They saw many birds, from which they judged that land was Tuesday, 12th of February. They went 6 miles an hour on an east course during the night, altogether 73 miles or 18 leagues. At this time they began to encounter bad weather with a heavy sea, and if the caravel had not been very well managed, she must have been lost. During the day they made 1 or 12 leagues with much difficulty and danger. Wednesday, 13th of February, from sunset until daylight, there was great trouble with the wind and the high and tempestuous sea. There was lightning 3 times to the enemy, a sign of a great storm coming either from that quarter or its opposite. They were lying to most of the night, afterwards showing a little sail, and made 52 miles, which is 13 leagues. In the day the wind moderated a little, but it soon increased again. The sea was terrific, the waves crossing each other and straining the vessels. They made 55 miles more, equal to 13 leagues, Thursday, 14th of February. This night the wind increased, and the waves were terrible, rising against each other, and so shaking and straining the vessel, that she could make no headway and was in danger of being stove in. They carried the main sail very closely reefed, so as just to give her steerage way, and proceeded thus for 3 hours, making 20 miles. Meanwhile the wind and sea increased, and seeing the great danger, the Admiral began to run before it, there being nothing else to be done. The caravel Pinta began to run before the wind at the same time, and Martin Alonso ran her out of sight, although the Admiral kept showing lanterns all night, and the other answered. It would seem that she could do no more, owing to the force of the tempest, and she was taken far from the route of the Admiral. He steered that night E&E and made 54 miles, equal to 13 leagues. At sunrise the wind blew still harder, and the cross sea was terrific. They continued to show the closely reefed mainsail to enable her to rise from between the waves, or she would otherwise have been swamped. And E&E course was steered, and afterwards N.E. by E for 6 hours, making 7 leagues. The Admiral ordered that a pilgrimage should be made to Our Lady of Guadalupe, carrying a candle of 6 pounds of weight in wax, and that all the crew should take an oath that the pilgrimage should be made by the man on whom the lot fell. As many beans were got as there were persons on board, and on one a cross was cut with a knife. They were then put into a cap and shaken up. The first who put in his hand was the Admiral, and he drew out the bean with a cross, so the lot fell on him, and he was bound to go on the pilgrimage and fulfill the vow. Another lot was drawn to go on pilgrimage to Our Lady of Loreto, which is in the March of Ancona, in the papal territory, a house where Our Lady works many and great miracles. The lot fell on a sailor of the port of Santa Maria named Pedro de Villa, and the Admiral promised to pay his traveling expenses. Another pilgrimage was agreed upon to watch for 1 night in Santa Clara at Moguer, and have a mass said, for which they again used the beans, including the one with a cross. The lot again fell on the Admiral, after into port at Bayona in Galicia. He went thence to Palos, arriving in the evening of the same day as the Nina with the Admiral. Pinzon died very soon afterwards. Oviedo says, "Fues a Palos a su casa y murió desde época había This, the admiral and all the crew made a vow that, on arriving at the first land, they would all go in procession in their shirts to say their prayers in a church dedicated to Our Lady. Besides these general vows made in common, each sailor made a special vow, for no one expected to escape, holding themselves for lost owing to the fearful weather from which they were suffering. The want of ballast increased the danger of the ship, which had become light, owing to the consumption of the provisions and water. On account of the favorable weather enjoyed among the islands, the admiral had omitted to make provision for this need, thinking that ballast might be taken on board at the island inhabited by women, which he had intended to visit. The only thing to do was to fill the barrels that had contained wine or fresh water with water from the sea, and this supplied a remedy. Here the admiral writes of the causes which made him fear that he would perish, and of others that gave him hope that God would work his salvation, in order that such news as he was bringing to the sovereigns might not be lost. It seemed to him that the strong desire he felt to bring such great news, and to show that all he had said and offered to discover had turned out true, suggested the fear that he would not be able to do so, and that each stinging insect would be able to thwart and impede the work. He attributes this fear to his little faith and to his want of confidence in divine providence. He was comforted, on the other hand, by the mercies of God in having vouchsafed him such a victory in the discoveries he had made, and in that God had complied with all his desires in Castile after much adversity and many misfortunes. As he had before put all his trust in God, who had heard him and granted all he sought, he ought now to believe that God would permit the completion of what had been begun, and ordain that he should be saved, especially as he had freed him on the voyage out, when he had still greater reason to fear from the trouble caused by the sailors and people of his company, who all with one voice declared their intention to return, and protested that they would rise against him. But the eternal God gave him force and valor to withstand them all, and in many other marvelous ways had God shown his will in this voyage besides those known to their highnesses. Thus he ought not to fear the present tempest, though his weakness and anxiety prevent him from giving tranquillity to his mind. He says further that it gave him great sorrow to think of the two sons he had left at their studies in Cordova, who would be left orphans without father or mother in a strange land, while the sovereigns would not know of the services he had performed in this voyage, nor would they receive the prosperous news which would move them to help the orphans. To remedy this, and that their highnesses might know how our Lord had granted a victory in all that could be desired respecting the Indies, and that they might understand that there were no storms in those parts, which may be known by the herbs and trees which grow even within the sea, also that the sovereigns might still have information, even if he perished in the storm. He took a parchment and wrote on it as good an account as he could of all he had discovered, entreating anyone who might pick it up to deliver it to the sovereigns. He rolled this parchment up in waxed cloth, fastened it very securely, ordered a large wooden barrel to be brought, and put it inside so that no one else knew what it was. They thought that it was some act of devotion, and so he ordered the barrel to be thrown into the sea. Afterwards, in the showers and squalls, the wind veered to the west, and they went before it, only with the foresail in a very confused sea, for 5 hours. They made 2 leagues any. They had taken in the reefed mainsail for fear some wave of the sea should carry all away. Friday, of February. Last night, after sunset, the sky began to clear towards the west, showing that the wind was inclined to come from that quarter. The admiral added the bonnet to the mainsail. The sea was still very high, although it had gone down slightly. They steered E&E and went 4 miles an hour, which made 13 leagues during the 11 hours of the night. After sunrise, they sighted land. It appeared from the bows to bear E&E. Some said it was the island of Madeira. Others that it was the rock of Sintra in Portugal, near Lisbon. Presently the wind headed to E&E, and a heavy sea came from the west, the caravel being 5 leagues from the land. The admiral found by his reckoning that he was close to the Azores, and believed that this was one of them. The pilots and sailors thought it was the land of Castile. Saturday, 16th of February. All that night the admiral was standing off and on to keep clear of the land, which they now knew to be an island, sometimes standing any, at others at any, until sunrise, when they tacked to the south to reach the island, which was now concealed by a great mist. Another island was in sight from the poop, at a distance of 8 leagues. Afterwards, from sunrise until dark, they were tacking to reach the land against a strong wind and head sea. At the time of repeating the salve, which is just before dark, some of the men saw a light to leeward, and it seemed that it must be on the island they first saw yesterday. All night they were beating to windward and going as near as they could, so as to see some way to the island at sunrise. That night the admiral got a little rest, for he had not slept, nor been able to sleep since Wednesday, and his legs were very sore from long exposure to the wet and old. At sunrise he steered SSW and reached the island at night, but could not make out what island it was owing to the thick weather. Monday is the February. Yesterday, after sunset, the admiral was sailing around the island to see where he could anchor and open communications. He let go one anchor, which he presently lost, and then stood off and on all night. After sunrise, he again reached the north side of the island, where he anchored, and sent the boat on shore. They had speech with the people, and found that it was the island of Santa Maria, one of the Azores. They pointed out the port to which the caravel should go. They said that they had never seen such stormy weather as there had been for the last 15 days, and they wondered how the caravel could have escaped. They gave many thanks to God and showed great joy at the news that the admiral had discovered the Indies. The admiral says that his navigation he had laid the discoveries down on the chart. Many thanks were due to our Lord, although there had been some delay, but he was sure that he was in the region of the Azores, and that this was one of them. He pretended to have gone over more ground to mislead the pilots and mariners who pricked off the charts, in order that he might remain master of that route to the Indies, as in fact he did. For none of the others kept an accurate reckoning, so that I ate one beach and hailed. The admiral sent the boat, which returned with fowls and fresh bread. It was carnival time, and they brought other things which were sent by the captain of the island, named Juan de Castaneda, saying that he knew the admiral very well, and that he did not come to see him because it was night, but that at dawn he would come with more refreshments, bringing with him 3 men of the boat's crew, whom he did not send back owing to the great pleasure he derived from hearing their account of the voyage. The admiral ordered much respect to be shown to the mess sengers, and that they should be given beds to sleep in that night, because it was late, and the town was far off, as on the previous Thursday, when they were in the midst of the storm. They had made a vow to go in procession to a church of Our Lady as soon as they came to land. The admiral arranged that half the crew should go to comply with their obligation to a small chapel, like a hermitage near the shore, and that he would himself go afterwards with the rest. Believing that it was a peaceful land, and confiding in the offers of the captain of the island, and in the peace that existed between Spain and Portugal, he asked the 3 men to go to the town and arrange for a priest to come and say mass. The half of the crew then went in their shirts in compliance with their vow. While they were at their prayers, all the people of the town, horse and foot, with the captain at their head, came and took them all prisoners. The admiral, suspecting nothing, was waiting for the boat to take him and the rest to accomplish the vow. At 1 o'clock, seeing that they did not come back, he feared that they had been detained, or that the boat had been swamped, all the island being surrounded by high rocks. He could not see what had taken place, because the hermitage was round a point. He got up the anchor and made sail until he was in full view of the hermitage, and he saw many of the horsemen dismount and get into the boat with arms. They came to the caravel to seize the admiral. The captain stood up in the boat and asked for an assurance of safety from the admiral, who replied that he granted it. But what outrage was this, that he saw none of his people in the boat? The admiral added that they might come on board, and that he would do all that might be proper. The admiral tried, with fair words, to get hold of this captain, that he might recover his own people, not considering that he broke faith by giving him security, because he had offered peace and security, and had then broken his word. The captain, as he came with an evil intention, would not come on board. Seeing that he did not come alongside, the admiral asked that he might be told the reason for the detention of his men, an act which would displease the King of Portugal, because the Portuguese received much honor in the territories of the King of Castilla, and were as safe as if they were in Lisbon. He further said that the sovereigns had given him letters of recommendation to all the lords and princes of the world, which he would show the captain if he would come on board. that he was the admiral of the ocean sea and viceroy of the Indies, which belonged to their highnesses, and that he would show the commission signed with their signatures and attested by their seals, which he held up from a distance. He added that his sovereigns were in friendship and amity with the King of Portugal, and had ordered that all honor should be shown to ships that came from Portugal. Further, that if the captain did not surrender his people, he would still go on to Castile, as he had quite sufficient to navigate as far as Seville, in which case the captain and his followers would be severely punished for their offense. Then the captain and those with him replied that they did not know the king and queen of Castile there, nor their letters, nor were they afraid of them, and they would give the admiral to understand that this was Portugal, almost menacing him. On hearing this, the admiral was much moved, thinking that some cause of disagreement might have arisen between the two kingdoms during his absence. Yet he could not endure that they should not be answered reasonably. Afterwards he turned to the captain and said that he should go to the port with the caravel, and that all that had been done would be reported to the king his lord. The admiral made those who were in the caravel bear witness to what he said, calling to the captain and all the others, and promising that he would not leave the caravel until 100 Portuguese had been taken to Castile, and all that island had been laid waste. He then returned to anchor in the port where he was first, the wind being very unfavorable for doing anything else. Wednesday, 20th of February. The admiral ordered the ship to be repaired, and the casks to be filled alongside for ballast. This was a very bad port, and he feared he might have to cut the cables. This was so, and he made sail for the island of San Miguel. But there is no good port in any of the Azores for the weather they then experienced, and there was no other remedy but to go to sea. Thursday, 21st of February. Yesterday, the admiral left that island of Santa Maria for that of San Miguel, to see if a port could be found to shelter his vessel from the bad weather. There was much wind and a high sea, and he was sailing until night, without being able to see either one land or the other, owing to the thick weather caused by wind and sea. The admiral says he was in much anxiety because he only had 3 sailors who knew their business, the rest knowing nothing of seamanship. He was lying to all that night in great danger and trouble. Our Lord showed him mercy in that the waves came in one direction, for if there had been a cross sea they would have suffered much more. After sunrise, the island of San Miguel was not in sight, so the admiral determined to return to Santa Maria to see if he could recover his people and boat and the anchors and cables he had left there. The admiral says that he was astonished at the bad weather he encountered in the region of these islands. In the Indies, he had navigated throughout the winter without the necessity for anchoring, and always had fine weather, never having seen the sea for a single hour in such a state that it could not be navigated easily. But among these islands he had suffered from such terrible storms. The same had happened in going out as far as the Canary Islands. But as soon as they were passed, there was always fine weather, both in sea and air. In concluding these remarks, he observes that the sacred theologians and wise men said well when they placed the terrestrial paradise in the Far East, because it is a most temperate region. Hence, these lands that he had now discovered must, he says, be in the extreme east. Friday, 22nd of February. Yesterday, the admiral came to off Santa Maria, in the place or port where he had first anchored. Presently, a man came down to some rocks at the edge of the beach, hailing that they were not to remain there. Soon afterwards, the boat came with 5 sailors, 2 priests, and a scrivener. They asked for safety, and when it was granted by the admiral, they came on board. And as it was night, they slept on board, the admiral showing them all the civility he could. In the morning, they asked to be shown the authority of the sovereigns of Castile, by which the voyage had been made. The admiral felt that they did this to give some color of right to what they had done, and to show that they had right on their side, as they were unable to secure the person of the admiral, whom they intended to get into their power when they came with the boat armed. They now feared that their game might not turn out so well, thinking, with some fear, of what the admiral had threatened, and which he proposed to put into execution. In order to get his people released, the admiral displayed the general letter of the sovereigns to all princes and lords and other documents, and having given them of what he had, the Portuguese went on shore contented, and presently released all the crew in the boat. The admiral heard from them that if he had been captured also, they never would have been released, for the captain said that those were the orders of the king his lord. Saturday, 2nd of February. Yesterday the weather began to improve, and the admiral got under way to seek a better anchorage, where he could take in wood and stones for ballast. But he did not find one until late, Sunday, 24th of February. He anchored yesterday in the afternoon to take in wood and stones, but the sea was so rough that they could not land from the boat, and during the first watch it came on to blow from the west and SWA. He ordered sail to be made, owing to the great danger there is off these islands and being at anchor with a southerly gale, and as the wind was SW, it would go round to south. As it was a good wind for Castile, he gave up his intention of taking in wood and stones, and shaped an easterly course until sunset, going 7 miles an hour for 6 hours and a half, equal to 45 miles. After sunset, he made 6 miles an hour, or 66 miles in 11 hours, altogether 1 miles, equal to 28 leagues, Monday, 25th of February. Yesterday, after sunset, the caravel went at the rate OT 5 miles an hour on an easterly course, and in the 11 hours of the night, she made 65 miles, equal to 16 leagues. From sunrise to sunset, they made another one, 6 leagues with a smooth sea, thanks be to God. A very large bird, like an eagle, came to the caravel. Tuesday, 26th of February. Yesterday night, the caravel steered her course in a smooth sea, thanks be to God. Most of the time she was going 8 miles an hour, and made 100 miles equal to 25 leagues. After sunrise, there was little wind and some rain showers. They made about 8 leagues Yeni Wednesday, 27th of February. During the night and day, she was off her course, owing to contrary winds and a heavy sea. She was found to be 125 leagues from Cape St. Vincent and 80 from the island of Madeira, 106 from Santa Maria. It was very troublesome to have such bad weather just when they were at the very door of their home. Thursday, 28th of February. The same weather during the night, with the wind from south and SE, sometimes shifting to NE and EN, and it was the same all day. It's Friday, 1 Saint of March. Tonight the course was ENE, and they made 12 leagues. During the day, 23J leagues on the same course. Saturday, 2nd of March. The course was ENE, and distance made good 28 leagues during the night and 20 in the day. Sunday, 3RD March. After sunset, the course was east, but a squall came down, split all the sails, and the vessel was in great danger, but God was pleased to deliver them. They drew lots for sending a pilgrim in a shirt to Santa Maria de la Cinta at Huelva, and the lot fell on the admiral. The whole crew also made a vow to fast on bread and water during the first Saturday after their arrival in port. They had made 60 miles before the sails were split. Afterwards, they ran under bare poles, owing to the force of the gale and the heavy sea. They saw signs of the neighborhood of land, finding themselves near Lisbon, Monday, 4th of March. During the night, they were exposed to a terrible storm, expecting to be overwhelmed by the cross seas, while the winds seemed to raise the caravel into the air, and there was rain and lightning in several directions. The admiral prayed to our Lord to preserve them, and in the first watch it pleased our Lord to show land, which was reported by the sailors. As it was advisable not to reach it before it was known whether there was any port to which he could run for shelter, the admiral set the mainsail, as there was no other course but to proceed, though in great danger. Thus God preserved them until daylight, though all the time they were in infinite fear and trouble. When 188 it was light, the admiral knew the land, which was the rock of Sintra, near the river of Lisbon, and he resolved to run in because there was nothing else to be done. So terrible was the storm that in the village of Cascases at the mouth of the river, the people were praying for the little vessel all that morning. After they were inside, the people came off, looking upon their escape as a miracle. At the 3rd hour they passed Rastillo, within the river of Lisbon, where they were told that such a winter, with so many storms, had never before been known, and that 25 ships had been lost in Flanders, while others had been windbound in the river for 4 months. Presently the admiral wrote to the King of Portugal, who was then at a distance of 9 leagues, to state that the sovereigns of Castilla had ordered him to enter the ports of his highness, and ask for what he required for payment, and requesting that the king would give permission for the caravel to come to Lisbon, because some ruffians, hearing that he had much gold on board, might attempt a robbery in an unfrequented port, knowing that they did not come from Guinea, but from the Indies. Tuesday, 5th of March. Today, the great ship of the King of Portugal was also at anchor off Rastillo, with the best provision of artillery and arms that the admiral had ever seen. The master of her, named Bartolome Diaz of Lisbon, came in an armed boat to the caravel, and ordered the admiral to get into the boat to go and give an account of himself to the agents of the king and to the captain of that ship. The admiral replied that he was the admiral of the sovereigns of Castile, and that he would not give an account to any such persons, nor would he leave the ship except by force, as he had not the power to resist. The master replied that he must then send the master of the caravel. The admiral answered that neither the master nor any other person should go, except by force, for if he allowed anyone to go, it would be as if he went himself, and that such was the custom of the admirals of the sovereigns of Castile, rather to die than to submit, or to let any of their people submit. The master then moderated his tone, and told the admiral that if that was his determination, he might do as he pleased. He, however, requested that he might be shown the letters of the kings of Castile, if they were on board. The admiral readily showed them, and the master returned to the ship and reported what had happened to the captain, named Alvaro Dama. That officer, making great festival with trumpets and drums, came to the caravel to visit the admiral, and offered to do all that he might require. Wednesday, 6th of March. It was wonderful how many people came from Lisbon to see him and the Indians, giving thanks to our Lord, and saying that the Heavenly Majesty had given all this to the sovereigns of Castile as a reward for their faith and their great desire to serve God. Thursday, 20th of March. Today, an immense number of people came to the caravel, including many knights, and amongst them the agents of the king, and all gave infinite thanks to our Lord for so wide an increase of Christianity granted by our Lord to the sovereigns of Castile. And they said that they received it because their highnesses had worked and labored for the increase of the religion of Friday, 8th of March. Today, the admiral received a letter from the King of Portugal, brought by Don Martin de Noronha, asking him to visit him where he was, as the weather was not suitable for the departure of the caravel. He complied, to prevent suspicion, although he did not wish to go, and went to pass the night at the convent. The king had given orders to his officers that all that the admiral, his crew, and the caravel were in need of should be given without payment, and that all the admiral wanted should be complied with. Saturday, 9th of March. Today the admiral left Sacamben to go where the king was residing, which was at Valparaiso, 9 leagues from Lisbon. Owing to the rain, he did not arrive until night. The king caused him to be received very honorably by the principal officers of his household, and the king himself received the admiral with great favor, making him sit down and talking very pleasantly. He offered to give orders that everything should be done for the service of the sovereigns of Castile, and said that the successful termination of the voyage had given him great pleasure. He said further that he understood that in the capitulation between the sovereigns and himself, that conquest belonged to him. The admiral replied that he had not seen the capitulation, nor knew more than that the sovereigns had ordered him not to go either to Lamina or to any other port of Guinea, and that this had been ordered to be proclaimed in all the ports of Andalusia before he sailed. The king graciously replied that he held it for certain that there would be no necessity for any arbitrators. The admiral was assigned as a guest to the prior of Crano, who was the principal person present, and from whom he received many favors and civilities. Sundav, 10 of March. Today, after Mass, the king repeated that if the admiral wanted anything, he should have it. He conversed much with the admiral respecting his voyage, always ordering him to sit down, and treating him with great favor. Monday, 1st of March. Today the admiral took leave of the king, who entrusted him with some messages to the sovereigns, and always treating him with much friendliness. He departed after dinner, Don Martin de Noronha being sent with him, and all of the knights set out with him, and went with him some distance to do him honor. Afterwards he came to a monastery of San Antonio, near a place called Villafranca, where the queen was residing. The admiral went to do her reverence and to kiss her hand, because she had sent to say that he was not to go without seeing her. The duke and the marquise were with her, and the admiral was received with much honor. He departed at night and went to sleep at Londra. Tuesday, 12th of March. Today, as he was leaving Londra to return to the caravel, an esquire of the king arrived, with an offer that if he desired to go to Castile by land, that he should be supplied with lodgings and beasts, and all that was necessary. When the admiral took leave of him, he ordered mule to be supplied to him, and another for his pilot who was with him. And he says that the pilot received a present of 20 espadines. He said this that the sovereigns might know all that was done. He arrived on board the caravel that night, Wednesday, 13th of March. Today, at 8 o'clock, with the flood tide and the wind in NW, the admiral got under way and made sail for Seville, Thursday, 14th of March. Yesterday, after sunset, a southerly course was steered, and before sunrise they were off Cape St. Vincent, which is in Portugal. Afterwards, he shaped a course to the east for Celts, and went on all day with little wind, until now that the ship is off Furon, Friday, 15th of March. Yesterday, after sunset, she went on her course with little wind, and at sunrise she was off Celts. At noon, with the tide rising, they crossed the bar of Celts, and reached the port which they had left on the 3rd of August of the year before. The admiral says that so ends this journal, unless it becomes necessary to go to Barcelona by sea, having received news that their highnesses are in that city, to give an account of all his voyage which our Lord had permitted him to make, and saw fit to set forth in him, for assuredly he held with a firm and strong knowledge that his high majesty made all things good, and that all is good except sin, nor can he value or think of anything being done without his consent. I know respecting this voyage, says the admiral, that he has miraculously shown his will, as may be seen from this journal, setting forth the numerous miracles that have been displayed in the voyage. And in me, who was so long at the court of your highnesses, working in opposition to and against the opinions of so many chief persons of your household, who were all against me, looking upon this enterprise as folly. But I hope in our Lord that it will be a great benefit to Christianity, for so it has ever appeared. These are the final words of the Admiral Don Cristobal Colon respecting his first voyage to the Indies and their discovery.